Alrighty. I am here. Though, before I get started, I don't think anything was playing. I hope something. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna check. Okay, good. Music's working. Music's working, guys. Don't worry. Alrighty. We're basically just gonna go. Where am I? I was just here not too long ago. There I am. Alrighty, I'm going to just post the link to places now. Go in reverse order of operations here in terms of servers. Except for the one that some of you guys are part of. Alrighty. So, tonight's episode of the ScurvyRum Show is going to be a little different. Because there's not going to be an itinerary that's guiding us. We're basically just here trudging through the various slop of the week. Though I think we'll find some diamonds in the rough, that's for sure. But man, oh man, I got some I guess I got this for a bit of a special occasion. It is nearing the end of the semester, so to speak. Man. And I got this, I got Old Smoky Moonshine. The flavor is Orange Shinesicle Cream Liqueur. I've never had cream liqueur in my life before, so this will be fun. if I don't get immediately knocked out, because I hear moonshine can be pretty strong. Got done with page 1. Rexus, how are ya? Still working on page 2. Just thinking of ways to write it and make it well. I have ideas down in my head. Good. Recommendation in terms of your book. Before you even started writing, write an outline. Like write an outline, Rexus, so that way you could kind of go back to it, establish the logic of the world that you're trying to write. Establish the rules, make sure that everything is cohesive, everything makes sense, and if you really want to make sure, feel free to hand your outline to other people too. Just if you do that, you don't need to put your real name or anything like that. Just put like Rexus Prime. But alrighty. Before we get started with our first instance of slop for the week involving the Cinder drama, I'm gonna try some of this Orange Shinesicle Moonshine here. I'm gonna take a sip. At first it tastes a little bit like cough syrup. I know that's kind of funny to say that, oh, it tastes like cough syrup. But afterwards, it tastes like milk. Milk with like a hint of citrus. Honestly, that's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. I thought this would be something pretty gross, all things considered. I just wanted it to just at least try it. Guy at the counter said to at least try the liquor once. You gotta at least try it once. An outline, like a page that keeps consistent. How did I not know this? I've been writing for 4 years. How did I not know this? Rexus, you probably do have an outline. I did not know you were writing your book for 4 years, so apologies for my assumption. Anyways, I'm just gonna finish this off. I don't think I could ever do something like this as a shot like I can with Bacardi. But this is good. This is actually pretty good. This Old Smoky Orange Shinesicle. You guys got a liquor review too. You're getting a lot. You guys are gonna be getting a lot out of me tonight. That's for sure. Alrighty. Just gotta reorientate some of my surroundings a little bit. Gotta put the soundboard here too. Got my surf side and my Bacardi nips right here. So I'm just gonna finish this off first. Wow, that's good. Old Smokey, you got a customer out of me. I'll be having this. Oh, I definitely will be getting this again. Alrighty, enough liquor review. Let's get to some slop. Oh wait, hold on. If that's the case, I'm just gonna move myself over here just to not block a leaflet. There we go. That should be good. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. So we have a video here from Leaflet and Asari, though this one is focused primarily on Leaflet, not her mom. And it's about the whole Cinder drama. Cinder, if you don't know, is a VTuber, a independent VTuber who basically got exposed by her own doing for being a shitty partner and for being a really shitty friend, and also basically cock blocking people from getting art from her artist. So yeah, she's a scumfuck, all right, in the VTuber world. Not only is she a whore, but she's also an art whore.
Hurt feelings going on in the VTubing space right now, and I believe that when someone is crying, a lot of the truth comes out, intentionally or unintentionally. And this situation has been very hard.
And this here, the blue Silky right here, her name is Leaflet. So Leaflet, audience, Leaflet.
For a lot of people to deal with. It has. I'm not going to react to all of this because there's a lot more.
I'm looking for, sorry, people in chat said that people were criticizing the artist. I'm saying I haven't seen it. But then again, guys, like, I mean, let's be real. Like, this is kind of like a huge thing. So I'm telling you, I haven't seen it.
And I'm trying to be sensitive of the subject, but I think
people in that Tectone guy's chat said, Google Docky. That's how you know this whole situation has just turned into slop, because people have been memeing it to high hell and back. That's kind of an indicator of what makes a situation slop. Like, it's the same thing with the iDubbbz H3 drama. Like, it's been memed to high hell and back. It's ultimately just a nothing burger, but it's fun to comment on this stuff.
I think it's important to kind of
that's how
showcase
you
just how
know
much
this whole
everybody,
situation just turned
and
into
you know,
slop.
a
Is like
person who I care
Google
about quite a
Docky.
lot, Shy Lily, was forced to tear from how awful this whole situation is being, and it kind of breaks.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, not exactly Shy Lily's biggest fan, but you know, I'm actually on her side for this. I'm not exactly a fan of, you know, her content. It just seems like just blatant Coomer bait. That's just kind of from a first glance of her channel. Like, you think I'd actually want to watch a bitch just talk about her sex life? No, I don't want to fucking watch that. Anyways, continue.
It breaks my heart that things are getting this bad. Once again,
I'm not really terminally on Twitter, by the way. I just want to be clear. I only see the very surface level stuff.
Play this whole thing. I just want to say right now, things are very difficult on
and
Twitter
ignoring
side,
my comments,
the social media
Leaflet?
side, for all the VTubers involved, for all the people involved, and everything that's going on with the Cinder.
Oh no, this shit is hilarious to me. Because you know, on one hand, I do legitimately feel bad for you know, the artist and Cinder's ex that went through all this shit. But at the same time, it's also just I do find it pretty funny in regards to just like, it couldn't have happened to a better target. Really, it couldn't have happened to anyone else.
Debacle.
Camilla says, I got on Twitter for food posts. Yeah, me too, man. Those fallow stuff on X is so nice.
It is a shame that no one really got a legitimate apology from Cinder, that she wasn't trying to downplay and divert and scapegoat off to her boyfriend. And I think it's important to showcase just how bad this really has gotten, to where, you know, VTubers are going live and full tears breaking down over this situation. So this is going to be a little bit uncomfortable.
I see. Well, I don't mean to like make you relapse into anything, Rexus. Even if it's just me mentioning a name, I'm just saying the name for the sake of, you know, just covering the situation. But hey, I got your back, man. I got your back. I'll tell you that much. I got your back, my friend.
but I
Hello,
want
thank
you
you so
guys
much
to
for the sub. Thank
understand
you.
how emotionally
so much.
fragile things are right now. And if you guys could do me a personal favor, if you can go support
Emotionally
all of the VTubers that have been
fragile.
involved in the situation, Spite, Shy Lily, Bao, Cotton, Nano, I mean, and then there's many, many, many more. But right
ScurvyRum, he's impacted by this situation too, because he finds this insanely hilarious, which I do. Yes. Thank you for acknowledging me, Tectone. That really made me feel better.
Right now, a
He
lot
totally
of
said
VTubers
that,
need
by
y'all's
the way.
support.
Totally.
A lot of VTubers need y'all's love. So please go over there, show them some appreciation, especially if these clips resonate with you at all.
Alrighty.
Because it does
Rum
hurt
time.
the feeling of losing a friend. It would be, it would be nice to say that it's
that's awesome,
just
man. You're
one
getting some muscle.
VTuber that was reduced to tears. In fact, there's actually two. So Gary with a snail says, this bit hit me at my core. I dealt with this countless times through my whole life. Just
Gary. I know for a fact I've seen that guy's name on X. I forget if he's a I forget if he's a leftist or not. I think he is. I could be wrong. But the VTubing space in general is full of leftists. There's a reason why there was such, everybody makes such a big deal every time Celeste opens her mouth on anything related to the faith. These people go after her. I do think, hey leftists, you got a prime target right here. I don't know why you're not giving me I don't know why you're not giving me attention, and you're not leaving my friends alone. So there's that. But other than that, it's like, and also something else to know about the VTubing sphere. It's primarily women. The majority of VTubers are women. And so, what happens when you have a community that's majority women, a bunch of this catfighty shit goes on. And eventually, that catfighty shit will eventually turn into something that's actually pretty scummy. So when I'm analyzing this whole thing, right, I've not read the Google Docie. I don't think I need to. I get the general picture of what's going on, and in that, Cinder is just a whore. She's a bitch. That's basically it. And so I'm just analyzing this. It's like, well, something like this shit was inevitable, especially with somebody as large as Cinder. It's the same thing with any of the V Shoujo girls too. Every one of those, well, except for the one guy there, but even then he had a little bit of a scandal. Every single member almost every single member of V Shoujo had some form of controversy surrounding them. Whether even if it is somebody who is like a pretty good person, like Iron Mouse. She's been in some controversy before. Not anything scandalous or anything. But she's been in. I mean, right now there's she's actually talking to Congress about her condition. Big ups to you, Mousy. Big ups. Rexus, you had to be real. You had to be real with me, Rexus, as if I already didn't know that. It is I, the 45th and 47th President and of the United States, and Big Bungie's altar, Donald J. Trump. It's because you're obscure and you're barely mentioned besides collabs with your friends and stream clips from me. Basically, yeah. Yeah, I know. I just want these fuckers to leave my friends alone. That's basically it. That's basically what I was just saying there. I don't think they deserve all the hate that they get.
Communicate, man. Don't go to people who care about you, even if it's one-sided. Just talk to them like an adult. Let's just watch this, and I'll try to break it down here, because I know things are getting very muddy with emotions. And by the way, I do want to say,
right now,
if me posting this content to any VTuber,
and keep in mind, Tectone, he runs his own VTuber agency called Mythic Talent. You might know some of the talent, like Mari Mari or Kirsha Verstal, however you say her name. I know it's Kirsha. I thought it was Kirsch. But no, it's Kirsha. Anyways, Yeah, I mean, Mari, I have some news about my favorite fish girl on Twitch later on. But yeah, Tectone runs his own VTuber agency, so keep that in mind while Leaflet is kind of watching his coverage. His
any content that I posted is causing any VTuber any harm, please DM me on Twitter. I'm down to remove type of video that I have. I just thought this was important to showcase and kind of break.
Hey, at Tectone, will you hire me for Mythic Talent? I promise I'll make the organization look very good. I'll try not to talk about the Jews. I'll try not to.
Down and show everybody just how truly everybody is hurting. And please, I'm going to include the link to these VTubers in my bio to where you guys can go support them directly. It's getting really bad.
There's nothing more confusing and more painful.
Let's see. Who's this? Bao?
Seeing someone in your friend group.
So from what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but what I saw was basically, wasn't there a case where
Rexus, don't spoil the stream. Don't spoil the stream. Put the fries in the bag. I don't know why I thought of World of T-shirts for that second.
Bao felt bad about not getting the model, and then Cinder was the one comforting them about it, and it was like, that's crazy. That's actually like so crazy. Like I can't, dude. Oh my god, that's crazy. Crazy if true. If true, that's wild. That's something else.
Be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you, and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination.
To be fair,
honestly, I do feel bad for her. Sorry, I had to do a joke. No, Rexus, you're all good. Also, I thought there'd be more people in here by now. I sent like a million notifications. I could just say. Stream is happening now. Sorry, I just want more people in here. Me likey when I have more people in my streams. Okay, getting back to the thing. Sorry, I had to check.
That's a girl problem. That's an insecure girl problem. I don't think that has anything to do with this. That part specifically.
I know, people are busy, sadly.
And this is something that I feel like a lot of people have gone through this entire.
Yeah, I know, because I have that too.
Rexus. I appreciate it.
Communication is the most important thing, and letting resent build up without proper communication is going to lead to fallouts, and fallouts is going to lead.
I've learned to do this thing where I just message them. I message like one of my friends, and
hold on. Let's let
I did this
finish.
to Shy one time. I just messaged Shy. I was like, Shy,
damn, bitch, you friends with Shy Lily? Oh, that's kind of. I mean, I know. Leaflet is actually starting to talk about her faith more publicly, which big ups to you, Leaflet. I don't know what. I don't know how you could just message Shy Lily out of the blue, just saying like you know. I don't know what I'm getting at here. My brain's kind of fried. My brain is a little fried to just. Hearing what I just heard.
Ask you a question. And she was like, what's up? I was like, you mad at me? Did this make you mad when I did this? And she was like, no. And I was like, okay.
What?
And then it was solved. And then it was solved. And then there was no problems.
The turmoil, and that's going to be an earthquake among.
Man, I swear, if I were to ever get a DM from someone as big as Shy Lily, and he's like, Scurvy, you called me a whore, and I just reply with, bitch, you are a whore. I apologize for nothing. I'm just ranting here at this point. I'm getting in the mood to just discuss Slop, which I already am. I'm just discussing Slop right now. I'm gonna be loud, I'm gonna be rambunctious, and I'm drinking while I'm doing so.
everybody, you, that party, and your entire friend group. As a guy where I've, and obviously my Twitch chat's here, my YouTube chat's here, you guys have seen how many people I attempt to help who stab me in the back. I want to remind you guys, this is something that I actually forgot. So first of all, I had dinner with Cinder's
I can't talk about it.
manager with Mythic yesterday, and they reminded me of a lot of things where, I'm not sure if you guys know this, I was actually the one who
Didn't Tectone stab Wait, what? I didn't even hear about that.
was actually the one who
Didn't
Tectone stab Asmongold in the back? Huh.
Tectone stab Wait, what? I didn't even hear about that.
What
Wasn't
is,
Tectone the one
Scurvy
person
Alert
that stood up for
Nation?
Asmon when everybody was bussing him? I swear that's what happened. I swear Tectone was the one person that was like, Asmongold's a good person. What are you guys talking about?
got Cinder into Mythic, and it kind of fucks me up a lot because getting people into Mythic is a fucking big deal.
Tech did bait a little.
It makes people.
Man, but everybody baits though. Everybody baits. Like if it's for like a YouTube video, everybody baits, man. Bait is how you get clicks. That's just the world we live.
Yeah, I'm pretty loyal. Like I watch most of Chaos's, Baddies, and my streams. Oh, thank you, Rexus.
And that's the game. That's how the game works.
A lot of money. It is the greatest ad agency of all time. It's not even close. And this is something that I completely forgot about. And
Mythic?
I guess I feel
Mythic has some issues. I don't deny that. That's the thing with any of these VTuber agencies. They all have their issues. HoloLive has gone public, which that's going to be disastrous for them in the long run. VShojo, if you even want to get into VShojo, it's entirely based on nepotism. That's how Amelie got in, is because she's already a that fat whale already is an pretty established voice actor, and wouldn't you know? I suddenly just got into VShojo, guys. Wow, it's totally organic. So it's nothing but nepotism. Honestly, really the only VTuber organization that just kind of lets the talent do what the fuck they want to do is FaZe Connect. But, if Scurvy were to be part of a VTuber agency, aside from V-Citrus, I said too much. I probably would want to be part of FaZe Connect. I'm not sure if they like the anti-Jew stuff that comes out of my mouth, or the fact that I get drunk for my streams, but. I think I'd be a good fit there. I'd be in chats with Pipkin Pippa and Mari _en. That I would be. Totally not talking about this. Totally not alluding to anything later on. But yeah, that if I had to, but the problem with all these, right? I don't want to relinquish copyright of my character. I love the character that I made. I really do. I really fucking do, man. This character means a whole lot to me, and I don't think I ever want to let him go. I don't ever want to let Porto Scurvy go. That's the name. That's the full name of my character. I don't ever want to let him go. And VTuber agencies, they'll be like, oh, you have to part copyright ways with the copyright of your character. But it's like, no, fuck you, bitch. I'm not going to do that. I don't care. I don't necessarily, if I can't keep the character that I'm so attached to myself and myself alone, yeah, I don't want to be part of your organization. That's simple. Oh yeah, of course, I guess my personal favorite VTubing agency would be V and Jelly. That's the group that some of my friends are part of. Meatbags, hey man, long time no see. FaZe. FaZe Connect. Great group of people.
Somewhat responsible. And
Mari's my favorite. Totally not because she almost always likes my posts and comes up with a witty response that borders on the line of flirting.
In case you guys are wondering, Cinder's
Everybody
manager,
types of the question.
The collaboration manager, I went to go eat with him. He was the one who messaged Silvervale to perhaps collab with Cinder. I'm sure you guys saw that screenshot. And he's a great guy, by the way. He's a great guy. But I somehow feel responsible knowing that I gave someone such a life-changing opportunity, and somehow maybe I'm at fault for causing the ripple effect of setting up Cinder for financial success so much that maybe it got to her head and she just wanted more and more.
Women and money. You can't trust bitches with your money, I swear. Well, no wonder why she, if her husband is supposedly, the manager, why didn't he do his job and fucking manage her? Women love being in those positions of being managed. Oh, yes. I guess this it doesn't necessarily go along with Slop. Here, I actually don't mind making a sub-segment of this. For the sake of, because this is pretty relevant in terms of the world. It's a bit more world news. I will gladly rant about the Canadian election just for you, Ortonic Ort. Though I had my doubts with, Pierre Poilievre, him calling himself a good guy, which already that's a massive red flag for someone like me. But I think Carney is easily the worst candidate. And no doubt, Carney is also going to be sucking the Israeli government's schlong, like all the world leaders do at this point, basically, with the exception of very few. Basically, your country is fucked. Plain and simple, your country is way more fucked than it ever has been. And this is something I actually have been talking about with plenty of Canadians. They are not looking forward to being in Canada for much longer. Especially the more right-leaning Canadians. They're more interested in moving to the U.S. because, P. Mert is our sitting president. I mean, Trump has his flaws, don't get me wrong, but, man, Canada just basically kicked itself in the fucking nuts. So, I don't know. I'm an American, so I can only say so much in terms of Canadian politics, and it's something I don't really know much about, if at all. The only bit of Canadian law that I know is the impersonation laws. And that's because of the whole Smash JT McDizzle situation, right? And my thing is, like, every time I see people want me to talk about Canadian politics, I'm just like, I really can't. But this is, like, really the only time I can. The average home in Vancouver is 1.3... God damn, dude. What the hell is going on in your country? I mean, I know Trudeau has basically been dictator for a long time. And no doubt... Carney is basically going to be continuing his bullshit, all because the majority of Canadians are like, oh, I don't want Canada to be the 51st state. It was like, that's a totally unreasonable fear to have. Your country's still going to be a fucking country, even if it is a zombie nation. But, oh man, I genuinely do feel for the Canadians, especially the Canadians in my audience. Right now, I know things in America aren't exactly the prettiest. Trump still has a lot to do to dismantle all of Biden's bullshit that he implemented during his presidency. So naturally, things are going to be a bit more expensive here, though I don't think it's going to be as expensive as in Canada. Homes are still expensive. Don't get me wrong. BlackRock is still trying to do what it's been doing for these past few years in terms of buying up homes. So home owning is still expensive. I honestly don't know if Trump is going to be able to completely lower the cost of living like how it was before COVID. I think that's impossible at this point. If that were to truly happen, economic collapse would have to happen first. If I ever visit Canada, do you have your rant there also? Though I doubt you ever go there. I'm staying here, man. I don't really want to travel beyond home. Yeah, they don't realize that there'll be territory if we take over, like how Puerto Rico is territory. The Puerto Ricans are indeed our territory. But honestly, I know quite a few of y'all have been asking me to talk about Canadian politics, and this is kind of your dedicated rant. It really is an area of expertise that I do not have. I'm primarily more focused on American politics and if other countries' politics affect the Orthodox Church. That's basically my political expertise. Well, that and, the Jews, of course. Anyways, let's get back to covering Slop. That's what we're all here for.
More and more. And I'm trying very hard not to blame myself, because how could I know? Because it is crazy. Because, I shit you not. Like, meeting Cinder, she was so fucking nice. But I often have a bad time blaming myself.
Let me guess, Cinder was morbidly obese?
During all these ordeals, but yeah, it's
thank you, Dotard. I don't mind any Canadians here keeping me informed on what's going on in your guys' country. I actually really appreciate that.
It's just difficult, and things are very muddy right now, and that's why everything is very confusing.
But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything, and so you keep it to yourself, and you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the cruel...
This music is so fucked up. What's happening? It's creating dissonance in my brain. The music.
Realization hits that it was
freaking elevator lobby music with person with Bao being really upset.
Oh, that's Bao. That's Bao the whale. God, I was like, okay, it was most likely Bao. I'm not too familiar with her stuff, to be honest.
And
but hey, I'm sorry that this happened to you, Bao. I'm not making fun. Whenever I say I'm laughing at this whole situation, I'm not making fun of you or anybody else who was actually hurt by the situation. I'm more laughing at the fact that Cinder got what she fucking deserved. That's what I'm laughing at. That's what I find so hilarious about this. Is that I've had my issues with Cinder in the past, considering once again, she's a whore. All things considered, she is a whore. So naturally, that means I would naturally have a problem with her. I don't know why I said naturally twice. It must be the alcohol. But I'm glad she got what was coming to her. It's fucking hilarious. And I hope the people who are actually suffering from what Cinder did, I hope they make it out better and stronger than they were before. I pray to the Lord that they manage to come out this whole thing on top. I really want them to. And Lord, I'm rooting for you. I'm always rooting for you to set things right, because I know you will.
Or worse than you could have ever imagined.
Watching a friend slowly turn to hate you and resent you, and you don't know what they did, you don't know what you did, and it's generally because you didn't do anything. There's a lot of friends that even I've lost where, and I think Bao might be blaming herself right now, and I'll be real, as a guy who often blames myself for a lot.
So, let's see. Some of her fans made art called the Bowberry. Woo! 1,000-yard stare. God damn, dude.
A lot of things that I shouldn't have. Bao, and I think you need to hear this. Cinder never hated you for anything that you did. Cinder hated you for what you had. And I think Cinder's greed to become more consumed
what did you know?
her. And she saw...
Cinder's greed caused her nose to grow a few millimeters. A little bit too long.
It's envy, not greed.
Anybody with anything...
I guess it's a little bit of both.
Leaflet, envy does the same thing. Let's not kid ourselves.
Why do they have it?
Envy and greed, they're kind of hand in hand in terms of the deadly sins. being real here, they kind of all are. If you do some thinking on it, like, you know, in terms of the sin of lust, that's the main one that that Cinder is guilty of. What happens when you know, when the husband finds out, and if he's not the type of guy who's really capable of handling anger all that well, what sin will he commit when he finds out that his wife was cheating on him over and over again? Then he'll commit the sin of wrath. Wrath leads to, you know, jail time, but also, you know, in terms of envy, like what Leaflet mentioned, that can absolutely spawn from greed. I think for her, I think for Cinder, that's absolutely the case. That her case of envy spawned from her greed because she wanted more than Bao the whale. She saw that Bao had more and was envious of that. Keep in mind, there's a difference between envy and jealousy. Jealousy is, you know, not wanting people to have what you have. It's a natural, normal response. Envy, on the other hand, is you know, basically coveting something that somebody else has that you don't have. And envy, you know, that leads to a lot of other sins too. It can also lead to wrath. Really, the only sins that aren't really at play here are sloth and gluttony, unless that. Here is what raging leftists are addicted to: Baby Einstein, because it makes them regress. Sorry about that, Scurvy. No, you're all good, QC. Sorry, I just saw you in the chat right now. I was just kind of rambling.
Listen, I don't have. And I just want Bao to know that you're okay. We appreciate you. We love you.
Amalgamite says I focus on politics and games as much as possible. VTuber drama is just a bunch of cat fights. You know what, Amalgamite?
Wait.
You're not wrong.
Everything's all right.
Yeah, VTuber drama is always just a bunch of cat fighting, unless it... like, the only exception that I could think of is what happened to Shondo not too long ago. She got basically doxxed by this black guy. And Null of the Kiwi Farms doesn't really want to do anything about it. They basically they made a thread on Shondo, and... I mean, truth be told, would Shondo, if it wasn't for a bunch of black people, would Shondo actually have a thread on the farms? I would think so. I would say yes. But I think if it wasn't for those black people who were just brigading the farms at around that time, I don't think... I think it would be more like Pippa's thread, which is a bit more just like documenting her antics rather than, you know, saying she's a horrible person. But Shondo is not a horrible person. She's not a pedophile. Just because she chose her model to be petite or whatnot, or lowly, or whatever, you know, she's not a pedophile. She's not a horrible person. She doesn't have any feelings of lust towards her model or anything like that, because, you know, that'd be weird. That'd actually be really weird if she did. And that would be cow behavior. But Shondo's just weird. She's funny and she's weird. That's basically it. And I don't mind that she has a thread, so to speak. I just wish it was made with a bit more less malicious intent, so to speak, and it wasn't made by black people. I know Scurvy's getting racist or whatnot, but I mean, honestly, you know, we got plenty diverse crowd in the chat, so there's that. They'd probably agree with me if anything. And even then, these aren't the black people that I know in my life who wouldn't do something like that because they hate something so much. They don't even permit themselves to have that kind of hate in their heart to begin with. Oak Talk, hope that helps you if you do decide to look that up, Scurvy. What Oak Talk? Look what up? The Shondo thread? I have looked her up. I have looked at the Shondo thread. I think, I I mean, it's an interesting read. I'm more so interested in seeing what she looked like. She's all right. Chronic, you could have her. Oh, great! YouTube deleted my message. Oh, okay. Just gotta rewrite it then.
Right, you didn't do anything wrong. Don't beat yourself up. Now this next one is from Shy Lily, and this one's gonna be so hard. I've never heard.
You see why I don't like her already? And keep in mind, it's not that I'm opposed necessarily to, like, you know, the clavage. I mean, that's not my problem. But her whole shtick is about her sex life. That's my problem with her. I know even some of my own mutuals have a bit more like a revealing model. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not gonna be like owie wowie. I'm not gonna be going like that anytime soon, because I think that's wrong. But I do think that it's like, if you're like, it's one thing if you have a bit more of a revealing model for the sake of aesthetic. It's like, okay, yeah, like, and I don't mind, so to speak. But if your whole personality is about, you know, your sex life and all the shit surrounding your model in terms of jiggle physics and constantly showing revealing outfits, I mean, that's when I got a problem with ya. All right. In addition, I know plenty of people who have decided to, you know, look at the, you know, actually analyze themselves, their behavior. And it's like, is this what I really want to look like? And that's a big reason why my pal Silent Bell decided to, you know, change up her model. Her re-debut, I don't know when it's happening, tell you the truth, but it's been in the works for a while, and I'm looking forward to it. I actually really am looking forward to seeing her new design in action with the Guilty Gear Strive style sweater. I'm really looking forward to it. But Shy Lily here, her whole thing is just, I can't get behind it at all. There's a reason why I called her out specifically in my video about the future of VTubing, because it's like, oh, I think the whole thing of, I don't mind that VTubing stems from idol culture. I really like that about being a VTuber. It puts some a little bit more respect on my name, but I don't think the model, I don't think, you know, being an idol means you have to be sexual. I don't think that's the case.
Okay. To be fair, I've seen Lily cry one time, and that was because she was so excited to meet me in real life. She teared up a little bit, which, by the way, was one of the most wholesome moments of my entire life.
I wonder
why. This was like 3 years ago. Yeah. I love this woman. I do. She's amazing. Beautiful on the inside and out.
Good, Rex.
Just an all-around amazing person. And I think what's important is a lot of people saw her crash the fuck out on Cinder, and a lot of people are wondering why.
Well, I think this clip,
yeah, because like she doesn't really participate in stuff, right? Like,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Leaflet.
This clip, and
yeah, because like she doesn't really participate in stuff, right? I think Rev said that.
All of it
in like drama, basically, and she went fucking nuclear.
Trying to explain how deeply it hurt everybody.
Oh, I don't want to say too much about Rev. You know, his wife is actually part of the VTuber group I'm part of now too. Well, I've been part of. She recently joined, so I don't want to talk too much shit about Rev. Even if I disagree with him, it's not that I have a hatred for him. It's just some of the things we disagree on, I don't think they're exactly reconcilable. Vertigo says, is Carney the next Long Live the King that's not listening? Yeah, you could. Absolutely, that phrase applies to Carney. But you missed my rant on Canadian politics earlier. So there's that.
Is from this, because right now there's this narrative going on, and I hope that I'm wrong. I'm usually not wrong. A lot of people are saying, okay guys, enough's enough, leave Cinder alone. she doesn't deserve all this. And I feel like if the community starts holding people's hurt emotions against the VTubers, that some VTubers are going to be bullied into apologizing when they really shouldn't. And that's why I kind of want to make this video, is to show how real this is, to show how raw this is, to show how hurt they are, because people are thinking to what they did to how people are acting is disproportionate. It's not. And I'm sorry, guys, it's not. The VTuber circle is so tight-knit. It's so involved.
Hey, that it is. In terms of just the mainstream VTubers, when you look at the indie circle, it actually is pretty good, especially the Christian VTuber indie circle. I'd say that's it's probably the best circle. Hey, I'm being biased here. I know. I'm part of that circle myself, even if I'm not as I guess spiritual as some of the other people there. I'm glad that they recognize me for my own merits. But in general, it was pretty hard for me to kind of break into that space. I was very graciously offered a spot in it, and I'm so glad I took it. I met so many amazing people. Even if if far right politics isn't exactly to their taste, it's like, hey, they're cool people regardless. But yeah, there's some circles that are easier to kind of get into. Others are pretty hard to get into. It's like, I would have loved, personally, I would love to break into the bigger sphere. Once again, I'm just kind of drunk rambling here. Can't believe I'm already getting fucking drunk. But basically, I'd just love to collaborate with some bigger VTubers and just be completely fucking schizo around them. And they'd be like, oh, Scurvy, I didn't know you're a Christian. I thought you don't swear. It's like, no, you motherfucker, I swear a lot. It's not a sin. It just depends on the context of where you say it. Like, online, no, it's not. In church, it absolutely is. I'd never swear. Even if I'm talking with, like, my pastor, I'd never swear around him, because it's a sign of respect. And also in the in that Christian VTuber server I'm in, I generally don't swear there either.
That when someone who is so heavily tied with everybody else becomes a bad egg, and you realize that every moment that you had meant nothing, it hurts. It sucks. And to weaponize that against the girls is incredibly toxic and incredibly fucked up. We need to understand there are real people behind these VTubers. And I know a lot of people want sunshine, rainbows, and happiness back, but you can't demand that.
I mean, this isn't the worst thing the VTuber community has gone through, Tactone. I'm trying to remember the guy who said that phrase. Like, originally. I'm trying to remember. Was it you, Dotard? Was it you? No, it was Baxon. It was Baxon. I remember. The Baxon. Great guy, by the way. He's really cool.
On a whim. You can't demand that out of nowhere. These people are hurt, and they need to get that hurt out, because otherwise it's going to destroy them. So a little bit of understanding would be even better. Now let's keep going here. All right, by the way, I do want to go on record, and Cinder said that she didn't get a proper thank you for her raid because she only said the Pyro Pups. I've been raiding Lily for like 2 years, and she always says eggy raid. She never
nobody wants to raid Scurvy because I'm not on Twitch, baby.
Says Tectone raid because get this, that's how you're supposed to greet a raid. So that shit was insane.
I know I'm emotionally too close to make unbiased statements, but this is not a VTuber thing. This is not a indie thing. This is not a girls thing. This is a person. This does not.
I know when it comes to like Mythic in particular, they also have a very lax policy when it comes to their talent. It could actually seem they could actually seem like they're independent, even though they are part of an organization. Damn it, Rex is Eggy. No, he's not talking about Egg White. No, he's not talking about Eggy. You know, I mean she. Shy Lily's a chick. That's just the alcohol talking. Basically, Shy Lily is not referring to Egg White. She's referring to Tectone.
People always make such a
All time.
bigger picture when they just drag in the
keep
whole
going.
fucking everything. It's such a big deal because it's one person and this isn't the norm. That's why it's a big deal.
Honestly, even though I don't like her, I still have empathy for the chick. It's like she got pretty screwed over by somebody who she thought was a friend. I mean, it sucks to be betrayed. It really does. It sucks. YouTube censoring your messages. Use numbers or alternative characters that look like the thing. I know what it would be saying if you're having trouble.
Good thing I don't have eye trackers right now.
fucked up, but
It's a girl thing, 100%. That's kind of that's not to say that like dudes wouldn't have.
You guys want to know where I'm looking at right now? Do you guys see the cursor? I'm actually looking right here. Like that's what happens when I drink. I look at the center of the screen. I'm not looking like anywhere in particular. I'm like right dead set in the fucking middle. I mean, and if anything, if I'm glancing at Lily, it's her face.
Have something similar to this. It's very prevalent
Architect's
among women
Goliath,
for sure.
long live the
Yeah.
king that's
to keep
not
in mind
listening.
that there's so many people that connected because of this like space. They may
I think we kind of get the point with this. I don't want to linger too long on any particular segment or whatnot. Actually, I'll be right back because I'm gonna get me some more liquor. I'm gonna use a little Clementine's room and then get me some more liquor. So I'll put some music on in the meantime. Sorry guys, I'll just be gone for a little bit longer. fellas, I am back. I almost forgot I had to feed my wonderful pets. You know, the snails.
Uh-oh. Snail time.
I had one of those moments. Almost forgot to... Actually, no, I wouldn't have forgotten to feed them anyways. Anyways, let's see. Let's actually go to... Crap. I don't know why I went to that. I gotta go back to my bookmarks. Let's see, where was it? Oh, there it is. There it is. I got it. I got it. Stream saved, guys. Though I am going to just send another link out to the stream real quick. I want to send out the other link to I need more people in here. We're gonna be going over some we're gonna be going over some good slop. Some good slop now. So actually I still have a DM, I think. Nah, never mind, I don't have a DM. That's why I said, oh yeah, the song that you mentioned earlier. Let's see. Anyways, let's go to... We have... Actually, let me just lock my door first. No more further interruptions. Anyways, so we have this post here from Kirsha Verstow. And what does it say? And who's that right there? I take one vacation and I have no idea what's going on anymore. Am I being propositioned? Are we going to Apple Babels, Synth Man? I'm gonna shit my pants! That was my first reaction when I saw this. You can see why I bookmarked this, because I'm a pretty big fan of both Synthetic Man and Kirsha. I had to bookmark this. That was my first reaction. It was just, I'm gonna shit my pants. And then, it has it has the Puar is sexy video too. Like you mentioned earlier, Rexus. Let's get that in there. Let's get that in there. Sorry, I don't want to. Let's get that in there. So. Yeah, let's get that in there. Let's get that in there, fellas. Get that. I'll get myself over here. Get back on the right. Get away, another way to feel. It's so beautiful, Foxu and Synth Man. You know you didn't lose your self-control. Oh, it's beautiful. Is that right, guys? Also, Kirsha's live 2D model is better than her 3D one. So what do you want to do? It's adorable! I'm gonna shit my pants! It's adorable! I'm gonna shit my pants! Do it for her! I'm gonna shit my pants! That's adorable! Oh! They make for the best couple, guys. They truly do. The Synthetic Man and Foxy, they truly do. It's so wholesome when love happens at first sight. She might be capable of getting him back to normal and stop talking about Fuda. That was my reaction when I found out that BMSS Black Magic caused. Oh, it was that group. I see. I see you're still talking about the band, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy that Cashapp found out about the ship that the synth cells are making. I'm so fucking happy. Rexus, you better be clipping this. I'm gonna take a shot just for that. Woo! To the two lovebirds. To the two lovebirds. Oh yes, you better. That's not a request. That's a demand. Alrighty, I think that was pretty fun, all things considered. Next, we're gonna be going to something a bit more.
This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
We have a thread from my mutual Christian anime podcast. We watched. Yes, Dusty, I know. I don't think Synth hates me though. I don't think Synth hates me. I'd be very sad if he did. But we have this thread from my mutual Christian anime podcast. We've seen some of his stuff before. He's a real chill guy. He's really cool. I like talking to him. There's a thread about Gargura. If you guys don't know what's been going on in VTuber land here, Gargura recently graduated from Hololive EN. I know for a fact he'd recoil in horror at Kirsha saying that. I mean, Synth, now, wait. So, Dusty, now that Synth doesn't have the mold in him, I think he's a little bit happier that, maybe, a woman is at least paying attention to him, Anyways, let's continue with the thread. I don't want to disrespect podcasts on or Gargura. So, Gargura was the first VTuber podcast on I ever watched. And it's likely that without her, I would have never gotten into VTubing in the first place. My channel would have never existed. Honestly, that's something interesting to note too, because Gura wasn't my first inspiration for VTubing. I actually got the inspiration from Kirsha, but I knew who Gura was for a long time now. Maybe not directly, but a lot of indirect things that I've learned about her, so to speak. I knew that, she was the biggest VTuber, English-speaking VTuber, 4.7 million subscribers? She was huge. So naturally, I knew who she was. I knew who Gura was. But she wasn't the reason why I got into VTubing. I got into it mainly because I wanted to provide a better experience for you guys on stream. So that way you actually have something to look at when I'm pausing and I'm talking. You guys can see my beautiful character model right there. Hi! But for many people, like podcasts on, Gura was the first VTuber they actively watched. And so, Gura was also the most professional as well. Aside from the Lolicon comments, I'd say. I agree. She generally, she got her fame through, not getting in controversy, which is kind of refreshing. Gura was a very... I didn't really watch much of Gura's stuff. It's only very recently. I started watching her stuff at the tail end... the tail end of her career. It was around the time that I made my X account that I started to kind of follow, and I always thought, not gonna lie, I always thought that I'd always be able to say the shark to her, and oh man, I don't mean for things to get down in the dumps here for Scurvy, but it's like, man, I will never be able to say that again to her. I'll never be able to say the shark. I could say it about her, but I don't think there's ever going to be a chance, the infinitesimally small chance that she'll read me just saying the shark. And it bums me out a little bit, not going to lie. yes, I recognize for the Christian floating through the VTuber space, it can get very degenerate very quickly, and Gura was certainly not immune to that. However, I'm a big proponent of the notion of natural revelation and God still working through people who may not even know him. God still made Gura. Gura throughout her career reflected the attributes of God, being a creator, being kind, offering comfort to those who needed it. I wholeheartedly agree, Podcast On. Wholeheartedly agree. I don't know. Maybe Gura is a Christian. Maybe not the most devout Christian. Then again, once again, Gura is American at the end of the day. She is a white woman. Allegedly. But it's like, yeah, I can see why a lot of people like her. Myself included. I think she is pretty wholesome, especially for Devil May Cry 5 streams. Though that was my favorite. Those were my favorite personally. Like watching the VODs of those. Man, I could not stop showing my brother and my sister, just Gura reacting to Dante, the dances. It was so adorable. I loved it. But man, every time I talk about Gura, I'm always very happy about it. I really am. I really am happy about her. I'm also happy that she's out of a situation that is not going to be beneficial for her. And I honestly, I just wish her the best. Lord, show Gura mercy. I beg of you. She's not going through an easy time right now. I guarantee that. So I ask you to show her mercy like you do for all of us here in my chat. And myself included. I always ask for your mercy. I hope Gura gets her life in order and she gets into a better career. Well, I mean, it's not like, I wouldn't say VTubing is like humiliating like OnlyFans work. I mean, once again, you're talking to a VTuber yourself. I don't think it's humiliating. I do think, I agree with my friend Saint Usagi, that I think a lot of people did idolize her too much, and even then, I know Gura does have some health problems too, so it's probably for the best that she isn't singing all the time. But the thing is, and I know Gura is the originator of the word cunny. It means cute and funny, and I hope that that phrase becomes something more wholesome again. I don't like the fact that a bunch of degenerate lolicons are just using it as a way for them to just say, cunny, it's a porn. They say it as like it's a fucking porn category. I don't know how Gura would feel about my assessment of that. I hope she'd understand, the Christian point of view of things. It's like, I hope she's not going to be an ass about it. Not like she'd ever be watching this or anything. But, I mean, she had body image issues, mental health issues, severe underweight. Just screen recorded it. I'll upload it as soon as possible after I finally get my second episode of Skizzo Rants out on YouTube. Hey, I'm looking forward to that too, man. Anyways, Gura did have, but honestly, her being part of HoloLive actually did help her out, believe it or not. And I'm just like, I could tell after that concert that she had, I watched the whole thing. She was in tears, man. I bet that was the case. She wanted to stay in HoloLive for a lot longer. And once again, I can only speak on my interpretation of events. But I think that she wanted to stay, but she couldn't just get behind the company direction. And I get that too. HoloLive is going to shit. The English branch specifically. That's where a lot of these problems are happening. The English branch of HoloLive. She seemed like a genuinely good sort. Yeah, I'd say so too. She has her flaws, but everybody has their flaws. But her flaws aren't like, crucifixion worthy. No, I'm not gonna say that. I don't know why. Alcohol. But she's not going to get crucified for her flaws, so to speak. That's what I mean by crucifixion, not the suffering that our Lord went through, but just the general, the general punishment, the general type of punishment that lots of people like had to go through, unfortunately. Hence why I think Gura, nonetheless, and for God to have caused it for our paths to meet, for the cuteness and the beauty that she promoted through the world. Yes, Gura is cute. Once again, Scurvy likes the petite women. Gura is indeed cute. Her model is cute, and same with herself. She is pretty cute. I gotta say, as a guy, for the cuteness and beauty that she promoted through the world. Thank you, girl, for being an absolutely amazing shark. It was a great privilege to support you over the past 3 years. Hey, that was a very beautiful thread, Podcast On. I'm actually gonna repost it right now to my audience. This is a beautiful thread, Podcast Son. I just read it on stream too. I just read it on stream too. Honestly, it was something that I needed to read, even though I was what the fuck was I trying to say? Even though I was interested in her stuff around the tail end of her career. And post. So go check out Podcasts On, guys. He's a pretty cool guy. Alrighty, let's get the next segment of Slop here. We went through the gold. Now we have to get back to Slop. Though, let me just use the little Clementine's room again. I'll be back in like a minute. Oh, wait, I'm muted. Audio cell problems. Oh, I gotta say what I was gonna say again. Damn it. Anyways, I was just getting things ready, basically. And then also, yeah, so we have this video here from Latina Parfait, a fellow synth cell. And this video is about Fratanga Plays, somebody else that I follow on X, and seems like they're in a bit of a conflict. You know, if you don't know who Latina Parfait is, he's a pretty cool guy, also a fellow synth cell. And yeah, as we can see, we have Fratanga actually making a comment. Fratanga Plays.
Body type fiasco, I could overlook it because this was a staple
We'll just
of
speed it up
Elden Ring
just
and
a little
nobody
bit.
complained.
I keep laughing at how stupid you
It's Cyrax.
Oh, God.
I had to put this on for you guys because it has Cyrax clips in it. Not just DSP clips, but Cyrax clips in it too.
Yes, it's obviously fine because Elden Ring also did it. Because, you know, Elden Ring is the gold standard and what every game should be held to. Elden Ring is the masterpiece and the holy grail of gaming, dude.
Like, real talk.
And since Elden Ring had the body types, it clearly wasn't a woke game. Just like how if Elden Ring had two Tyrones, you know, kissing, you know, making love together maybe, or like, you know, a bear scene where like you make love with the bear, it would also be okay and completely fine because, you know, it's Elden Ring. You know, Elden Ring can do...
Alrighty, Parfait is starting off with a damn good point here. If it was Elden Ring doing this, right? People would not be mad, which there is the body type A and B bullshit in Elden Ring. There's mods that you could patch it out, of course, but generally speaking, right? Like if there was like the bear sex scene in Elden Ring, and not in Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, I know people enjoy that game too. God knows why. I would say that people would actually not be mad because, oh, George R.R. Martin wrote the game, and oh, you know, he's a weirdo. They'd toss it out like that. But for someone like a hardcore noticer like you, like me, and most, I'd say a lot of you guys, yeah, we'd have a bit of a problem with it, wouldn't we? So what was the Synthman and Kirsha thing about? I missed out because my internet went out again before I came into the stream. Oh, dude, you missed it. You missed the best part of the stream, dude. I was spurging out, man. I loved it. I loved doing that segment. It was fucking hilarious.
Do no wrong. Elden Ring is the best game of all time.
I would honestly say Krobcat's video here is his most soulless one yet. Absolutely nothing. And it's a video that he timed and uploaded as soon as the Oblivion remake showcase was over.
Okay.
He timed and uploaded as soon as the Oblivion remake showcase.
Ironic, Fratanga. Ironic. And I thought you had more standards when it comes to uploading videos.
Was over.
Looks like there's some friction.
You really are stupid, ain't you?
Oh my god.
It's Cyrax. Yeah, dude, Latina Parfait, if you're watching this, I love the fact that you're adding Cyrax clips into these. It's hilarious. Also, I'm glad that we have some more actual people looking into the lore of the goblin.
Guys, shots fired. Shots motherfucking fired. Fratanga is calling out Krobcat for uploading his video about the Oblivion remaster being soulless right after the showcase was over. Meanwhile, get this, okay? Fratanga did the same exact thing. Literally the kettle calling the pot black.
Real talk. Take one look at the game, and he had no choice but to commit. He had this video holstered, and even though the remake turned out to be great,
5 minutes later.
Anyway, he's gonna go boot this bitch up.
So I can't help that you're stupid.
You also really gotta
I mean, even this has actually caused some friction between me and my Christian VTuber pals, like the Oblivion remake. Oblivion did not need to be remade. It got fixed through mods. If you want the definitive Oblivion experience, just find the mod that patches out all the glitches and a texture upscaling mod. You'll be fine. And a combat enhancer mod too. Good lord, I can never play an Elder Scrolls game because of how fucking slow they are. What's this Latina Parfait's guy deal? Also, UE5 Slop is lame. So Latina Parfait, his avatar is like, it's ironic. He's pretending to be like a total drama island character. I find it pretty funny. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but he is a fellow synth cell, and he makes videos on like woke slop or whatnot. That's kind of in the news. Like, he made a video on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 before Synthetic Man did. He also made a video on, like, some real woke garbage. I fucking forget the name of the game. I'm not gonna look it up now.
Love how Fortanga's like, dude, bro, you like never even played the game. The remake is like peak Kino, dude. Bro, this is the greatest remake of all time, you Sony pony. Like, he's hardcore shilling for this remaster, shitting on Crowcat, not playing the remaster, while he himself.
Oh boy, guys. I'm actually pretty fucking drunk right now. This moonshine's hitting me good. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And I'm still drinking. I've had like 4 nips of Bacardi White per the usual. I had like an additional thing of like moonshine. And I'm having a can of Surfside next to you right now. I'm fucking drunk, my friends.
Also has not played it. Also, I'm not even joking, this Xbox shill retard really tries to imply that Crowcat is some sort of Sony fanboy for not calling out The Last of Us remaster.
But what's funny about Crowcat is he still doesn't have a video on The Last of Us remake and how disastrous that was and how soulless that was, eh? Isn't that hilarious?
Which is hilarious, isn't it?
Isn't that hilarious?
Like, so haha.
Oh, Four Roses bourbon. That'd probably make me vomit. I'm not a whiskey guy. I've had a lot of bad experiences with whiskey in my lifetime. But hey, I mean, I'd probably have to put just the tiniest bit of drop into something and then have it. Because, my body just doesn't react well to whiskey or bourbon. And, bourbon is the derivative of whiskey. So, there's that. I wouldn't like it. Though I do like maple bourbon steak tips. Those are pretty good.
Funny. Which, because for anybody who doesn't know...
Wait. Musa G. Droid. That's hilarious, Parfait. Bourbon is sour mash. Yeah, probably is. I haven't had bourbon. I've only ever had good experiences with whiskey. Tequila is the I want to fight liquor. Honestly, that's true. Tequila is fucking garbage. I don't know how this one chick when I was in undergrad. I don't know how the fuck she'd drink that shit all the time. I had some of it too, and I was just like, I mean, it was all right. It was sugary or whatnot. It got my Spurg senses tingling, but I was just like, man. I mean, I probably still can have tequila. I'm not like my twin brother. He fucking hates tequila. It's just the tequila shots need to be something particular, right? Like, it needs to be a certain kind of tequila. And that's how it goes down easy. If it tastes more like rum, it's gonna be an easier time for me to hold my tequila in. It's because you need to get mid to top shelf tequila. It's the low tier stuff that makes you feel like shit. Yes. No wonder why I wasn't... Neither my twin brother or I didn't feel like gagging after our older sister graduated from law school and we all had tequila. That's the reason why. It was the good shit.
Fortanga, much like a closeted homosexual who is repressing his inner feelings and desires for other men, is instead repressing his inner feelings and desires for his love of Xbox and Phil Spencer's BWC. So,
everything.
Phil Spencer's BWC. Hey Vex, if you're watching this, I don't know, you're probably not gonna like me afterwards. Oh wait, why didn't I put this in here? Also put this in the general chat too, because why not? In that other server that I'm in.
He says it's based and correct.
I guess in a way he kind of is gay, but that's besides the point. Eating that judge you if you're part of the ABC community, you know? So, you know, for Tanga, you can come out of the closet if you want, you know? Like, we won't judge you for Tanga. It's all good, G. It's all good. But anyways, he then tries to act like and pretend he is above the console war bullshit and that he doesn't pick any sides.
Believe it or not, for Tanga, I mean, Parfait, if I'm being honest with you, having looked at a lot of Fertanga's, like stuff in terms of X posting, he is a very big PC show, Steam Deck show. Honestly, I don't know why anybody would stand all the bullshit that's surrounding the Steam Deck. Like, did you guys know that the Steam Deck is very much capable of it just exploding? Did you guys know that? And then look, there's absolutely worthy criticisms of Nintendo, right? You know, $80 games is fucking gay and retarded. I do not deny that one bit. But to say that Valve is any better, modern day Valve, and for people to compare it to Valve in like 2007, the fuck are you talking about? Those are not the same company. And so it's like, there's genuine things I'm looking forward to with the Switch 2. I'm not going to deny that. You guys saw my reaction to the Switch 2 Direct. I was spurking out like it was nothing else. Way more than Mari_EN was. Way more than that. But the thing is, I will say the $80 games, like, yeah, that is bullshit. No game is worth $80. Like, even if you, like, and this is some guy who, pre-ordered many World of Warcraft expansions at the Epic Edition, with the exception of War Within. I only got War Within for like $15. $30. It was $30. My sub fee was about to run out anyways. I canceled. I got the month, basically the month of game time, and War Within was basically like $15 for me. That's the worth I think that expansion is $15. But Nintendo Mario Kart World is not worth $80 even though it's going to be a damn good game. Or in the case of Spain, $90. So, yes, in the European Union, because everything is more expensive in Europor, some games, and it's not even like, physical games are more expensive, right? It's actually going to be more like first-party Nintendo games, right? So, Donkey Kong Bonanza, that's going to be $70. So it doesn't matter if you get it in the digital or physical edition. But other games, and this is based on the other game companies involved, that's when it's going to be, it's $70 digital, $80 physical. That's where that bullshit's going to apply. And is Nintendo wrong for doing that? Absolutely. Greed is a sin. I don't deny that. But now, we see a lot of Xbox games and accessories and consoles just inflating themselves because, well, look at Nintendo. The Switch 2 price will drop over time as far as I could figure, unless they never do that. Nintendo, so here's the thing with Nintendo, right? They actually will drop the price of a console, but never their games. Why? I don't fucking know. Some Japanese thing, I bet. But, the thing is, even if they never drop the price of their first-party titles, the other, the third-party and second-party titles, they're going to be going on sale. So, even if they're, let's just say Bayonetta 3 were to be released on the Switch 2, right? That game would be going on sale for the holiday season. It's only the first-party Nintendo titles that don't go on sale. Sadly. Anyways, let's continue.
Can all see who Fertanga has a crush on, okay? Let's be honest. Let's keep it a $1.93. But anyways, okay? Anyways. He also loves to flip-flop on everything. One minute he's anti-woke, the next he's for the woke bullshit. Well, as long as Xbox does it. So he...
Kinda. I think with Fertanga in particular, he just calls out both sides. Like, he's not a centrist or a centrist libertarian, but he doesn't really make his politics all that known. Like, his actual political beliefs. He doesn't make them all that known. But he is more than happy to call out both sides. He does, like, in terms of the whole, like, Smash JT versus McDizzle thing, he was on McDizzle's side, but Fertanga does not like Airbagged. He knows that Airbagged is a piece of shit person. He also knows that Smash JT is a piece of shit person, which we'll learn about that later. Fertanga is not exactly. Honestly, I don't think we really know what Fertanga's political positions are, because he's also an editor for It's a Gundam, and It's a Gundam is pretty right-wing. He's a right-wing VTuber. And we've seen... I know a lot of us have seen Gundam's videos before. I should just do a whole special episode dedicated to all this shit I find on Gundam's channel related to women. It's based. But no, Fertanga is not a centrist libertarian, but he has his flaws. And honestly, I don't exactly know what the guy's political positions are. It's very hard for someone like me to even spot them down.
He basically flip-flops more than a Magikarp on dry land. Now he's on this, like, fuck Nintendo, crusade, like, this fuck Nintendo grift. And as you can see, he's milking this cow for all that it's worth.
I agree. I'm just like, dude, again, even though a lot of this stuff about the fuck Nintendo stuff, there's not a lot of truth behind it. A lot of people are just exaggerating the truth behind the whole Switch 2 thing. It's like, I tried to let him know about this too on my X feed, but I gave up. I fucking gave up. It's a Gundam is right wing. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Maybe not as far right as someone like me, but he is very much red-pilled in terms of, the femoids.
Real talk.
But yeah, basically Bethesda and Xbox has dropped the Oblivion remaster, and it's basically the same exact game as before, but just with the new fresh, coat of paint. Well, mostly the same exact game as before. Since this is modern day Bethesda we are talking about, they went back and they added their touch of, their spice of EI woke bullshit to a nearly 20-year-old game, because obviously referring to men and females as such is controversial in the modern age. We need to refer to them as the body type 1.
Did you guys notice that? Like, body type 1 is female and body type 2 is male. Did you guys notice that? It used to be that body type 1 was male and body type 2 was female. But you know what would be easier? If you had male and female. But hey, well, we can't have that these days because a bunch of troons would get offended. Fuck you, Bethesda. Fuck you.
And 2s that they were always meant to be. Well, at least according to Nexus mods, that is. Because somebody tried uploading a mod that
he comes across as more of a reasonable lib. I mean, I could see that too, but Gundam with It's a Gundam, right? He's not like uber political. Like he's very much right wing if you actually look into like his positions. But he's really not all that political. He just likes to shit talk people. Which, hey, that's pretty based in itself.
Reverts the body type bullshit back to, male and female. But within hours of it being posted on Nexus, it was hit with that perma ban. The user got banned and so did the mod. Which, none of us saw coming. Because, it's not like Nexus has this, long history of, being an extremely woke site where they ban you if you,
Vex, I know you're gonna be fucking pissed off if you're watching this right now. No, I'm not gonna at her right now. I don't feel like dealing with that shit.
Not out the ABC community flags and Spider-Man or any of that type of shit. It's not like they have a long history like that. Then they pulled some.
I know Vex likes the Oblivion remaster, but I'm just like, no, it doesn't need to be made. And Latina Parfait is providing good examples why. Who's Vex? Vex Electronica. She's a YouTuber. She is on Aristocratic Utensils' other podcast, The Wang and the Whitelist on Rumble. It's a damn good podcast. She also talks about a lot of the fraud that goes on in the anti-woke community. So, just like Spoon. She's based, but there are some issues I have with her, mainly with the Oblivion Remaster. But other than that, I'd say we're pretty cool. She likes to see the pictures of my snails.
Some bullshit as to why the mod was being banned was because of the user's behavior, quote unquote. Yeah, okay, buddy, go fuck yourself.
Real talk.
Then on top of all of this, it's now the most endorsed mod for the Oblivion Remaster, which, you know, it's quite lovely, not gonna lie. So with the body type shit out of the way, they also somehow made the NPCs even more ugly than before, which, I didn't even know.
What the hell is this?
Okay, the NPC on the right looks significantly more ugly than the one on the
if
left.
that was possible. Like, genuinely, like, I didn't even think that was possible. Everybody give, you know, Bethesda a round of a fucking applause. Like, congratulations, Bethesda, you know, for making your characters look even worse than they did in the 20-year-old game. Like, that literally looks like a man. Like, I refuse to believe this. It doesn't look like a woman. And this guy, and like, what the fuck did they do to his eye?
What the hell is this?
I hate looking at this, Latina Parfait. Fuck you for making me look at this. Ah!
He looks kind of bad. What the fuck is wrong with his neck? Of course the,
What the hell is this?
You know, the master.
What the hell is this?
Master fighter is a black queen.
What the hell is
That
this?
takes, like, real skill and accomplishment right there. Like, look what they did to the yellow champion woman from the arena, by the way. Holy
What the
fuck,
hell is this?
What the fuck?
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Why does it look like that? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the hell? Why does it look like that? This bitch doesn't even have a face. What the fuck? Oh, it's disgusting. What the hell? Should use that Red Letter Media soundbite. Oh god, what the fuck happened to our face? Rexus says, wait, who are you referring to? I personally stopped watching him because he has good points with the Goonergate, but after the 4th video about Goonergate, it's just like, okay, this is boring. Are you talking about Fertanga? I don't know who you're talking about right now, Rexus.
They do to her.
Oh, Spoon. So with Spoon, the reason why he made like quite a few videos on Goonergate is it largely has to do with the fact that just a bunch of retards who are they're basically deaf, weren't able to listen to his points, or just a bunch of illiterate retards weren't actually able to understand what the concepts of standards are. That's why he made quite a few videos on that topic. And also, it's just like, in terms of that topic, right? I've talked about it a million times before, too, on stream. It's because, like, the fallout from that, it's like, it created such a division among kind of, like the right-wing gamer sphere. Whether it is between, you know, the more standards-focused crowd or the Christians. Yeah, that whole incident, like, it's still pretty relevant to my channel to this day, too. Not gonna lie. Hey, Zombie Bomb, how's it going? It was Melanie Mac's hypocritical attitude. Oh, I don't like Melanie Mac either. Believe it or not, if you heard anything from Spoon, like, he's not exactly a fan of Melanie Mac either because she's such a simp for the Jews. I was just like, for me, it largely had to do with the fact that she's a Protestant shilling for Jews, but also, it's like, she fumbled the bag so hard on her, like, everything, like, after that original tweet, and even the ending of that original tweet was kind of fumbled, but after that, I was like, oh, these people are demonic, but it's just like, well, the thing is, I wouldn't say that about porn addicts, right? If you are actually trying to help out the porn addicts, you might not want to call them demonic. They are sinners, yes, but they are not demonic. They have yet a chance to be saved by our Lord Jesus Christ. But yes, Dusty, she is indeed one of those feminine Protestant bitches, which you know, Scurvy has a bit of a problem with.
Holy shit! Oh my god, what the fuck do they do?
As an Orthodox Christian catechumen.
Like, is this even the same person? Like, the
What the hell is this?
real woman must have been, like, abducted by aliens and shit, and this is, like, her alien replacement. But, like, seriously, this isn't even the same woman, and she's ugly as fuck, too. Not to mention, okay, what happened to her red hair?
What the hell is this?
Colorblind, or do they also just hate redheads like all other, you know,
hey, you want to laugh, Scurvy? Look up Raging Dissident's Zio Jesus skit where he makes fun of Zionist Christians. Dude, the whole Zionist Christian thing, that's an oxymoron. I've been in plenty of drama in regards to that. It's like, no, why the fuck would you want to be supportive of a nation that hates you and that spits upon you whenever you walk in their city? Why the fuck would you want to be supportive of that?
modern woke companies. And look at this. Look at the fucking Gray Prince.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my, what the
hell is this?
Fuck, oh my god, do you see this? What did they do to him? What did they do to him? Like, oh my god, what the fuck happened to him? He got hit with like 90 fucking ugly sticks in a row. Like, just all in a row, just bashing him over the fucking head. Like, holy shit, the Gray Prince, like I almost feel bad for killing him. Like, I already did feel kind of bad for killing him in the original. But now, like, it's like, you know...
Oh my goodness! Squidward!
It's like killing a person on a fucking wheelchair. Like, goddamn, man. Now, to be fair, some NPCs actually do look better, or maybe, like, slightly better, but then others look straight up worse. Like, by Azura.
What the hell is this?
Oh, god damn it, dude. Why do I have to see... They're both ugly. I don't know which one's worse. At least this one's somewhat stylized. This is awful. The one on the right is fucking awful.
What the hell is this?
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class. Broke it down.
It's so ugly. Why? My first thoughts in seeing this.
You should kill yourself now.
I hate this. I fucking hate looking at this.
Zura, how did they make you look even more fucking ugly? And on top of that, they gave you spaghetti noodle hair. Like, look at that fucking hair texture, man. Like, there's no way you can defend that shit. They also removed stat bonuses from male and female, because that obviously is sexist and shit. Obviously, females can have just the same starting strength as the men do. You racist, sexist, misogynistic fucking bigots. Fuck you. Women are the strongest and most independent creatures and shit. So instead of having, you know, stat bonuses for, you know, if you're female or male, they added origins, which basically is what replaces the stat bonuses. In other words, it's, you know, pretty gay. Hella fucking gay, if I don't say so.
I agree, Latina. So, an origin story for a male character in the Oblivion remake. Well, I got fucked in the ass because I was a prisoner of war, but in reality, I loved my jailer. I loved him so much, I wanted him to fuck me in the ass again. Yeah, that's beautiful origin story right there. Totally makes sense in the world of the Elder Scrolls. Just a bunch of faggotry. Totally makes sense, guys.
So myself.
You know, everything Latina Parfait he says is based and correct.
I can't believe we live in a world, though, where retards think men and women have no differences, and that men and women, you know, don't even actually exist, but it's
also, how do the women in the original Oblivion with mods from 2006 look better than the ones from 2025? For Tenga Def not an Xbox show, though, and the remaster is truly full of soul. Kino, dude.
It's a social construct or some bullshit. Like, goddamn, man. They also added a body type Dremora to the deluxe edition side quest that you have to spend an extra $10 on, so, you know, that's always amazing. You know, spending an extra $10 on the $60, you know, deluxe edition, and you get a woke side quest that, you know, they just had to, you know, insert woke bullshit into a game that's 20 fucking years old. They just had to do it. They just couldn't fucking help themselves, dude. Which, to nobody's surprise, looks like some androgynous creature, barely even passing as a body type 2 to be.
What is this? Is this this does not look like a woman to me. The face looks very masculine. I don't even see any definition on the chest armor. I just don't. I don't know why people are glazing for this shit so much. It's not, once again, it's not like I haven't gotten backlash for this before. Just saying that, just calling it slop. was enough to get some people up in arms at me. But once again, why did Oblivion need this? It did not. Mods have basically solved all the issues with the game. Like, Bethesda should be knowing of this. Why remake it if you're not even hiring any of the mod people who worked on fixing the game in the fucking first place? Slap a dress on that thing and you'd have a demon trap.
Despite the fact that there are no male Grimoire in Oblivion, like if you've ever...
It looks like a character from Baldur's Gate 3 or an uglified hell of... all the Has-Been Hotel hell of a boss characters are ugly to begin with, Rexus.
Ever played Oblivion, you know that Dremora are only males. But I guess body type 2s can be anything they set their mind to. Oh, wait, my bad. I've been making a mistake this entire video so far. I've been referring to the, women as body type 2s, but Bethesda, they subverted our expectations with this fucking remaster, dude.
Alrighty, hold on. I'll be back. Just gotta head to the little Clementine's room again. I'll be back in like a minute.
And they made the body type 1 the women and the body type 2 the male. So goddamn, I gotta start saying, body type 1 for the women now and body type 2 for the males. Like, holy shit, this is like really confusing, man. They also changed one of the statues to be more empowering to women. Then they completely removed women armor designs to androgynized body type 1s or maybe 2s, whatever the fuck you want to call. I mean, they're basically the same thing. Like, women, men, basically the same person. Like, there's no differences. So, I mean, might as well just say body types, okay, Because, there's obviously no fucking such
I'm mute. God damn it. Sorry. As I was saying, the armor for this game, right? Like, it's not supposed to look the same. Like, what's the point of having male and female in an RPG game when when the armor is just gonna look the fucking same for each of the sexes? Like, modern World of Warcraft even knows this. Like, the male and female sets, they look different. They look different on the even though the game uses body type A and B. Still it recognizes the difference. Yes, I know. Audio cell moment number 2.
such thing as, gender or sex. To androgynize body types 2 look no different than the body type 1s. Which again, like, at this point, like, is there really any difference between body type 2s and 1s?
I mean, one could say it's like, that's not really armor, but at the same time, there'd still be dimorphism in the armor. Wouldn't you say that? Like, I'd say that. It's like there should be some dimorphism in the armor. Like not every piece of armor should look, not every piece of armor should look the same based on the sex of your character. If your character is a male, it should be more flat. If it's a female character, it should be more rounded.
Have the same stat bonuses. They subverted our expectations by making body type 1s, females. Like at this point, like is there any difference? Like is a man, like can a man actually give birth now in Oblivion?
I hate that character. People glaze Vivzy Pop for Luna because a hot wolf goth girl and shit Dusty.
I have no idea. Probably according to, the wokies at Bethesda, probably he could. Who knows? I'm sure there's also other woke shit that I'm either just forgetting or haven't encountered, but you get the point. It's Oblivion from back in the day, our lovely, the masterpiece that was Oblivion. Like, I know a lot of people shit on Oblivion for, like, the level scaling and, like, certain other, aspects of the game, but personally, I like Oblivion a lot. It's my favorite in the Elder Scrolls series, and, it's back, but with a new, fresh, modern coat of paint. And when I say modern, I do mean modern. So with all of this woke bullshit out of the way, our grifting buddy old pal, our 62 IQ amigo Fratanga Plays is shilling this remaster and calling it great, despite supposedly being anti-woke.
I think it's fair to say that what Bethesda showed here today...
I wouldn't exactly say Fratanga is anti-woke. I think he's just, like, anti-bullshit, but in this case, he's certainly a bit more like the leftists that, he and, that Parfait and I would complain about.
Far, and I mean far exceeded our expectations.
Let's not. This, again, the shilling shit. The shit where it's like, it sounds like shilling to me.
And even though the remake turned out to be great,
you're a fucking shill if you say that. 100%. What the?
I
that
agree,
is only a shill would say that. Literally, only a shill would say that.
He still went ahead and hit publish, and he didn't even actually make a video.
The first thing I can tell you, salt. That's all I can taste is salt.
Like, like something's not adding up, bro. Like there's something just not adding up. But yeah, that's typical how...
DSP.
I'm gay, we're totally gay.
It works with these people that have, no morals, beliefs, or even soul to begin with. That's why they are attracted to soulless remasters and games, because they have nothing inside of them. And, it kind of ties back into why he's attacking Crobcat, calling Crobcat's video soulless when he himself is soulless.
I would honestly say Crobcat's video here is his most soulless one yet.
You really are stupid, ain't you?
Then because, like I mentioned before, he's a closeted Xbox fanboy who is repressing his inner desires. He rambles on about how, if this was Sony, if this was Sony making a remaster, they'd charge you $70. Oh my god. And if this was Nintendo doing the remaster, they'd also charge you $70 also, dude.
It makes you realize just how greedy Nintendo and Sony truly are.
That doesn't make you look good, Fratanga. I don't know why Xbox is the company you'd want to be shilling for. Even though on X, I know you keep on shilling for Valve. Also not the greatest choice of company to shill for, but, when it comes to gaming companies, everybody has what they shill for. When I was during my younger years, I was quite the Nintendo fanboy, but now I'm just like, hey, I see the shitty decisions that Nintendo makes, even though I love the games that they make, right? That doesn't mean I have to agree with the company decisions that they do. I don't think Fratanga understands that.
If this was Nintendo, this would be $70, and it would just be a 1080p bump with 60 FPS. If it was Sony, it would be a remaster of Starfield, and not a remaster of Morrowind or Oblivion. And yes, they would also charge you $70 for it. But what we're...
My guy, Starfield was an Xbox exclusive, which was also released on PC. Dude, did you forget that Bethesda is owned by Microsoft?
Getting here is $50, and that just blows my mind because
that is only a shill would say that. Literally only a shill would say that.
Yes,
because you always need to grasp at every straw possible to own the other consoles. But remember, he's not a console fanboy though. Thank you, Daddy Phil Spencer, for only charging $50 instead of $70 for this remaster. Thank you. Let me just pull down your pants, okay, Daddy's Phil Spencer, okay, and let me get a let me get a good suck on that, But apparently our standards are falling this low. I don't know.
A massive.
I can make a far better goth girl character than Vivzy Pop, because I won't rely on furry bait. I probably right.
Overhaul and the details alone, there was a lot of soul put into this, in spite of what Crobcat is.
No, it wasn't. Why is there a fucking piss filter over it? It doesn't need. There didn't need to be a fucking piss filter over Oblivion.
Saying, and we'll get to him in a.
I agree that people saying, the Spriggans being less sexy is fucking retarded as hell, but I also think that this didn't need to be there in the first place. Why did Oblivion need a fucking remake? It didn't need one. The same thing with Persona 3. It didn't need a fucking remake.
Second.
Yeah, so much soul.
I've never played Persona 3,
there
but
was a lot of soul.
The thing is, with Persona 3 Reload, it's like, hey, I get it, right? You know, making the combat less automated, I get that. But that's what Persona 3 Portable was for. You didn't need to make a whole fucking remake of it. Wait until, like, the 2030s to do that.
This is hilarious!
Why does the game have a Mexico filter? Well,
Those diversity hires at modern day Bethesda poured their heart and soul into this remaster, adding body types and adding fog and smog everywhere, dulling down and watering down all of the colors, taking somebody else's work and making it objectively worse. The soul keynote is off the motherfucking charts with this one, dude. Or how about switching the UI, such as the health bars to Skyrum's? Wow, the soul charts are overflowing with this one, am I right? Or how about the actual UI looking worse in many...
for Tanga, do you know what soul means? It's not what you think it is. It's not because one of your favorite games got a remaster. It's like, there's something in the gameplay itself. The gameplay loop that is good. But no, the problem is with a lot of Western RPGs, they dilly-dally too much. It's not like, and once again, Scurvy's personal gaming tastes, it's you know, character action games. Devil May Cry, Gungrave Gore, and even like shmups as well. Hell, even World of Warcraft. Like, modern World of Warcraft has some of the best class design in the game's history. And the only previous one that I could think of that was that good was Shadowlands. I gotta give Blizzard props where it's due. But in general, Scurvy's type of game is very gameplay intensive. Like, I don't like having to wander around for miles at a time just for the next bit of gameplay. I don't fucking like that. I think that's gay as hell. What I do like is, you know, I don't mind a little bit of downtime, but I also don't mind, you know, just pretty constant combat scenarios. I think that's fucking sweet. I love that shit. That's why I like Delves in WoW.
Aspects and looking just very cheap in general. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but the UI looks like it was cooked up in Unreal in about like 5 minutes. Like, it just looks so cheap and two-dimensional. Like, again, with the alien analogy, it's like some aliens abducted the old UI and replaced it with this modern day slop. Like, you know, it looks the same if you squint your eyes, but as soon as you grab some eye drops and rub your eyes,
it's like the They Live glasses.
You start to see the imposter and not the soulful UI of the old game. But yeah, nothing about this remake screams soul or talent, let's be honest.
Proper, true remake, but it's being titled a remaster, and that's kind of humbling.
This is what I'm saying.
For Tanga, this is not a remake. This is a remaster. This is a high-fidelity remaster. That's all it is. It is. Almost every single character made by Vivzy isn't... we're still talking about Has-Been Hotel. God damn it, Rexus. Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Vivienne Pop was a furry.
Saying, like, the fucking shilling is so weird around this game.
More with the Xbox deep throating. Like, sure, the game leans more towards a remake than a remaster, but does it really matter what the fuck they label the game as or call it? Like does it really matter?
Real talk.
Like, them calling it a remaster doesn't make them humble in the slightest. Also, speaking about people or corporations being humble, we all know that Latinas are the most humble, pure, and amazing. Not to mention, without Latinas, the world would have ended over thousands of years ago at this point, because Latinas always save the day from evil and save the world. Latinas can do no wrong, and that's why you should join the Latina kingdom, where your Latina queen, will never let you down. Ever. But yeah, I'm obviously not trying to react to all of Fertanga's video, as he mostly just rambles on and either sucks off the Oblivion remaster or just repeats himself about how Crowcat is now shit and how his video is soulless because he just uploaded clips of the original Oblivion interview, which I don't know if Fertanga knows this or not, but that's typically what Crowcat does on his channel. You know, he just uploads clips. Sure, maybe it doesn't have the most editing in the world, but does it detract or take away from the point that Bethesda and
from the clips that were shown of Crowcat's video, seems like it's very edited.
other game companies used to actually have passion for what they created. Like, you cannot tell me or argue in good faith that modern day Bethesda is actually good, or they put soul and passion into their games, or the vast majority of AAA publishers for that matter. Especially when you look at games like fucking Slop Field or Fallout 76, like, bro, like, you're literally, you're huffing that fucking opium, bro.
But being so lazy and just re-uploading a documentary that says nothing and doesn't make your point for you, yeah, gonna go ahead and unsubscribe from Crobecat after that. I mean, I gave the guy a lot of chances, but he's really falling off.
I highly doubt that for Tanga.
Why am I toxic?
Why am I toxic?
So obviously he has to attack Crobecat since he doesn't like Microsoft and Bethesda's new game. Oh no, you guys, for Tanga unsubbed from Crobecat for not being a shill towards Microsoft, for not being an Xbox fanboy and sucking off their new game. How will Crobecat ever regain his -1 sub count, dude? He's gonna starve now.
No, I'm gonna starve.
And he's not gonna be able to put food on the table because Fret unsub, dude. Oh my god.
Did you know that there's a mod in the Oblivion remake that just bypasses all the lockpicking shit?
Bro, oh my god, this is a tragedy.
Face it, Crobecat is washed up. I could do all of his edits a million times better than he ever could.
Why am I talking?
Oh, it's a femoid! Ah, why are femoids involved in this shit? No wonder why it sucks.
Okay, do it then. Who's stopping you?
There are remakes and remasters worth shitting on, and then there are remake and remasters worth playing. But
this is one of those occasions for Tanga. This is one of those remasters that you should be shitting on.
Truth bomb right there doesn't fit the Crobecat agenda.
My N-word?
Because
no, for Tanga's not gay. Not Adeptus. Rexus. I don't know why I thought you were Adeptus for a second. Must be the alcohol. No, for Tanga's not gay. He's just, he's just having a bit of a slop take. I remember he used to take a bit more time on his videos, especially when it came to exposing people in the anti-woke space, right? I guess this is just a consequence of quantity over quality.
Because if he did that side-by-side comparison, people would be able to see how much more work put into making Cyrodiil look a lot more lived in.
I mean, who's saying he won't or isn't making that video now? The game just came out, and he put out a video where he just uploaded clips of the original interview, implying the new game is soulless based on the title.
Yes, I can, Rexus. It is by the emojis. Yes, Rexus, it's by the emojis. But as we all know, emojis are gay.
And this has got your panties up in a bunch.
I mean, just the interiors and architecture alone are a phenomenal step up. I mean, you don't make architecture like that in a game if there is no soul.
What architecture are they making? They just updated the models or slightly added more depth to them, like giving bricks more cracks in them or making them look more three-dimensional. They just took the original models and updated them. They didn't create this architecture, okay? They didn't create these buildings, these caves, these ruins. So I guess updating textures or slightly adjusting them from what somebody else already handcrafted from scratch is now considered soul and passion, dude.
Oh, wow, it's so much soul compared to the original. It's soul. Yeah, there's things you can be critical of for Tanga's take on this whole thing, isn't you know, Vex Electronica's, but where the hell is Elder Scrolls 6? Okay, let me do the calculation. So, it's been, let's see, let me just pull up my calculator real quick. So, 2025 minus 2018. God damn, dude, it's been almost over 7 years. 7 fucking years, and we still don't know what Elder Scrolls 6 looks like.
Motherfucker, working on or updating somebody else's game isn't soul or passion. Soul would be creating your own game or doing an actual good, faithful remake or remaster where you don't remove shit like gender and female armor or go out and change statues because they appeal to the male gaze and to make them, you know, feminist statues, feminist empowerment statues. But again, this is all okay because Microsoft is doing it. Remember that, everybody. You know damn well Fortanga would be hating on this remaster like no tomorrow if Sony bought Bethesda and was dropping this. Let's be fucking honest, okay?
It's clear the point Crobecat is trying to make is, wow, look how much more they cared about Oblivion back then. Clearly that remaster and remake ain't gonna have that touch or soul, and that just didn't turn out.
It's not, and it doesn't. I'm sick of people telling me that it has soul. No, it fucking doesn't. It does not have fucking soul. It did not need to be made. Why the fuck was it made? What was it? Just to tease Elder Scrolls 6? It's a shitty fucking teaser.
Not to be the case whatsoever.
I keep laughing at how stupid you are.
I mean, it literally does.
Notice that clip of the goblin that Parfait just used. The goblin is using one of his tells that he's lying. And that's him closing his eyes like this. And then just talking like this. Because that's all he could do.
Also, what's really funny is how Fortanga is so mad about Crowcat's video not having soul. Meanwhile, neither does any of his videos, or hell, even this video. There's very little editing, and the vast majority, probably like 80%, is just him using the
Dude, if that's at 400%, like, oh man, that's way worse than any of the videos that I use my Mythic Plus runs from. Like, seriously, it's just crazy. It really is.
Oblivion Remaster Showcase trailer as background footage. Wow, that doesn't seem very soulful to me.
I agree.
Then in his follow-up video titled Oblivion Remaster,
Scurvy, we're dealing with patients with Down syndrome.
Versus salty PlayStation fanboys and ex-CEO.
Fortanga doesn't have Downs. He's just an Xbox shill. And whenever you're dealing with console shills, you just have to, you do have to deal with them a little bit more slowly, am I right?
Basically also does no editing and just plops some generic Oblivion footage down with no cuts or anything. Wow, bro, that's so soulful, Fortanga. I can just feel the soul oozing out of this video. Basically, if you've seen one Fortanga video, you've seen them all. He just reads PlayStation fanboy tweets who might as well have
yeah, kinda.
0 followers to fuel the console war bullshit, or Grum's tweets, but basically, anyways, Grum's made a tweet in this video, or that's what the video is about, calling out Oblivion for being woke for the body type shit, then immediately retracted it by saying he's never played any Elder Scrolls game before, and how the game is actually good, as with him never calling the game woke. So yeah, nothing new here.
So, what I'm getting at here on a second watching, I would say that Fortanga is defending this game because Grums doesn't like it. That's also not exactly a good thing to defend, so to speak, because Bethesda is genuinely a shitty company. Let's not kid ourselves here.
Everybody knows Grumps is a bundle of sticks grifter, let's be honest.
Yeah, I agree, Latina Parfait. Grums is a faggot grifter. He probably does suck cock on his downtime. Let's be real.
It's okay. But anyways, it's in this video that he says it's okay that Oblivion has body types, since Elden Ring had them.
Keep in mind, though, when it comes to this whole body type fiasco, I could overlook it because this was a staple of Elden Ring and nobody complained.
Which I don't need to go over how...
My guy, my N-word, no? People were pissed off about that too. I will not deny that. I think people tolerated it. Why? I don't know. But I still think that that didn't need to be there. This is from fucking FromSoft, for Christ's sake.
Fucking stupid of a statement that is again, okay? Fortanga also calls out Griffin for calling the Oblivion remaster soulless.
Look at Griffin. Even Griffin Gaming beforehand was trying his absolute hardest to parrot Crowcat and copy his shtick because Griffin isn't original. As we can see in this post of his originally trying to claim the game was soulless, and now he griffs and now
the
says
the game is fucking soulless.
It's actually good because it's a game from back then.
And just being a grifter since he made a video later saying the game is good, supposedly. I don't know. I didn't really watch his video, to be honest, but I thought I would bring that up since it's quite funny how much of a hate boner he has for Griffin, where he needs to literally bring him up in every single one of his videos, as with, you know, the synthetic man. Like, he really does act like one of those obsessive exes, which, to be fair, Griffin is a bundle of sticks as well. Like, obviously,
yeah,
I don't really care for him since he's a complete grifter, which is just all the more reason as to why this shit is hilarious. Grifters attacking grifters, Xbox shill Fortanga versus PlayStation, or maybe I guess Nintendo shill Griffin. Beautiful, truly beautiful.
I'd say more like PlayStation. Griffin doesn't really show for Nintendo that much. If you want to call a Nintendo show, you could just say Scurvy, but even then, not all that accurate.
But anyways, also regarding the synthetic man thing, is about 3 to 4 years ago, Fortanga raided one of Synth's streams when he was streaming Cry of Fear, wanted to get Synth on his live, but the based synthetic man, the based synthetic chud, declined his offer and didn't want to go on.
Oh! That put things into perspective. That really does. For Tanga, don't you know? Synthetic Man does not invite other YouTubers onto his shit.
On his gay stream, so Tanga naturally threw a temper tantrum since he couldn't get his way and told all of his viewers to mess with Synth, and ever since this Tanga has had a massive hate boner for Synth, all because he didn't want to go on his live stream. So yeah, we are dealing with a very sensitive, obsessive ex here. Just thought I'd mention it since, you know, it's pretty funny, let's be honest. But yeah, I won't be reviewing the Oblivion remaster since there really isn't too much to review or talk about, especially since I already covered or mentioned all the woke shit earlier. Do I recommend it? No, not at full fucking price. Like maybe on a...
Alrighty, I think we get the point of this video parfait. I will be right back, then we'll get to reviewing more Slop. Okie dokie, I am back. I'm gonna send another reminder that I am still streaming. I'm still streaming, y'all. And I'm also, let's see, okay, there we go. So that was a pretty good video from Latina Parfait. Let's see, just had to check my X notifications. Let's see, what's going on? Okay, now, let's go back to the Slop, shall we? Let me put on some music first. Perfect volume too, I got it. So, last night, there was a stream involving Smash JT and John Delarose, another degenerate that I don't follow. But we have a post here from Master of the TDS, basically the only Jew that I really follow on X, aside from Hacker Girl before she blocked me. Hey, Sheffo, how's it going? Welcome to Slop Live, Dark Dolan. So let's see. So this is all about what happened between him and John Delarose. I don't fucking like him either. But let's read this, shall we? The fact that you'd respond to me like this after everything I did for you is shameful. I went into people's DMs to advocate for you. I got on the phone with you. I stayed quiet when others talked about you and gave no opinion. I tried to help you fix this. I encouraged people to sit down with you, but instead of owning your mistakes and working to rebuild trust, you kept digging. Then somehow you turned and blamed me, even though I was one of the few actually defending you. This isn't a cancel mob. This is a result of your own behavior. The problem isn't your beliefs. It's your refusal to reflect, your inability to meet others halfway, and your disregard for how your actions affect those who stood by you. If being friends with both sides isn't acceptable to you, then you've already made a choice. We're done. I'll let your response to my simple request slide, but I can't ignore the pattern anymore. Do what you want. Just know what you're doing. Just know you're doing it without my support moving forward. Let's see what John Del Faggot wrote. You kept quiet while these guys let a cancel mob and won't stop. These are toxic evil trolls who are pushing. I see. Johnny, our favorite furry Christian warrior. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, you know Scurvy's policy when it comes to dealing with Jews, but also, Master of the TDS is actually one of the few honest ones, so I'm not going to just, like, shit-talk him out of the blue. I follow him. He has some pretty good takes. In terms of this situation, it's rather complicated. But also, at the same time, I do remember... Here, actually, let me pause the music for a moment so I could actually think. So... What happened last night, Smash JT went on John Della Rosa's stream, and keep in mind, I don't exactly like Smash JT these days, especially after the whole McDizzle drama, but also, with this now too, literally, Smash pulled an Andy Pants Gaming in terms of what he wanted to do, or what he wanted to accomplish on John's stream, right? And once again, I do not like John Della Rose, but at the same time, I also have to, put my dislike aside, actually look at what was being said, and come to my own conclusion. Which I actually do have the stream right here, so we can actually watch it together. You guys can come to your own conclusions, and it might actually be of help. So let's see, this is going to be a little bit past this. Archaven Comics. So this is John Della Rose. Keep in mind, I don't exactly like him. He's a piece of shit himself, but he's also going to invite another piece of shit on here too.
Got a guest today who promised he would not show his knees and get my channel demonetized. You're confirming with a head nod that you're not going to show your knees on my channel, correct? Maybe he might show his knees on my channel.
Got me there, John.
If we're lucky. Hey, Smash, how you doing?
I'm good, John. How you doing, man?
Good. I'm getting a phone call from Vox Day.
I like Mel Brooks too, Rexus.
Right now, who usually co-hosts with me, and I'm not sure what to do. I guess I can answer this and.
We're going to watch a little bit of this. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's like 2 hours long, and I want to cover other Slop too.
So, I don't even know where to even begin, but
not very hello.
I guess we'll start with John and I have gone back and forth regarding our thoughts on what's been transpiring, and
what in particular? You got to provide context on this, Smash. What in particular has been transpiring? I mean. Because there's been a bunch of different disagreements between you and John here. God damn it. I can't believe I have to defend him. God fucking damn it, dude. At the same time, I have to ask these questions in a stance of, in terms of a stance of just, what's actually going on, right? I'm a pretty neutral party in all this. So... I kind of need to know this for the sake of the audience.
While we have our...
Oh, yes, I know, Bickle. I know John loves Lucario.
Different standpoints, we feel like it would probably be best to expose where we're at right now and try to at least mend a bridge if possible. But at the same time, I'm sure John will be brutally honest, as I will be with him today, and we'll see where this goes.
I expect that.
Yeah, a couple people on your feed were suggesting, hey, let's just talk about some commonalities to start, because we can either set a tone where we're going to be what about, and that's just going to spiral, and that's stupid, or we can set a tone that's actually productive for the movement, which is kind of my goal. So
okay,
I guess Vox Day does want to join at some point.
So already a few minutes in. We have to determine motivations here. So I think with John, I think he is trying to defend himself. I like he had like even from me, I've added my own bit of scrutiny onto John himself. Same with Smash JT. I've been very critical of both of them, both in public and in private. I will be disclosing that. My reasons, it largely has to do with John is a wife beating fur faggot, and Smash JT is a centrist libertarian who doesn't have any actual principles. But honestly, I do think it is worthy to at least hear both sides out. That way, we can at least come to a relatively accurate conclusion.
So he might show up too.
Okay.
There he is. Cool.
Yeah, both are bundles of sticks. Most likely. Damn, Rexes, that's pretty funny. I doubt that, Pickle. I doubt that. I'm in a server with McDizzle himself, and I could actually ask him that, and he'd probably give me answers, because he's not a liar.
But yeah, I discovered you out of last year when you were talking with.
Feel free to provide me proof for
for
otherwise.
That, and I thought, you know what? I cannot think of any worthier of a goal than ending Kotaku, and I think that is a guy I want to be friends with. Because
careful when you say that, because I'm currently being sued, and part of the lawsuit is apparently by saying that's a bad thing.
Are they claiming to say? Are they trying to claim that
just
you
talking
are
about the
trying
lawsuit
to
right
tell
now.
them to,
and themselves
Minecraft rather than actually.
Pickle, I'm in a server with a bunch of cool people: Aristocratic Utensil, Vex Electronica, Aiden Paladin, McDizzle, Okairo. You've seen him before. He was the one who invited me to it. It's his server. It's Okairo's server. But McDizzle was invited because Okairo thought he's a cool dude. So I'm not gonna object to that. He's not all that active, so to speak. But I still think I'm glad that he's part of it, though.
Actually, just end a company that is doing bad journalism.
No, they're just trying to. A certain person suing me is trying to insinuate that by saying and
Pickle, don't be hyperbolic, all right? Not right now. Not right now.
Kotaku, it was my way of trying to get her fired, and I'm like, no, like that's not what it was about at all. But that was an outcome.
I think they're successful in ending themselves. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, you've been posting about this already, which is very exciting. This is actually. I'm just like I got a Schadenfreude just happiness right here, and I know Vox Day here hates these journalisms with a passion, just like we do. Are you sad?
Vox Day, that bald guy. I don't really know much about him. Apparently, there's been some people on the centrist libertarian side who they're basically like, oh no, he's a far right Yahtzee. I was like, no, he isn't. No, he isn't. People really do not know what Nazi means anymore. And that's also applicable to the centrist libertarian side.
Bad for the people who lost their livelihoods at Polygon. I'd tell them to learn to code, but AI is now coding, so they can't do that anymore.
Yeah, well, once again, I think most people actually in that server disagree with McDizzle being an Ubisoft shill. I don't agree with him on that regard. Like, especially in terms of Assassin's Creed Shadows, I've not been the most vocal about it because once again, it's about. I don't need to respond to everything, you know? I think that's kind of the right way to go about it. If you really don't have anything to say, then just don't say it. That's a rule from the Kiwi farms that I follow. Let's see. But yeah, once again, most people don't agree with him. The thing is, the reason why at least this is something that I assume, at least, that he's in that server, it's because Okairo likes him. That's it. That's why I'm in that server too, because Okairo thinks I'm cool. For whatever reason. I don't know why he thinks I'm cool. I'm a faggot myself. I'm being self-deprecating. But anyways. I consider a guy that milked a bald former Blizzard dev for months to be a complete fag. Then again, I don't... Pickle, you know I don't like Grums. And McDizzle, he's actually been, like, pretty primo in terms of coverage of Grums. So, there's that.
I'm shocked that they still think they can call
T-Man
themselves
shouted
journalists.
him out,
There haven't been proper game journalists since Computer Gaming World shut down.
Wow, that's a long time ago. Yeah.
Computer Gaming
So that's where
World?
we're
What
at.
the hell's
And now,
that?
Smash, you actually posted the
Anyways,
list of
we're
people
getting
who
back
gone,
into this.
Confirmed.
Yeah,
I
and
can
I'm
pull up right
working
here.
on an article right now about it. I was gonna record a video and edit it, but I was doing this instead, so that's gonna delay that. But yeah, this is a pretty wild day in the world of journalism. Those may recall Chris Plant was the one that was, it was like 10 years ago. He was the one that was trying to get that scientist cancer.
Oh, it's that fat fuck from that Alyssa Mercante video. Yeah. You see, I can't, wait. I can't spoil anything about my upcoming video. It's about Holly Longdale, the executive World of Warcraft producer. It's not about Alyssa Mercante. It's about Holly Longdale. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. But I still think this is pretty interesting stuff to go over. Just the collapse of games journalism. Let's see. A failed RDR2 lore YouTuber that moved on to milk random Twitter tardos to be called a call center employee. You're talking about McDizzle? Well, I mean, once again, he's called McDizzle Gaming, but you know, I don't know. Maybe I should get you to. Maybe I should introduce you two together. That might help.
Canceled for wearing that T-shirt about misogyny. That was a while ago.
Wow.
He was that guy. And it's like, man, when I
Might
go
actually
through the
help
list of
out.
names
Might
of these
actually help
people,
out some
they are
division
just-
among my channel.
I mean, maybe there are exceptions, but by and large, it's just awful person after awful person after awful person.
Well, the one that is really making the rounds is our good friend Jeff Grubb. Here.
Oh, Jeff Grubb.
and-
Wait.
Wow.
So it's this faggot who's part of fandom? No
Just,
wonder why
just funny
fandom's
day.
been going to
But
shit.
this
They've
is
been
bound to
hiring far
happen.
leftists.
And what's interesting is to me, and I've been talking about this just from like what this means, because Polygon now is under the umbrella of Valnet, and Valnet is actually probably one of the worst evil corporations out there. And what they're going to do to Polygon is they are going to load it up.
Let me jump ahead and
Go
can I
ahead.
guess? Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are they going to turn it into a automated mill of basic AI content just to pump out
That
as
is
much stuff as
exactly
possible?
what I was going to say.
Do you guys want me to skip ahead to when they really start disagreeing? Would that be more of an interest to you guys? Because that seems like that might be the case. It might be the case that it's a little bit ahead in terms of the overall video. That this is this will get heated on later. That this will get more heated. Yeah, fuck it, we're gonna skip it.
The late 90s, early 2000s, that's when you really started reviews almost entirely talking about the graphics.
Let's see, so okay,
And
they're
which
gonna
was
be
stupid because
basically gonna be here for a while. So let's skip even further.
a lot of people have a tough time. In fact, I debated this in the New York Post about 10 years ago. The Holocaust is now farther away.
Oh, they're talking. Oh man, I forgot this happened. They're talking about the fucking Holocaust. Damn it. I forgot all about that. But then again, they're both monetized by YouTube. So, I guess it's okay for me to keep on playing this for now. We're gonna end the segment soon, don't worry.
Than the Boxer Rebellion was at the time of World War II. Nobody under a certain age cares anymore. And I understand that some people do, but most people don't. And especially as the world becomes less and less Eurocentric, you know, talking to
I can already notice. Actually, I noticed this for both John and Smash, that their facial expressions. Look at their facial expressions. They do not like hearing that word Eurocentric. They really do not. And the funny thing is, right? They, even though, you know, John is, you know, Latino and Smash is Italian, I don't know why Smash is having such a reaction to that, the whole Eurocentric thing, because Italy is in fucking Europe. I'm just thinking, my drunk ass is thinking, like, maybe Smash isn't entirely European as we thought he was. That's all I gotta say on that matter. Smash is Italian? Oh, Pickle. McDizzle does not have a fucking Pajit accent, you know? And also, it's just like you when you bitched out from Kite and Chaz challenging you in Dragon Ball FighterZ. You're bitching out again. No, I'm kidding. I don't mean to antagonize you, Pickle, but at the same time, you know. Anyways, actually, fuck it. You know, we're probably gonna end this a little. I know my friend that I was talking to last night on this situation actually will have something to say to me in regards to this, but for now I'll leave y'all with this. Smash's motivation here is to basically call John a racist and anti-Semite, which he isn't. Once again, you're watching an actual anti-Jew personality. So John is only just saying a lot of the shit that we say for the sake of a grift. I fully believe that he's only just doing that to attract a bit more of the Groiper audience. But I think they know that when they do some research into him, they're gonna be like, oh, who the fuck is this guy? He was trying to say that we should listen to him. Yeah, no, I don't think. I think all of these people involved are just giant faggots. I fully believe that. But anyways, I will say it seems like the like counter is starting to go up. But I'm gonna wait for my friend's analysis. I'll probably listen to this another time. I think we have some more Slop that we can get to here, other than this situation. Let me just find something. Yeah, just give me a little bit of a second. Pickle says, I do not fight Fusion playing Beatles. No, Chaz doesn't play Fusions. Chaz does not play Fusions. Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit for this next video one. I'm just gonna look at my bookmarks, notifications. Boom. Let's see. Bookmarks. Okay. I guess we're gonna be making fun. I guess we're gonna be making fun of Madam Savvy again. Oh yeah, she's talking about Goonergate. Oh man, one of the people I'm most critical of these days. There's a reason why I bookmarked the thread. Fucking hell. Savvy, the quote-unquote journalist of the year, is basically trying to, downplay one of the biggest moments in the anti-woke movement, so to speak. Goonergate. Once again, Savvy is not exactly a fan of Christians. I've had my own contentions with her in the past. I still have contentions with her to this day. There will probably be another situation when I'm most likely sober and I see some bullshit that she writes, and I will respond to it accordingly from a perspective of Christian ethics. and she will get mad at me or probably block me like she did with my friend Okairo. So there's that. Surmising the great butt incident of 2024. You fucking Fujoshi. Of course you're gonna call it that and not Goonergate. In addition, what a faggy way to say, oh, this happened recently. That's what this whole sentence fucking tells me. It seems like, generally speaking, I've moved on from the whole thing. It's like I've said my piece on it. But, you centrist libertarian faggots, no, you guys still have something to say on it, apparently. Even though, you're the people who are, not the biggest fans of your position have really debunked you very well. And by that, I mean they completely dismantled your position. And I'm not talking about the John Della Roses of the world or the Yorches of the world, but even then, with Yorch, he's an interesting specimen. Because Yorch, he's also a bit of a coomer himself. He was actually on your guys' side. And then suddenly you guys, once Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out and that whole thing happened, that's when you guys like, oh, Yorch is like, oh, he's faking gay. But it turns out Yorch and all of you faggots are also faking gay too, because you're not actually right-wing. I'm just rambling here. Let me find the other one. We still have more slop to get to. Let's see. So, oh, perfect timing. We have something else related to X. So we have the whole Razor Fist drama. Razor Fist randomly crashing out today wasn't on my bingo card, but hey, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Keep in mind, Razor Fist released a video of him talking about all the allegations that were up against him, and he disproved all of them in 19 minutes. Latino be wildin' in the chat. I agree. Pickle is always wildin' in the chat. Let's see. So, looks like you might be getting sued again, says John F. Trent. Let's see. We see John Della Rose. God damn it. No, Vavra doesn't have any grounds to sue anybody. Daniel Vavra is a lying Jew piece of shit, so take whatever he says with a grain of salt. That's my rule when it comes to Jews. Except for Master of the TDS. He's one of the few honest ones that are out there. And then Razor Fist, even though he blocked me, completely ratioed Smash JT. The reason why Razor Fist blocked me is because I'm a monarchist. Literally, that's the reason why I'm a monarchist. And this is around the time. But I mean, hey, maybe he has been reading my posts. The only monarchist he doesn't have blocked is Aristocratic Utensil. So there's that. Maybe because Spoon has much more of a say than someone like me does. But here we have Razor Fist saying, one DM to confirm the story before committing libel is all it would have taken to avoid all this. You Frodo-looking fuck. Ah! That's quite the own there, Razor Fist. I agree. And then every one of his fans, John's fans, and well, actually Smash's fans. Wait, what? What the hell? I've been blocked by somebody else who doesn't like monarchists. Even though I'm on Razor's side, I don't know. It's fucking weird, dude. But we will be watching the video. But most of the time, it's just Smash's fans just trying to cope. But now that we're here, let's actually watch this video from Razor Fist, and we're gonna keep it down right here to see El Hypocrite and Aristocratic Utensils comments. So let's actually watch this video from Razor Fist, and once again, I'm on his side in all this. I very much believe that Razorfist is telling the truth. He has the evidence to prove that's the case. So let's watch.
This will be the one and only time I've ever addressed these fatuous accusations. On the subject of defamatory nonsense, particularly promulgated by the Perma Online Brigade, I tend to hold with a quote from the great John Milton. The best apology for false accusers is silence, sufferance, and honest deeds set against dishonest words. But I also knew that while the accusations were libelous and shockingly simple to disprove, they were also entirely too lurid for some talent-bereft drama hump and half-wits not to make the mistake of attaching their channels, reputations, and indeed their entire careers to, after which I would drop my reams upon reams of receipts and end their careers overnight. So I hope you fellas enjoyed.
Hey, like what Razorfist says later on, not the first time he's ended people's careers. And because of this whole thing, it really did make me think that you know, maybe some of the people that I've shouted out in the past, like Smash JT, maybe they shouldn't be trusted. And ironic, I know I follow Smash JT currently, but in terms of this whole situation, it's like when it comes to people taking time off from the internet to assemble evidence and data for you know, debunking false accusations, I'm gonna be on the side of the person providing the receipts. And I've seen this video twice already. First time I was just watching it to watch it. Second time I was actually analyzing it. Third time, well, tonight, we're actually gonna be looking over it. Because why?
This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
The 2-week victory lap I allowed you all to have, because now karma comes to collect. And if you thought Pro Jared had receipts to prove his innocence, buckle up, bitch. Fortunately for me, I don't even really need all of that exculpatory proof to disprove the most serious of these claims, because as many of my fans have already helpfully pointed out, the available timeline already disproves them. If I were to allege that Elon Musk robbed a jewelry store on June 13th at 6 o'clock p.m., seems to me step one in establishing or annihilating that allegation would be to check the surveillance footage on June 13th at 6 o'clock on the dot. So, as internet sleuths have already deduced, due to the age and birth date of the accuser, in order for this relationship to have occurred when they say it did, I would have had to be dating this person.
Keep in mind, at around this time, the Kiwi Farms were actually on Razor's side because of, you know, once again, Andy Worski, big time lolcow. The Kino Casino, big time lolcows. Andy Worski is most notable, I should mind. Actually, hold on, we're gonna save that for later. We are gonna keep watching this, and then I have another video ready for you guys. In relation to this, it's a little bit prior to when this video was made, but it's still relevant.
In or throughout 2015. Any later than this, and the entire timeline collapses. Fortunately for me, 2015 was also significant in that it's the same year I began streaming in earnest. The name of that series is Razorfist Arcade, and the entire thing is publicly available in a single handy playlist on my channel's front page, and has been since 2015. In fact, if you click on only the third video on that playlist, a live stream of the game Thief 4 that originally aired on March 18th, 2015, you can disprove these allegations within about 30 seconds. Because at that point in the video, a woman's voice can be heard.
Do you ever
Let's
plan
hear it.
on playing or reviewing the original Dark Souls?
Yeah, I've heard the original Dark Souls is a lot better than 2. Hold on, there is actually... My lady just hurt herself. There is actually a way to get...
The identity of the voice? my actual girlfriend at the time. A 26-year-old white woman with a high soprano voice, as contrasted with the lower Latina voice of the accuser. She was my earliest co-host on Razor.
The Latina Queen, Latina Parfait. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, guys.
Fist Arcade. She interacted fairly and warmly with my audience, hence why they affectionately named her Lady Fist, which is why I find it so unctuous that drama-humping douchebags found it necessary to write her out of existence in order to forward a false narrative about a relationship I was not in at this time. One of the worst mistakes a defamation merchant can make when inventing a lie about someone is to include a third party in the lie who can gainsay your story. In this case, my current co-host and longtime editor, Taryn Gell, was there the entire time and can confirm I was with Lady Fist not only in 2015, but for several years thereafter. We started streaming in 2015.
I see.
Yeah.
You...
And Razor provides the appropriate credits as well. Editor and co-host 2009 to present. Let's see. Cairo finally arrived. Welcome, welcome. We are currently watching the Razor Fist video in which he addresses all the false allegations made against him.
You became co-host shortly after that, so there's streams from like February and March where she's the co-host. After you became co-host.
1 second, Cairo. I'm gonna make you a mod. Let's see. Gonna be high up there, managing moderator, because you're cool. Wait, nope, not this one. There we are.
Do you remember her still being in the picture?
Absolutely.
I don't want to go in the
often
basement.
See her just. This would be back in your old
that's
place.
hilarious,
that she'd
Cairo.
be
You're a
in the
mod
back,
now!
sitting on the bed. She'd go in and out or whatever.
Right.
But she was still there.
And she would chime in sometimes on streams.
Oh,
I seem to
absolutely.
remember.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So-
you would invite her to.
Right. So would you say that she was still in the picture for like only a month or two after that? Or would you say that was like for a year or more?
Definitely a year or more. She was there for a while.
Right.
Lady Fist was a Caucasian female. Very, very pale woman.
Even after Taryn Gell settled into the co-host role, Lady Fist remained a fixture of arcade live streams in the years that followed, albeit only in the background. In fact, when I recorded a recreation of the Shadow radio drama entitled The Immortal Murderer, cast in the role of Margot Lane, as the credits will confirm, and your own ears will as well, was none other than Lady Fist.
No, take it easy, Commissioner.
It's easy for you to sit there smirking, Cranston.
He's not smirking, Commissioner.
My apologies, Miss Lane. I ought to have said leering.
That episode was uploaded on Halloween, October 31st, 2016. Over a year after every imbecilic e-drama dick holster falsely alleges I was dating the accuser. And before anyone argues, well, you're clearly keeping the relationship a secret from your public girlfriend. Okay, that almost makes sense. Until you remember that I wasn't keeping Lady Fist at all private from the accused. So why, in every defamatory screenshot, in every autism-infused e-drama video in existence, in the long litany of defamatory and false allegations, is not once it claimed that I publicly dated another woman while I was supposed to be with the accuser on Razor Fist Arcane live streams that thousands of people watched? Seems to me that would be item number 1 on the list of douchey things I'd done if even one of these accusations were accurate. There goes the timeline, there goes the accusations along with it, all after 30 seconds of research on a public playlist.
Crazy that like the Kino Casino was just like, oh, we're just gonna just go with all these allegations, just not even doing any research. Oh yeah, well, this must be true because we discovered it, so it must be true. Well, wow, we're such revolutionary geniuses. Wow, we are the first people to totally invent, being falsely accused, to falsely accuse people of crimes they didn't commit. Wow! You could tell he held all this in for a while. I agree, Okairo. I fully agree. And I'm glad he's releasing this now. Because honestly, it's like this whole thing, and like I said to you before, man, I have to say, let's see. Gotta think this for a second. Like, especially, like, because of the whole Real Game Awards thing, you know, both Smash JT and Razorfist were both in the ceremony. Naturally, what would happen, and I think a lot of this was from not just the Kino Casino, but also Smash JT's coverage of the Kino Casino in regards to Razorfist and the whole Goonergate drama. I think that's what gave Razorfist the ammunition needed. I do think it was absolutely needed to just deal with these faggots.
30 seconds of research that Gash JT and the drama parasites on the Cringe Casino couldn't be bothered to do before obliterating the last waning rivulets of their remaining credibility by committing libel and ending their own careers. And all
I've seen a lot of cope in regard to, oh no, Smash JQ didn't post libel. No, he didn't do that. Do you know? I don't think these faggots know what libel means. Libel. So the difference between slander and libel is that libel is published information. A YouTube video is published information. Compared to just someone saying, oh, Razorfist did X, right? That's like, that's purely from word of mouth. Nothing was published. Like, that would be slander. And even then, slander is pretty hard to prove for. Like, even though in our country it should be pretty easy, it's still pretty hard. But libel, on the other hand, libel is absolutely easy to prove for. And the fact that Smash JT reacted to the Kino Casino and he was just accepting everything at word, everything at their word, Smash technically can be sued for libel, for spreading libel, at least.
Before I've dropped a single private receipt, of which I have many, motherfucker. But I know what you're saying. I don't believe Terangel. After all, he's Razor's buddy. He's biased. Maybe he hallucinates Latinas into white chicks in his spare time. Maybe he's misremembering her sitting by his side for over 3 damn years. Why, without seeing her, in order to know she isn't the accuser, what we need is a vocal analysis, and I agree. So first, let's hear Lady Fist again.
There is no way you cried when Eris died.
I so did. I even have the soundtrack on my iPod, and whenever that song plays, I tear up. I have flashbacks.
But where's the accuser? All we've heard is one side. Well, fortunately for you, I have just the thing, and I think it'll help clear up a lot more than just a vocal analysis, such as why these libelous accusations emerged at all, and who, if anyone, was actually emotionally and physically abused in that relationship.
Do you think that I cannot hurt you without the power of social media?
Notice this, guys. The voice of Razorfist's accuser. It is different than Lady Fist's. Notice the accent. It's not that hard to pick up. Especially if you've been paying attention to many English speakers over the years. It's you know, you guys can tell. All 4 of you that are in here.
What?
Because I promise you I can. I have a bunch of shit that'll hurt you.
Okay, nice. Another threat. Very nice.
I'm just telling you the cold hard facts. I am aware of a bunch of shit that'll hurt your feelings. So, what the fuck do I need social media for if I want to hurt your feelings and make you hurt?
So that's... Wow. So we're up to threat number 3. I guess 6.
That's not a threat.
4, 5, 5 if we count the I will slit your throat or shoot you.
Yeah, because you were talking to me condescending, and I don't like that.
In what world is it okay to tell your partner, I'll slit your throat because, your partner was supposedly being condescending? That's not what you say. That's not what you'd say. That shows poor composure on your half. Not Razor's, your half.
I was not trying to condescend. I was trying to get off the phone and calm things down.
Part you didn't understand. Like, I want you to deactivate your Twitter. You're not allowed to stream this week, and that's going to be the deal. Otherwise,
What?
you can hang up and we'll never talk again, okay?
What?
I'm making you a deal.
Took a turn, didn't it? What you've just heard was an admission to and justification of a murder threat. One that my ex, as a gun owner, actually possessed the means to carry out, might I add. On one occasion, she threatened to
Holy
murder
hell.
my wheelchair-bound father, my former...
I didn't even catch that part on my first 2 listens of this. Someone as crazy as his ex is able to own a gun and then also make those threats that you're seeing here on the screen?
Roommate, who you all knew as Mormagil, and she even threatened to shoot and kill the dog we picked out together, Cicero. Now that might seem extreme, unless of course you've heard names like Jodi Arias or Amber Heard, because I learned after ending the relationship following an actual murder attempt that my ex had been diagnosed with BPD and HPD. And
You're more than worth it, hubby. I want to be with you and have this work. I just need you to understand BPDs, so please do choose video. Research lol wow.
That sounds at all familiar.
BP... Razor, the one thing I'm critical of you on this video is it has to be your choice in in women, but I suppose we all make mistakes in regards to pursuing the fairer sex, and I know what this woman looks like. Honestly, she's not all that hot, so I don't know why. Rexus says, I'm thankfully not mod. Well, one day you might be a mod, Rexus. I don't know.
It's because it's the same cocktail of mental illnesses that Amber Heard has. At which point I studied the condition at length, chiefly with a book called Stop Walking on Eggshells, the introduction for which says in so many words, run!
Right,
and after she attempted to make good on her threat to murder me, having already threatened to invent a panoply of lies about me to embarrass good on her threat to...
You'll never be respected by me. That flew out the window, and I'll gladly slit your throat if you were ever off guard around me. I do not love you and never did. I cheated on you 4 times. Oh boy. I'm glad that Razor at least had the wherewithal to cut things off there.
Murder me, having already threatened to invent a panoply of lies about me to embarrass me in public, as you just heard her admit to over a phone call, I finally resolved to do exactly that. But even after finally extricating myself from this emotionally and physically abusive relationship, the threats of blackmail intensified and finally escalated to action. If you watch the Johnny Depp trial, you have some faint notion of what I dealt with for over a year. False accusations, which the accuser actually bragged about inventing and spreading.
Let's read this for a second. I dare you to make any move on social media. Every tweet you make, every post on Instagram, every live stream, every video, and every Facebook status will be met with a story about you and screenshots to add. And they aren't good stories about the things you've done. Why are you threatening me when I didn't do anything? Which I believe Razor. I fully believe him. This bitch is crazy. She's basically admitting to fabricating a bunch of bullshit.
leaked recordings absent context of any kind, where she suddenly puts on a Little Bo Peep voice and pretends she didn't initiate an argument entirely, often with preceding physical abuse. It's Johnny Depp and Amber Heard all over again, and a baffling number of leering retards took Amber Heard's side without once engaging in the aforementioned 30 seconds of research required to disprove them, all because they were felted by a fucking tweet! I've seen screenshots of the
keep in mind, right? When it comes to these false allegations, right? This whole thing supposedly happened years after the supposed incident, which did not happen. I fully believe that. The statute of limitations were way past the point of, statute of limitations according to the American legal system. So, one thing's for sure, especially in today's day and age, I'm not inclined to believe a woman is saying the truth in terms of these matters. The false allegation statistics, it's like, well, what are they now? Like 66% of rape allegations are false? That's rather tragic, man. I'm being honest here. It's extremely fucking tragic. Because before the Me Too movement, most rape accusations were true. Don't forget that. But now, since we're living in clown world, post Me Too, it's like, yeah, most rape allegations are false now. Thank you, women. You did your own sex quite the favor.
Twitter hack that are now being bandied about as evidence of this. Problem being, my ex actually refuted those allegations herself in other screenshots, which I posted as proof. So either she was lying on the first occasion, or she was lying on the second. In any case, a proven and inveterate liar. But the blackmail did exist. And here again, on the subject of the entire underage narrative being nothing but a coordinated blackmail and smear campaign, indeed, for an admission of the fact that all of my girlfriends, including her, were very much of age, I don't want you to believe me. I want you to believe her.
I haven't leaked anything. I haven't mentioned anything. I haven't messaged anyone. I haven't,
The word for that is blackmail. When you threaten to do it. And that was my entire point to begin with. This crap about me being a predator and a pedophile. How freaking dare you? My girlfriends have been my age or older.
I know.
But here's the hilarious part.
And she admits that. She admits that. That little I know right there, that's her admitting that she was fucking lying. You see why? You see why I don't, quote unquote, believe women whenever there's like a false allegation? You see why? It's because of shit like this. A woman is able to get away with way too much in terms of the realms of blackmailing. It's so easy. It's so fucking easy for the average Western woman to do that. Rexus says, let's see. Knew it was sketchy, especially with the job thing. Like, what kind of job did she have? Now knowing that she cheated on him, it hints some truth to my theory that she was probably working at a club. Yeah, I know what kind of club you're talking about, Rexus.
It's all irrelevant. Not only did we prove that the entire timeline's impossible without a flux capacitor and plutonium, not only did the abuser in question admit to death threats and blackmail, not only did they admit they were of age while publicly lying that they were not, but by the grace of God, I had only just begun to return to my faith at the beginning of this relationship. And so, after multiple live-in girlfriends and physical relationships, I finally felt the conviction to actually wait until marriage. I have no defense. I'm...
Hey, good on you, Razor. Good on you.
Simply a sinner.
Hey, also, glad that you admitted that.
I intended to marry her, at least the person she was pretending to be, through a BPD technique known as mirroring, wherein they ask a lot of questions and they seem really curious and interested in your life, when in actuality they're assembling a composite.
Honestly, for me, if some chick were to be asking questions about me, I'd probably just ask her, like, Chica, what the hell are your motivations? Why do you want to... So why are you asking me this stuff? Because I'm probably, depending on the type of questions, if it's like, hobbies or whatnot, it's like, that's not going to raise any alarm, red flag alarms. But if she's asking me, certain questions or whatnot, I'd be like, hey, why are you asking me this? I would very much be the wiser, especially when I have some booze down my throat, that's for sure.
Personality of all of your likes and dislikes, which they then project back at you like some kind of mirror mask. A BPD abuser has no personality or empathy of their own, and they exploit yours. The victim of said manipulation they won the jackpot, at least initially. In my case, I thought I had a traditional Christian wife willing to wait until marriage, and then a month in, the mask started to slip and she became openly abusive, both emotionally and physically. And so, for all the allegations of grooming and gooning, for all the dimwits and dipshits typing the words, "He slept with a child" in their thumbnails, not only was she of age by her own admission, I never proposed marriage, and thus we never slept together. But once again, I do not want you to take my word for it. Instead, I want you to do exactly what you've already been doing. I want you to take her word for it without any proof or research of your own of any kind.
If anybody were to come up to ask me and say, hey, how's Razor? How's living with Razor? Oh, he's a lying piece of shit.
Except that's not true.
Are you still a virgin? Yeah, I'm still a virgin. Oh, but I thought you lived with your boyfriend. Yep, still a virgin.
Weirdest groomer.
That's why you got, the thing is with these women, right? It's not just enough to ask if they're virgins, even if you are of a more religious background, which I'm starting to become myself. You have to make sure that she is mentally stable in other ways. Low body count is an indicator of, sanity, but also, low body count or virgin is an indicator of sanity, but you also have to make sure that her dad is in her life. If her dad is not in her life, do not pursue. The one exception I could say to that is if the dad is, dead.
Ever! A relationship that requires a time-traveling DeLorean to actually occur, culminating in no sex whatsoever because we were both waiting until marriage. Saucy stuff, folks! I can see why you'd want to torpedo your entire YouTube career, attaching your credibility to it. But what about the most salacious allegation of all? The ones Blandy Worski and the Diabetosaurus next to him were shaking their talentless tits about for 20 minutes at a stretch, blissfully unaware it was the prologue to the end of their YouTube career. A decade-old, long discredited screenshot from a porn website that no longer exists, featuring incorrect doxing information that's grainier than the Zapruder footage. By all means, let's dive into that. Because while you world-smashing web sleuths were spending all of 5 seconds repeating lies on an e-drama website whose own page includes a disclaimer that it is, quote, an online humor and satire source.
Let me actually look at that real quick. I believe that's from Encyclopedia Dramatica. Yeah, this is from Encyclopedia Dramatica, which hasn't really been, operating as of late.
And thus that you shouldn't take anything said therein even the slightest bit seriously. I did some digging of my own, and I didn't have to dig far. You see, the allegation is these videos are not only of me, but the proof is that I uploaded them myself. Now, as an author, I would say I have a fairly distinct authorial voice, marked by bizarre Victorian nomenclature interspersed with the odd peppering of profanity. So in doing some research, I discovered that the video in question was actually uploaded more than once by the same original user on that porn website. And an examiner...
Yeah, that site no longer exists. Don't worry.
The description.
Let's see. Tratper Amorticon. Point Nemo goes to Gimli, Manitoba. What?
Of said video.
I'm lost,
I would
man.
imagine my unique grammatical style would be impossible to camouflage. So let's dig in. The first video entitled Denky Face / Carrot Head, self-deprecating sort that I am, goes on to say, quote, I am that coward, capital C, who have nothing to do just to sit at my cam and review stupid games, capital G. This is the video of my jerking off.
This is totally how Razorfist types. He types in the broken English style. Sorry about that, Scurvy. I'm referring to Dudley doing do right Mark Carn. Ah, yes, the Canadian elections. Yes. I see what you're referring to. Though we're not talking about Canadian politics right now. Go back a little bit if you want to hear my rant on that.
Capitalized all.
And by
But
a
now
little
here's
bit,
a
I mean
curious
like around
cultural
the beginning of
artifact
the
for
stream.
any actual Americans out there, because what follows is a phone number that's not only incorrect, but written not in the American, but the international phone number format, meaning with a plus sign, followed by a country code of 1 for America, followed by an unspaced, unhyphenated phone number thereafter, as we in the hinterland of Arizona are so inclined to do. Of course, I remember this video even better than that, because back in April of 2011, the selfsame barely literate troll uploaded this false video to YouTube and linked it to my fans. See, back then, YouTube listed each and every one of your subscribers on your page.
Honestly, something I really have to commend you on Razor is that you screenshotted all of this. Even back then, you had the foresight to nab all this shit before YouTube decided to remove the feature.
Publicly. So said troll was able to scroll down the list and DM it to them at whim. Some of you rageaholics may still remember this. And so in April of 2011, I shut my channel down only briefly
Again, Razorfist
in order
has
to
been doing
protect
this
my
for a
own
while
fans from
now.
being spammed by this spurg, as there was no other way to hide my public subscribers. If you're wondering, by the way, why my channel was founded in May of 2009, but none of my videos date to before April of 2011, mystery solved. I had to re-upload them all. Mind you, the video...
And good on you, Razor, for re-uploading those videos. You had to... it's unfortunate that you had to take down those videos to begin with. I'm glad you had them archived. But it's like, hey, for the sake of your fans, that's honestly a really noble quality that you have, that if somebody were to just DM them out of the blue with just a fake jerk-off video... I'm glad that you're able to take the necessary precautions to safeguard them from such lies.
Video was promptly removed, but the account was still up long enough that I did nab a screenshot of some of the reactions at the time. And it's in combing over the account in question that we see more sterling examples of my writing style. Quote, I'm Daniel Razorbutt. Some know me as Donkey Face, Carrot Head, Dumb Shit, and ... But I prefer Jerkaholic. Yeah, I do believe you cracked the case of my illicit gay porn career, Columbo. You should roll with this narrative without doing any research whatsoever because you're cranky about a tweet. In fact, you should attach the final remaining...
Do you want to know where all this shit stems from? It all comes back to the Goonergate drama. It's all because Razorfist decided to agree with Melanie Mac that, you know, game companies should have standards. That's where this all comes from. That's where all this fake drama comes from.
Micrograms of credibility you still possess on your person to push in this piss-poor nonsense and accomplish precisely nothing in the process but utterly embarrassing yourself being caught, once again, lying about strangers on the internet. But we expect laziness and libel from these
says standards are a no-no word, especially on the more libertarian side of X. They don't like that word at all. And to argue for standards, that's a cardinal sin. We can't have that. We can't have standards in media of any kind, whether it's video games or anime or Western TV shows or Western cartoons. No, we can't have that. No. Everything has to be affirming a specific vice. Yeah, that makes sense. One of the worst vices known to man being pornography and lust, arguably being the worst sin of them all.
burping bitches. No one whatsoever surprised when Glandy Wars.
They always jump to standards equal censorship. No, standards do not equal censorship.
Peers out from the coke cloud, flanked by an anonymous autistic asteroid who, if chins were brains, would rule the fucking world, pauses momentarily to comb an e-drama website that opens...
Oh, we're gonna be learning about Andy Worski in just a moment.
Admits to lying its dick off from dawn to damn dusk, all to tank the remaining relevance of the Diabito Casino. And as for Gash JT, the fart huffing hack who honestly confuses himself,
or as I call him these days, Smash JQ, because apparently there's a picture of him with a menorah, in his home. I wonder what that says about him. No wonder. And if that's the case, no wonder why he doesn't like Christians very much.
With an independent journalist, such that he's still spurging about stolen scoops that if his character in this instance is any indication, he likely stole from someone else. Also, he could slap white text on a wildly original thumbnail and express socially acceptable opinions on the 8 entire members of his imbecilic audience. Ah, well, what you lack in talent, you make up for in chromosomes. Look at the bright side, bud. I've ended bigger careers of infinitely more talented individuals.
Honestly, you're not wrong, Cairo. I'm kind of with you there too. It's like, I knew initially, but before all this shit happened in like 2025, it's like I very much was pretty glad to showcase some of Smash's videos on my channel. Rexa says, after I'm done with my Midnight Angel story, I'll do the Zap thing. There won't be a linear story structure, just self-contained episodic stories with some comedy. I hope I'll be good with the jokes. I'm looking forward to that, man. Let's wrap this up, shall we?
In a 5-minute rant. You only took me 30 seconds. Walk it off, asshole. I hear they're hiring at IKEA. And the receipts you've heard today are only the tip of the shiceberg. I'm holding the real goodies back, just in case a crazy person decides to be the latest Me Too accuser to lose in court. But publicly, outside of a courtroom, this is the first and last word I have said about this easily debunked bullshit. On with the rants.
Alrighty, so that was really something. I wouldn't say this is exactly slop, because
this does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
Yes, it is pretty serious, all things considered. I also think it's rather important for the online right to kind of acknowledge that it's like, I don't think these centrist libertarians actually deserve a place among real right-wingers online. I don't think they do. And I'm glad that, I mean, hey, better late than never in terms of my personal experience with some of these people. It's like, especially when Gamergate 2 was at its peak, it's like, I felt like I actually could trust these people. Then again, I was very much still developing my political acumen. But once the Goonergate shit really started, that's when I was like, maybe I should do a little bit more research in, actually thinking about these people's positions, especially someone like Madam Savvy. I keep mentioning Savvy because I have a feeling she's the type who is easily provoked by many things, and I myself am a bit of a troll. So. Anyways, let me just give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the kind of the corresponding video from What the Egad. So let me just pull that up real quick. It's where is it? Where is the Razor Fist video? It's not that one. It's a little bit past. Where is it? Where is it? Unless he took it down. The Razor Fist. Okay, we there we go. We have it. I don't know why it took me so long to find it. But we have the video from EGAD here. Let's take a watch.
Before we get into what this Smash JT video is about, there's something that ought to be
So this is from like 3 months ago. So so actually let me just let me just do something else real quick. Let me actually go to my own channel here, and we'll see the just a tiny piece from my own video. I don't do this so often. So this is from my own Goonergate video. Was from December 9th, 2024. This is around the kind of the peak of the drama, so to speak. And honestly, if I were to pull up the statistics of it, it doesn't all look all that favorable for me. I know the YouTube like to dislike thing doesn't look, you know, it looks like this, but it's actually way worse, to tell you the truth. And this was during the height of the whole thing. EGAD's video on Razor Fist was around the time during the actual fallout of Goonergate. So just thought I'd put that into perspective. This was made in February 2nd, 2025. My video was in December 9th of 2024. It's going to be 5 months old soon. So this whole Goonergate shit has been happening for a long fucking time now. And do you want to know, like, the Christians have generally moved on from it. It's only these centrist libertarians who have not moved on from Goonergate. And don't get me wrong, not like I haven't said I make jabs against the pro Gooner side, probably because they're pro for a lot of other things I don't like. But hey, you know, let's see. I watched his streams about Razor Fist, and he highlighted my comment about the strip club thing just 2 days before I returned to this JOO-ish platform. Anyways, let's continue.
Understood about the way the video is formatted. Within the first 30 seconds of this video, Jeff includes a hook into the video's topic. Following that, he presents you with the logo for his...
I should mention this, absolutely. The editing. Once again, Jeff's video could be considered libel. And once again, Scurvy's not a lawyer. Never said I was a lawyer. But Jeff's video could be considered libel for the sole fact that he published it and he didn't take it down. The pro-gooning side is so easy to chastise with minimal effort, and they freak out just like the woke leftists do. Exactly! That's something else that I'm going to be pointing out in my upcoming video on lolicons, actually. So, look forward to that. I know it's not exactly the most popular position to take, the anti-lolicon crowd, but I think it's the right side, so to speak. You guys might have not even heard. I was actually in talks with a friend last night in terms of this topic, and he actually gave me some good feedback on it. So, anyways, continuing on.
His channel and website. Within the next minute or so, he gives a more formal introduction to the topic, followed by another instance of his channel and website logo before he gets into the meat. His video has been monetized as well and includes at least 2 ad breaks. While I have explained this before in short detail, there's an analysis by one John Campea that goes into greater detail as to why this format even exists.
People click away from things instantaneously. We have such short, pathetic attention spans. We suck. We as people are stupid. We all are. We're stupid. We have no attention span, and it's pathetic. It is a sad commentary on how pathetically stupid we are as people, and how pathetically short attention span we are as a culture.
Keep this in mind, as what you're about to watch amounts to nothing more than a tabloid hit piece. The objective is to get you to react without thinking about anything that you see. And what you are seeing in real time...
So, if there's something I really have to compliment EGAD on, it has to be the fact that even in the heat of the moment, he is very good at... And by heat of the moment, I mean like during a live stream, right? He is very good at actually analyzing like takes. He is very good at like on the spot take analysis. That's a rare ability that people have. Hell, I wouldn't say I'm all that great at it. If Egad were to watch one of my streams, I have a feeling he'd be able to pick up on things that I'm saying that not even I would even be thinking about.
Is an attempted character assassination complete with video monetization. Another thing to be kept in mind here is that both Smash JT and Razor Fist were featured in the Side Scroller's Real Game Awards video. That comes off as a bit of whiplash for anyone who may have watched that video and
Think about I like to think about that as well. Now that Razor Fist made his response video, will he be returning to the Real Game Awards? Or just to side scrollers in general. That's something I'm gonna be thinking about, considering that Craig or Blabs has no ill will towards Razor Fist.
is now aware that there's a bunch of petty infighting in the so-called gaming community on X and on YouTube. Now Jeff, Smash JT, desperately wants to push this idea that the whole Goonergate thing on X is, in his words, claiming victims.
Goonergate is claiming quite a few victims these days, and sometimes it's people that you...
Oh, just like the lolicons, even though a majority of people, you know, if you go outside of the internet, would seriously have a problem with you stating that you're into lolicon, and if you describe it honestly. Oh yeah, those victims, the ordinary people. Once again, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of normies myself, but for the sake of argument, I should provide a similarity to one of my upcoming videos and to a point I'm going to be talking about.
Least expect.
However, I've also covered much of what his real opinion is via his op-ed about Goonergate. And what needs to be made clear here is that Jeff has his own agenda, namely that he wants to enforce this state of neutrality, meaning devoid of moral influences. This is...
Hold on, let's go back
namely
a little.
That he wants...
So let's read this post right here. Weird take, but whatevs. In my humble opinion, gaming is not about morals and setting bounds.
What the hell is this?
Oh boy, I don't think you understand what art truly is. T-Man has discussed this before too, and keep in mind, Dragon's Treasure, he and I would disagree on this topic of Goonergate.
To enforce the...
If a game comes out that isn't for you, don't support it. That's your... Oh man, I can't read the rest of this. This is just a bunch of libertarian nonsense. I think I remember making a rant about that on my server, about the hypocrisy of anti-lolicons. Well, to tell you the truth, Rex, is I'm not talking about people like you. In my next video, I'd say you're a good ambassador for your people, so to speak. I think there's a difference between, honestly, it's probably better that you call yourself like a Moe enthusiast rather than a lolicon, because what I've learned in that conversation last night alone, it's like, in the Japanese sense, right? I would say if you that's what lolicon means in the Japanese context, is moe enthusiast. You like seeing cute characters do cute things, right? And even then, it's not completely innocent. I'll tell you that much. But in the West, lolicon, it means something else. That's where a lot of sort of the anti-lolicons themselves are, which are majority normal people, believe it or not. They're actually not the pedophiles that ironically have loli on their hard drives, funnily enough. That's something I'm going to be pointing out too. It's like the most vocal anti-lolicons tend to also be pedophiles. It is a noticeable pattern, but in terms of the most people who speak out against it, it's like they're not like that. I wouldn't say that at all. It's only really the only place where you're going to be finding that. Well, Okairo, I'd say that's to the Japanese population. There is a cultural aspect to this as well that I'm going to be bringing up in that video. It's like, and to an extent in the West, especially to those who've been watching anime for a long time, like yours truly, I would say it's like, for the most part, it is cute and adorable. But the moral gray part is when those characters are sexualized. As a Christian, that's generally when a lot of things actually have that moral gray boundary, is when they're sexualized. But anyways, let's continue on with the video. I don't want to tease. I don't want to say too much about my next video before the Holly Longdale shitless video.
Of neutrality, meaning devoid of moral influences. This is regardless of the fact that such a state would require some mode of enforcement, in which case such an enforcement would also constitute its own morality and therefore contradicts itself. And I talked about all this in my video here.
Lonely weren't originally objectified, but Japan's degeneracy laws were removed after World War II. Yes, that's true. That's something else I'm going to be bringing up in my video. What the consequences of Japan because of American influence removing its degeneracy laws. That's also something else I'm going to be bringing up. I know I'm pretty drunk right now, but that video is probably going to be one of my longer ones, which is why I'm taking more time to make it and to compile points.
Moralizing is your moral boundary. Given this is Jeff Samo, it's no wonder why he is so focused on Goonergate and leaving no survivors on the anti-Gooner side of that issue. And to be fair to him, the anti-Gooner folks are all being led around by their dicks, by one
fair enough, though. I'd say I disagree with Razor Fist and Dread Roberts here. Dread Roberts follows me on X, so I know that's a little bit of a bias right there, but I wouldn't say he's being led by his dick. I think the thing is with Dread, he's also very much a Protestant. He has a bit of an issue with I know he has issues with Andrew Wilson, and I think he'd probably have some issues with just us Orthodox Christians in general. But I've chatted with him before. He's pretty cool. I wouldn't say he's simping for Melanie Mack. I think he's merely just agreeing with her, which I don't think that's a crime in itself. I do think I think simping becomes a crime when that's all you're trying to do. You're not actually trying to defend the take. You're only defending the person. And I wouldn't say Dread Roberts is doing that. I wouldn't say Razor Fist is doing that either. But I'd say nor would I'd say John F. Trent. It's mainly only these two faggots right here, the Quartering and John De La Rose. Trent is being consistent with his principles. I don't know why I didn't see that in there before.
Melanie Mack, whose own adherence to the Christian faith is dubious. Not to mention the fact that her by one Melanie Mack, whose own adherence.
Not like me. I like attractive characters, but I don't want to play something that. Oh wait, is that post? Yeah, I remember that. What happened? You were not anti-progressive. What happened? You were not an anti-progressive person. In the end, these liars' faces are being raised. I thought you didn't like censorship since you fought about this for a long time. One more disappointment of these characters. Just create wars among yourselves. And Melanie replies with, let's see. The stream looks different in my end. I don't know why that's the case, Hazy. It looks fine on my end. Is it because I moved my model a little bit so you could actually see my my thing, my model better? I'm a Christian. I oppose making female characters look ugly or masculine or changing their body types. I don't activate for weird Gooner games though. I'll screenshot it and send it. Okay. It looks fine. I have it on my phone right now. It looks fine.
Adherence to the Christian faith is dubious. Not to mention the fact that her views on the first descendant.
Which I agree. Melanie Mack, I very much have contentions with her as an Orthodox Christian. And Melanie Mack in particular, she very much is is quite the Israel shill.
Do indeed conflict with her views on Stellar Blade.
The evil, no-fun overlords at Sony are at it again with the Stellar Blade censorship, not only in outfits. Don't even get me started on The Last of Us 2, which has gratuitous sexual scenes that most of us would rather even not watch and need the eye bleach for them. But that's allowed, but
I'd qualify Melanie as a hollow Christian more than an actual Christian. I agree with your assessment of Cairo because the thing is with Melanie, and I'd say this with a lot of Protestants too. It's like Melanie Mack as soon as if she were to go to an Orthodox church and hear all the hymns being sung in Greek and seeing how people venerate icons or whatnot, she'd have a fucking problem. She'd have a major fucking problem with how we go about worshiping Christ. Which, keep in mind, I know that there's some Catholics among my audience, but I have to be real for a second, right? What happened, the great schism between the Orthodox Church and Rome, and what Rome did to the faith after, I have to say it's a bastardization. I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this, and I know it's you're contributing to my denominational arguments, but it's like I have to be honest from a historical perspective, but also a spiritual perspective. It is a bastardization, but what I will agree with the Catholics on is that Protestantism is an even greater bastardization of Christianity. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And part of that, because Protestantism is a bastardization of a bastardization, it largely has to do with the fact that, they are going to have problems with how things have been done for hundreds of years. We're getting nearly to be thousands of years. AC, you just sent it on Discord. Let's see. I'm just gonna take a look-see here. Ah! What the hell? Why am that's hilarious, AC. That's hilarious. That was so much needed comedy. But I will say, when it comes to these Protestant types, right? They will get up in arms about nearly anything. Tell you the truth. Now, sometimes do I agree that them being up in arms is justified? Yeah, it largely boils back to my faith, so to speak. It's not like they're wrong about everything. I do think they bastardize a lot, but at the same time, they're still Christians at the end of the day. They're not like Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses. They have their faults, but once again, we are, at the end of the day, we are brothers and sisters in Christ, even if our denominations aren't the same. Once again, Scurvy's not a Yoseminist, so don't chalk me up for that. I've been critical of Protestants and Catholics for quite some time now, but the thing is, in this situation, for once I have to agree with the Protestants here. It's out of Christian ethics. I see. That's hilarious.
Outfit, a
thanks for the
swimsuit that looks like
comedy.
something you would see any normal woman wearing at the beach. Nope, not allowed.
I didn't realize you couldn't play the game like a normal person and that taking pervy screenshots in the most provocative outfits possible was how the game was supposed to be played.
No, that doesn't follow. You were clearly talking about the video game before, not the people playing the video game. Be consistent. As a true Christian...
Yeah, Melanie Mack isn't all that consistent with anything, really. I'd probably watch another stream by you, Scurvy. I'm going to be on Handcuff's official Handcast. He's a longtime friend. Gotcha. I see, Rexus. I just read your comment.
Woman,
Don't worry.
you ought not be saying anything at all. Women were never meant to be the leaders of men. For that matter...
Based. I full-heartedly agree with that, Egad.
That's how this whole industry reached its current state in the first place. The fact that you have a bunch of dudes right now bandying about mommy on X as she wags her finger at toxic masculinity is embarrassing and childish. This is essentially no different than when the progressives do it. Women are not supposed to be out and about teaching men how to act. Men ought to just act. And I've given a rundown on these things before in other videos, but for the sake of clarity, and building on a proper Christian perspective on these things, here's what one should take to heart regarding the matter of what is or is not.
Now, this is something for all of us mainline Christians to listen to. Forget that I was just shit-talking your guys' denominations for a second.
Appropriate imagery in your video games. Jesus Christ talks about this in the book of Matthew, chapter 5. You've heard it said, do not commit adultery. But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman to lust after her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to depart into hell. Now, here one might think that Jesus is just outright telling you to gouge out your literal eyeball or cut off your literal right hand, but that isn't the case at all. This is all metaphorical. What the Bible has and
Precisely. I agree with that, Egad. More often than not, if you take it so literally to the point where it's like, oh, if my right eye causes me to sin, I should gouge it out. No, that's not what Christ is actually saying. It's metaphorical. He's saying all he wants for us is to not have these stumbling blocks in our path. That's what he's saying here. It's like if your right eye is causing you to sin, it's like you might want to work on that. It doesn't mean you have to gouge it out, even though he said you should gouge it out. He's being metaphorical here.
always has taught is to be wise in everything that you do. And that includes anything regarding sexual conduct. What Jesus wants for us to do is to remove...
Especially in regards to sexual conduct.
...what are known as stumbling blocks from our lives. Temptations or things that lead us into temptation. And so the alcoholic who submits himself to an AA community and makes himself accountable to others is, in a spiritual sense, choosing to gouge out his eye and remove his hand. He is choosing wisdom over foolishness.
And you know what else is perversion of God's creation is when you're substituting, if you're, I'm going to use a male as an example, if you're substituting a wife for a pixels on a screen, that's perverted. Your sexual gratification is supposed to come from your wife.
Melanie Mack is a feminist first and a Christian second.
I agree, but I do think there is some merit in what she said. I don't think it's a good idea. Like, and I know it's one thing to be joking about, oh, you know, this fictional character is hot, or just kind of saying it out of the blue. It's another thing to actively be lusting over a fictional character. And what that fictional character represents. There is a difference in that. But Egad, in general, he is correct here. Melanie Mack is indeed a feminist first and a Christian second. Her God is feminism, not necessarily Jesus Christ.
And regardless of what she says about how you or ought to regard your wife, you need...
Such is the case with a lot of Protestants these days. They don't even want to entertain the idea that women shouldn't be able to have the right to vote.
To realize that she and her ex-husband forsook their marriage to pursue their own vanities. Actually, scratch that. Recent developments from the Kiwi farms have revealed that the husband remarried, and he is happy.
Melanie Mack married a man 6 years younger than her at age 37, so he was 31, and she was 37. Their marriage lasted less than a year before he dumped her for someone hotter and less insane. Based on him, I'm actually root for you, former Mr. Mack. I don't know what your last name is now, but hey, seems like you found somebody who's actually good for you. Also, I heard that he turned to be gay, but nah, I don't believe that, especially from this picture.
By all accounts. Meanwhile, Melanie Mack, our resident Christian, remains unmarried and without children. But don't worry, guys. I'm sure her parasocial digital husbandos will...
Now, look at the tattoos, guys. That's totally... Christians totally get that many tattoos, if at all. I think out of, there's only, really one person in the church that I go to that has tattoos. Or a tattoo, I should say. It's still garish and ugly. Don't get me wrong. And I don't think I'd be talking to her in a million fucking years. But in general, like, a lot of, like, someone like Melanie Mack, she'd say, oh, you know, and just completely ignore everything the Old Testament says, which that's a heresy in itself, because the Old Testament provide. Let me see. I'm gonna look up the specific name for this heresy. Heresy denying the old. Denying the old. Heresy that denies the Old Testament. Marcionism. That's what it's called. Marcionism. That is a heresy. Very, very few tattoos actually look good. There's some people who get their entire arms or legs. Ew, absolutely, Okairo. But a lot of Protestants, they actually commit the heresy of Marcionism, because when they say that, oh, I can get tattoos because the covenant of the Old Testament no longer applies to me, that technically is a heresy. They are committing some form of heresy to justify their own sin. Like, once again, like, it is just because we're not in the covenant created by the Old Testament doesn't mean that completely disobeying its laws is any sort of benefit to us.
Provide for her.
That's just from research I've done. I could be wrong on this, and this is another matter that I most likely will be discussing with other Orthodox Christians.
Substituting a wife for a pixels on a screen.
And furthermore, what I believe motivates Melanie's current anti-Gooner stance is less a desire for asceticism and more feminist anti-natalism. Misery loves company. Melanie is almost 40 years old, childless, and yet she is making every effort to maintain this facade of youthfulness. There's also zero hindsight into the fact that her own appearance is evocative of exactly what she intends to protest. Melanie's makeup and dress promote a false waif, someone thin and delicate, implying fragility, and she makes herself appear vulnerable to feed on the male capacity.
Let's see. I'm just kind of reading this in my mind.
Capacity and want to be protective. Even the way she angles her camera.
There was a reason things were disregarding the Old Testament would be like going ignore the old safety handbook and everything in it. Even if it's not the new one, there's a reason the things were written. And Christ himself mentions the Old Testament several times. Like, that's something that should not be discounted. So every time and I know I certainly have gotten into some arguments in regards to, the laws provided by the Old Testament. It's like, you should still be abiding by them. Because once again, Jesus Christ is God. It's that simple, really.
At times when making her videos is top down, making her appear small and helpless. It's all incredibly manipulative. What's more, her tattoos are provocative. Stigmatophilia is a well-established fetish which remarks upon one's sexual attraction to marked flesh.
You ever see how it just sounds like you're arguing with demons? It's the same way. These demons have a hold on these people, and they can't be reasoned
you wouldn't know anything about demons, you fucking Protestant.
with because they are so engulfed in their perversion.
No, you are the demon. You are a modern-day succubus. You draw men into your corner by playing the victim, and you arraign yourself with false virtue. Why aren't you hiding your tattoos knowing that men could be...
Let's see. AC says, people talk about ink going into the bloodstream, but no one talks about the ink going into the babies in their tummy. I think I might have heard something like that. Ink, something like that. I swear I heard something like that. I'm not denying anything you said. I'm not exaggerating anything either. I know there are health consequences to getting tattoos. Just depends on the color of ink you're getting.
be gooning to your body. Maybe you should drape yourself with a carpet like they do in the Muslim world. But no, Melanie is the epitome of a slop tube grifter. She is incredibly deceptive. And that's why, regardless of my video here standing as somewhat of a defense of Razor Fist, I must nevertheless acknowledge that, Christian or not, people ought not be led around by the whims of a woman, especially one as hysterical and dubious as Melanie Mack. But one should also realize that none of what I say here about
That's why in terms of the Christian VTuber group I'm in, I know it was founded by a woman. I wouldn't say it's led by one. I think it's led by a few people. Quite a few. I'd say quite a few of those people are men. But in general, like, I think a lot of those rules were made by men. So I'm gonna be following them. They were made by, I mean, no disrespect to Celeste or anything. This is just going back to orthodox tenets. It's like, why should I respect the authority of a woman? Like it's a bit more philosophical, so to speak, than it is just like a thing of respect. It's just like, well, like if this weren't on the internet, why should I obey you? You are weaker than me in every single aspect. Once again, I'm not trying to like shit talk anybody. I'm just trying to be realistic here. Like I'm trying to bring up, how this dynamic would work if we didn't have the internet. People talk about... Oh, wait. I already read that comment from AC.
Melanie, and none of what anyone else says about her will ever matter to her. Because remember, all of this is psychopolitical. I have said this about axe wounds as well, but the logic is similar. As long as there are people out there who are critical of someone, or whatever they think that someone stands for, well, that will provide that someone with a cushion from reality. Because you will have become a dragon, and they will have become the hero that must conquer you. That's also why all these wokesters in the industry who are standing by as their works go up in flames will continue to stand by. They believe that they are in the right. Melanie Mack is no different from them. She is wholly and utterly blinded by her own sense of righteousness, and any word said in any manner, shape, or form will never dissuade her.
Okay, I know a lot of you aren't even going to hear what I'm saying, and you're still going to be doing these whataboutisms in my comments because you are so defensive.
The reality is, the most devastating thing that could ever happen to her is that people stop paying attention to her, which will happen, inevitably. It'll happen as she gets older and her age becomes harder and harder to ignore. The halo effect is real. With that out of the way, however, we continue talking about Smash JT.
I'm going to be covering Razor Fist today, a topic that I never really expected to really talk much about. As far as my personal connections to Razor Fist, I don't think I've ever even talked to him. I know of him because of his appearances on side-scrollers, and he's someone who's friends with people I'm friends with, so we followed each other and didn't really think much of anything for a while. Until the moment he decided it would be a good idea to jump in from the top rope and start quote tweeting to join Goonergate and coming at me for daring to stand up for gamers and the games that people want to play and have the free... Something like
Gamergate 2.0. I should have noted this in retrospect. I have a feeling if I had the level of wisdom I have now, I probably would. I would say, this seems like a tenuous alliance at best between people who really will not get along with each other in the long run, considering how there is a rise in the return to masculine religion, whether one does want to be Catholic or whether one does want to be Orthodox, in terms of Christianity, of course. This clash was always going to happen. Always.
Freedoms to enjoy.
Oh yes, that non-specific group of gamers that you continually insist you stand up for, but doesn't include anyone with any semblance of moral standards except non-adherence to morals. Yes, those gamers, right? And rather than just stand up for himself and acknowledge that Razor Fist was just focused on him and him alone, Jeff is essentially trying to throw his gamers army back at Razor Fist, as if Razor Fist responding to Jeff on X is equivalent to attacking gamers. What an absolutely gutless and spineless response.
It was a bad idea because after that happened, people started diving into the history of Razor Fist, wondering, well, it's curious that somebody is seemingly taking the approach...
Oh, great. Showcasing all the all the libel that the Kino Casino is posting. Great, and you decided to show that. Way to dig yourself in a deeper grave. As a Confucian, I get to happily stay out of any religious spat. Oh, lucky you, Okairo.
That they're holier than thou, when in reality, they have a lot of skeletons hidden in their closet.
Let me remind you of what Jeff said in his op-ed about Goonergate. While I morally typically tend to lean into the moral values of religion far more than that of wokeism, I'm by no stretch a very religious person.
Which religion, Smash? Which religion? He doesn't notice that he doesn't specify this. And once again, this video I've seen and listened to many times, whether it's at the gym, back at home, or while playing a game. Notice, which religion is he talking about? I don't think he's talking about Christianity.
Person. There is value in it. The problem? Going too far with any ideology historically always seems to end up in the same exact place. Well, Jeff, who are you to say where something does or doesn't go too far? I'm uncertain as to why your arbitration is somehow different from anyone else who says otherwise. Please explain to me why your position isn't your own holier-than-thou position against anyone who has a different set of personal preferences. Moreover, if you go to the About section on Jeff's website, he specifically says, I created this website as a way to inform viewers of who and what they should be watching. So again, this holier-than-thou assertion, it's just projection.
Let's go back a little. I watch a lot of YouTube gaming videos, but I'm just going to read this on my own.
Should be watching.
Gotcha.
So again, this holier-than-thou assertion, it's just projection. Jeff admits he wants to be the one calling the shots. Now, it does stand to reason that if you are fighting for a side in an ongoing war, you should believe that your side is morally superior to the other. So say whatever you will.
As Aristocratic Utensil has said in his whole series, at least the first video in his short series of Goonergate videos, right? He was, like, in terms of that whole thing, that's what this all started, was because some pixelated whore was shaking her ass. And Pirate Nation, a notable rage baiter, was like, oh, well, is this the future of gaming, guys? That's how this whole thing fucking started.
About Melanie, about Razorfist, or about any of the silly Billy anti-Gooner orbiters on X, at least they're not cowardly insisting that they sit on the fence, like Smash JT.
Hold on, let's see.
Orbiters on X, at least...
However, things quickly spiral when John F. Trent, Melanie Mack, and Judd Roberts, among many other seemingly strong religious folk. Hey, Smash, I wonder if you're talking about yours truly. It really was around that time that my faith really started to be bolstered by this whole thing. Any person with a modicum of decency would say no. And I read this post too. You guys can watch my Goonergate video on the thing. On the whole thing.
They're not cowardly insisting that they sit on the fence, like Smash JT.
Yeah, I don't think I'm writing an article on this one because I got a lot of other stuff to do, but I definitely wanted to at least cover this and bring this to you guys.
No, you won't write an article on it because all you do here in this video is repeat what you heard on Kino Casino. You didn't do any actual journalism or thoughtful analysis here. And therefore, anyone who read that article would immediately understand just how spiteful this...
We're going to be learning about the bullshit that is the Kino Casino soon. You're still going, huh? Oh, yeah, I'm going to be going for a long time, Dusty. A long time. We're talking about Slop tonight.
All is.
So
because
naturally,
it's a video
that's the
format
case.
that needs to be seen.
Spoiler alert, there isn't much to see here.
What got uncovered by Kino Casino?
This is not accurate. Kino Casino did not uncover anything. Most of Razorfist's history has been well documented and archived by the Kiwi Farm since 2016, if not farther back than that.
Yes.
And by the way, Jeff gives no credit to the Kiwi Farms. Now, according to the Kiwi
Wait,
Farms,
let's see.
and by the way, Jeff gives...
I'll never get the credit I deserve. And keep in mind, yes, Razorfist does have a Kiwi Farms thread. There are legitimate things that you could criticize him for. There are things that he has done in the past that are worthy of criticism. And the Kiwi Farms has documented it.
No credit to the Kiwi Farms. Now, according to the Kiwi Farms, this Razorfist photography video was posted as far back as 2011. Now, there's something interesting.
And we now know that this whole thing involving that pornography video is entirely fake.
Haven't there been certain people within a certain political group whose pastimes include dredging up ancient history and using it to smear other people within...
Let's see. Okairo says, Smash is just Deb with the trucker video. The whole I'll do it, but he never does it. I saw an ad Eve. I saw the ad Eve did for her photos before. I don't know if it was faked. Well, yeah, the whole pornography thing. Razorfist actually did debunk that in his response that we saw earlier. Originally my drunk ass was gonna play this before that, but things change.
...in the current year? Something about
It's
canceling
still a good
other
video,
people?
though.
I don't know. I must be misremembering something. It's hard to think straight amidst all this rhetoric continually insisting that there's been some kind of a pendulum swing going on.
Because before this point, it was a lot of he said, she said, and where this road goes gets very dark.
Oh, it gets really dark, does it? Well, that didn't stop you from monetizing this video.
She says, yeah, go to the next slide. Despite me
Wait until
openly
you get to
talking
the
about my
tweet.
right-wing
She had
past,
some
an
and
anonymous
a whole
account
other
is replying
video
to my
that
friends on
way worse.
IG calling me alt-right.
It gets
this
worse.
label.
Notice Jeff is completely lacking for any side commentary here, which begs the question, what is the whole point?
He's not saying anything. He didn't pause the video to actually read the tweet. Generally speaking, when I pause something, I actually try to read it out, unless it's just like, okay, I could just read the rest of it in my head. He's not even fucking doing that. Let's see. Dusty says, I can still say I don't like him as a person. I really don't like him. Razorfist? Fair enough. It's just in terms of the evidence or whatnot. Yeah, Razorfist is innocent.
Point of this video aside from boosting the Kino Casino.
That's fair
And with
enough.
regard to that, one wonders, does Jeff know about Andy Worski's history? Particularly the fact that Worski live-streamed cheese...
Oh! Sorry, I'm gonna mess up the video format for just a second. I need to read this. This is... okay. It's a little pixelated. Let me just adjust the video quality if it's possible. Okay, perfect. We have 46 day. Okay. On second thought, this is from fucking Nick Ricada. Or at least live streamers relapse. On second thought, scratch that because Andy Worski live streamed CP on February 28th, 2019. We have 46 days to go until the 6-year anniversary of that day. Andy Worski live streamed CP and shared it with at least 2 minors. Oh god, that's fucked up. Oh boy. See, this little detail just escapes many people that Andy Worski made sure to distribute the CP that he live streamed on 2/28/2019 to at least 2 minors and even asked them to make sure if they had everything downloaded. One of them was 14 years old.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
What the hell is this?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Fucking vile, dude. Sorry, I had to zoom. I had
Pizza
to zoom
on
it in
February
there.
28th.
I had to zoom it in there, just so I could actually read it.
2019.
God damn, that's incredibly fucked up. And once again, actually reading the posts that EGAD had archived. Wow, that's just. Wow, I'm really disturbed at that. It might not sound like I am. I'm just trying to keep things cool for you guys, but that really does disturb me down to my core. It really does. The fact that somebody would actually be streaming that and then condemn somebody for a supposed crime on some bullshit position you have. Yeah, I'm not exactly too enthused about reading that. I wasn't too enthused about hearing it either from EGAD, but actually reading what those posts said, I'm especially not enthused at all. Let's see. Andy Worski is someone who I'm amazed is still walking free. I'm with you there, Dusty. How the fuck is he walking free?
But what this goes to prove is that Jeff's video here is just underhanded character assassination. It's cowardly because he is boosting someone else saying something about Razor Fist while he gets to sit at the sidelines and just react.
I dated a pretty well-known right-leaning asshole. She means Razor Fist from 15 to 20. I will repeat. She dated Razor Fist from ages 15 to 20.
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm just gonna get me some more water, alright, guys? I'm gonna play some music. You guys can wind down a little bit. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the wait, guys. Just had to get some water. Let's get back to the video here. I also have me some baklava here that I got tonight just for some dessert. Yes, I know Scurvy's eating on stream, but I've actually really wanted to try some baklava for a while. It looks really good. Don't mind if I have a square. That's good. Good shit.
I then, too, also became a right-leaning asshole. But that asshole ruined my heart and hurt me. She left at 20 and went back to being herself She wasn't right-wing before him, and she's not right-wing after him. Next slide.
Wow.
Buster, how do you know if any of this stuff is true? What do you mean? How do you know someone didn't just make it up?
And that's just a couple of years ago, too.
He said he...
And what did you know? With the information we know now, it was entirely made up. Let's see. Weren't even Razorfist in the same high school and dating since high school? Heck, Flamenco TV did a better video doc on it. He explained that in his response to all this shit, to the Kino Casino and Smash JT. He did a response to all that. Scurvy, we're going by the guy's logic. You and I dated years ago. I got magic proof. What, that you participated in a live chat of mine? Is that the proof?
He, by the way, claims that he was going to sue her for defamation. Said lawsuit never occurred. Never occurred.
Oh, well, this just confirms everything. She's obviously telling the truth. As we all know, when a woman accuses a man of doing something to her, you just have to believe her. That's what the Me Too movement taught. I mean, women never write fanfiction accounts of their trauma and abuse to garner sympathy and to distract from their lack of accountability. Never. Never happened. No, sir. Believe all women.
You really think someone would do?
Oh, totally. Just believe all women, guys. Not like the rate of false allegations compared to actual convictions is more like it's a 66% chance of being false. Oh yeah, totally. She wouldn't lie. She wouldn't lie about that, right, guys?
That? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
So that was some of the he said, she said stuff that, sure, you can...
Okairo says, yep, the whole believe all women ruined everything, especially for women themselves. Seems to be a common pattern these days,
Raise an eyebrow and kind of say, that's a little bit suspicious, that's odd, that's weird. If we are to believe these people, then wow, okay, that's wild. These are allegations. They're very wild allegations, but holy crap, if they're true.
No formal accusations have been made. These are all just the ramblings of whomever on the internet, therefore begging the question why they ought to be taken seriously at all. Now, one would think that would get Jeff to pause here, to think to himself, why did this person...
I mean, hey, this video was made before the whole McDizzle situation, where McDizzle pretended to be an Ubisoft employee and tricked Smash JT for a story. But hey, for this situation and that whole situation, it would also seem that Razor Fist also has taken notice to that whole situation going on. Night AC. It would seem that Razor Fist knew that it's just Smash is the type of person who will just run with any story that's given to him. This situation and the McDizzle situation is no different. So, take that for what you will, guys.
And decide to write fanfiction on Twitter rather than going to the police.
That is some serious stuff. And that's the way I was looking at it until I kept watching. And then they showed a video that had been leaked from apparently his ex-girlfriend that was being held captive in a way at his house. Allegedly.
Leaked? Leak implies this was accidental. Also, incredibly slimy to assert that this woman was held captive. And I don't care about the fact that you raise the intonation of your voice so as to appear as if you were asking a question, and not purposely trying to lead your audience to that conclusion.
And what transpires in this video, it's not for the faint of heart.
Yes, but your video is on YouTube and it is monetized. So your commentary is just more sensationalized bullshit.
Now we get this video leaked.
Keep in mind, when EGAD says that this is just sensationalized faggot bullshit, what he means is the fact that Smash, his whole purpose in reacting to the Kino Casino is to basically just perpetuate a bunch of lies. And the thing is with that, he does have liability in it in spreading those lies. Once again, in terms of the law, Scurvy's not a lawyer, but in terms of libel, Smash is publishing lies. Hence, why Razor can sue him for libel. In addition to Andy Worski and the other person on the Kino Casino. Dusty says, for fuck's sake, it's like Kirsha and Pippa. I don't like them as people with how they carry themselves and act. Sometimes they're funny and correct or insightful. Same with Razor Fist. I understand where you're coming from, Dusty. When it comes to Pippa, I mean, a lot of people have had their, that's my Yoshi kind of moments with them. Especially with Pippa. Kirsha, not so much, but definitely with Pippa. Like, if you look at Pippa's Kiwi Farms thread, I mean, there's a reason why she has one. She's, it's not like she's a horrible person or anything, but it's like what she said, it's how Pippa carries herself. That's why she has a thread. Let's see, I got a DM on Discord or something. Damn Raisin, you found the Thug Posted channel. That's kind of a relic of the server now. All things considered.
Leaking. We got this video leaking.
So is it because PPP said that the video was leaked that Jeff therefore assumes that is the case? Well, then it's no wonder why Jeff didn't write the article about this. He didn't even develop his own opinion about it. He is just repeating everything he hears from PPP in the Kino Casino and taking all that as confirmation bias for his own vendetta against Razorfist for daring to respond to him on X.
We've leaked this video around this time.
That's also false. This video was posted mid-2020.
And this is Eve fighting with Razorfist. No. In the house, this is their domestic incident. And we have here abusive, Silent Ones doesn't know. A lot of people don't know about this lore, but it's all true.
This is all new to me.
It's all true, and it gets crazier and crazier.
Anyone know about this?
I don't know any about this. The next revelations will blow your mind if you don't know.
It's all true. Just trust me, bro.
So it's abusive acts telling me to quit my job.
It's almost like Smash is like, it's almost like the way that he's going about this whole thing, it's like, he's trying to be part of the Kino Casino. Like, he's not pausing at all to react to what he's listening to and to give his own take. Smash is basically just, he's just watching and reacting without saying anything at all. And Smash is just believing all this shit.
Just because I went out with coworkers. Gets mad when I tell him I won't quit and tells me to get.
And I think somebody else in chat mentioned this earlier, that Eve might have been working at some rather unsavory place and Razor was like, not having it.
Out because he doesn't get what he wants. He wants her to quit? He doesn't want her having a job because he doesn't want her having her own money.
What's the job, Andy Worski and the Kino Casino? What's the job?
Own independence. Her own social group that might tell her, hey, isn't it weird that you're dating this 32-year-old fucking weirdo shut-in incel loser online?
Okay, so there's a lot.
I'm willing to believe Razor tried to forbid Eve from going on girls' nights out to some shady bars. Oh yeah, like, now in today's clown world, that would be considered abuse. Even though you have the person's best interests at heart to prevent them from cheating on you. I mean, well, once again, because we are living in clown world, it just means we just have to let women do whatever the fuck they want, whenever the fuck they want. Women are totally the best judgment of their own character. Totally.
A lot of problems with this, and I'm going to unpack it bit by bit. The owner of this phone has written a narrative on top of recording a conversation between her and someone else. Now, the first issue is that we don't see anyone in this video. The second is that the video is being taken mid-conversation, and so we don't know what details led up to it and what context it occurred in. Third issue is the narrative. All the text appearing on the screen has been written in favor of the ex-girlfriend. But PPP takes it all at face value without questioning anything. Another issue here is that even supposing this is a domestic dispute between Razorfist and his ex, Was this all recorded with his knowledge and consent? But note that Jeff and the Keno Casino don't ask that question either.
Isn't it a bit strange that he tells you he doesn't want...
I know Razor hates alcohol, and I don't blame him. I guess he doesn't want a drunkard like myself speaking on his behalf then, huh? But hey, that's still not going to stop me from, honestly, that's still not going to stop me from, just saying the truth. And the truth is that Razor is innocent.
Want you to work a job or have friends or your own money. This is him wanting to assert control over a young and vulnerable woman to make her completely dependent and submissive to him. And you can see the abuse that he's putting her through now.
What's wrong about making a woman submissive to somebody? That is biblical ethics right there. The pets submit to the family, the children submit to the parents, the wife submits to the husband, and the husband submits to Christ. What's so wrong about that? I don't think the Keno Casino are going to answer that because they don't know anything about Christianity. I'll take up for him on this and relent that all the shit that I saw was in fact fake.
Mind you, this is kindly, Christian, righteous, preacher Razorfist.
So PPP is continuing to create his own narrative based on scant information here. This is all confirmation bias. He is writing his own fan fiction here, without any evidence. Now, if the Kiwi Farms information is accurate, some of how the ex-girlfriend was making money was in making graphic content online. Other than that, there's no information as to what her job was and why Razorfist, or whoever this guy was so upset about her working it. We ultimately don't have any details as to what is being talked about in this video. And again, we don't even know if this video is of Razorfist and his ex-girlfriend. Yet all of this is being used as confirmation bias because PPP and Smash JT have a vendetta against Razorfist.
Okay, then you need to go.
I bet all three of these faggots you see right now, I don't think they'd actually ever read anything from the Kiwi Farms. They just see, attachments and videos, but it's like they're not reading the text behind it. Like when I was doing the Andrew Ditch shitlist video, I read the original post of his Kiwi Farms thread. Not exactly a pleasant read considering the subject matter, but still I read it for the sake of accuracy for the video.
Well, how did you come to that conclusion? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because I am telling you, I don't want you to work that job.
Well, too fucking bad. I have the job and I'm not gonna quit.
Then fuck you. Out.
No.
Listen to this shit. This is psychotic stuff. This is abusive. This is textbook abuse and control.
No, I don't see any abuse. The only thing I see is a wooden ceiling. Why would this be abuse? Because the words on the screen said so? Because the female in this video said verbal abuse out loud?
What? What is going to work?
Staring me down and being verbally abusive.
Again, what job are they talking about? There's no...
That does not sound like Lady Fist either. If we were to kind of put things together, that does not sound like Lady Fist. And honestly, it's not exactly the right thing to do to record a private conversation just because somebody is getting angry at you. They're not going to start beating the shit out of you. You're only doing... The chick who recorded this is only doing this to blackmail the person who might possibly be Razorfist in that video. That's what it is. It's just blackmail.
Context to any of this, but PPP is just run.
But in reality, it only makes the accuser look bad, because depending on the state that this video was recorded in, it could be a two-party consent. One of those states. Could be that kind of situation.
Running his mouth like he knows everything. So I guess this is the logic we're going with. Believe all women.
I know.
Do you believe that?
I'm sure.
So Andy Worski asks a legitimate question here. Do we believe what we are being told? And PPP's response is, I'm sure. Yeah, just trust me, bro.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
No.
You realize if you just remove your name from the fucking list, you don't pay rent.
I don't care.
So he's threatening her with homelessness to control her.
Again, this is PPP assuming he knows anything about this situation. But even if we do take this information at face value, it is not an uncommon circumstance to have couples break up and for one or the other to decide to evict. And that's why housing courts exist. When people sign leases, they are supposed to have been made aware of their rights. And yes, depending on what the judge says, someone could be out on the street afterwards. You can tell PPP has never been a landlord, otherwise you would know that you don't just let people live in your property without paying rent. Nobody in their right mind would ever think about this as threatening with homelessness. Now, if you can't read what's on the screen here, what it says is, he was in my face, staring down at me, and trying to intimidate me. Fortunately, I am not fazed by it. Him because I went out with my female coworkers, all in capital letters by the way, and had a good time. So you can see the ex-girlfriend is creating her own narrative in this video. She's writing fan fiction that paints a picture of a brave young woman standing her ground, and she didn't do nothing wrong. And
I mean, I don't think the correct term is fan fiction, but I would say it's her own framing of the situation. If this were to ever be in the court of law, it would be it's the framing of the video, and no doubt the judge would actually have to look at that and think about the framing. But then again, we live in clown world, so would that actually happen? You guys can decide on that.
That big bad man is trying to get up all in her face. Grrr. And despite there being no evidence of this because, again, we can't see anything that's going on, Kino Casino just believe what they're being told by the text on the screen. Now, this all seems very familiar. What does this remind me of?
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going? Oh, really? Really?
You edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMC.
You're very wrong about that.
He doesn't want her to have a job, to make money, to be able to support herself and not be out in the...
But Smash, what's the job? I noticed something there in those words. Just gotta zoom it up for a bit. Again, sorry guys. Going out with my female coworkers. I wonder what that meant. Generally speaking, in terms of manosphere knowledge, it's not the best idea for a woman to be going out with her single girlfriends if she's in a relationship. That could be seen as quite the boundary violation right there. I would see it as such, and I think that's a justifiable reaction for the person in the video to be having the reaction that he has. There's a good chance that he established the boundary that it's like, I don't want you going out with your single girlfriends to places that I don't trust you to be at. But she went against those boundaries anyways. Let's see. Rexus says, he was on Handcuff stream. Look, Scurvy, go with the gooner side of things. A woman deserves every chance to be No, Okairo. No, Marty. She... Suck my cock, Marty. No, just kidding. That is a pretty funny comment, though, Cairo.
The streets, so that he can trap her in his house.
Ooh, trapping! Ooh, so scary. Not like she crossed a boundary violation or anything.
Okay, so it isn't just PPP creating wholesale narratives to fit a vendetta against Razorfist now. Jeff from Smash JT is writing his own fan fiction, too.
Genuinely, I didn't get to this part. This is, all new to me right now.
All you want. It's not going to work.
Oh, I didn't get to this part, guys.
What's not going to work?
Oh, you see, guys? She said he was staring her down and being verbally abusive, so she must be telling the truth. You know, it's not like she's saying these exact words because she knows.
This is how I knew that Smash JT was the centrist libertarian type. He of course he was gonna believe all women, even though he should theoretically know better. But no, of course he's gonna believe her because it's against somebody he doesn't like. Oh wow, this is so shocking. Even though the video in question, in terms of evidence, is dubious at best and outright malicious at worst.
Knows she's being recorded, and she wants to use this recording to paint a picture that favors her if anyone else sees it. No, just believe everything you're being told. Don't ask any questions. Believe women, guys. Just believe women.
No!
Whoa!
No!
No, it's Bob.
No! That is pretty funny.
No!
I thought that was Andy that said no. That was Razorfist that said no. Whoa, buddy.
Yeah, couples shout at each other during domestic disputes.
Fist?
It happens. And again, we don't know if they are indeed having this dispute up in each other's faces. We don't know if they're yelling to each other from across the room or what's going on. But
it doesn't seem like that's the case. Like hearing the yell of no from that far away. It's like, no, that doesn't seem like they're shouting at each other's faces. If that was the case, that no would be a lot louder. I think he's just keeping his distance. If she's recording the ceiling, mind you that she is recording the ceiling, or some wall in the house. And the thing is, let's see, he's not anywhere near where could be, quote-unquote, screaming at her face, so to speak. There is no way that could be happening.
Jeff doesn't care. He wants his narrative.
Oh, I rewind the video and I say, well, hold on a second. Did he just, like, shout at her no like that, scream at her, and make her feel, and belittle her, make her feel like she's a nobody in this planet? This is the guy that's on the side of holier than thou, the guy that praises God above all and tells other people how to live their life more holier and be better people and not goon at girls in video games? Bro, it sure as hell feels like you're trying to cover up for some serious shortcomings in your own personal life.
And there you have it. There's the vendetta. Jeff doesn't care about these details so long as he gets to stick it to Razorfist in some way, shape, or form.
And like I said, when I went into this, I didn't expect to be making a video covering this. I thought it was just going to be like any other live stream like I do pretty much every night, where I live stream talking about stuff in the game industry and stuff going on.
Yeah, see, Jeff didn't expect to make a video talking about this. He just accidentally stumbled across a tabloid video made by the Kino Casino. He just happened to come across a conversation between PPP and Andy Worski, the latter of whom, I will remind you, live streamed Cheese Pizza on February 28th, 2019.
I was like, oh, this should be interesting. We'll talk about Razor.
And something to add to that, EGAD, and streamed it to minors.
Because he's the soup of the day. We'll talk about this situation.
You know, that's funny because Jeff's website says that, quote, Smash J...
Let's see. Rexus says centrist libertarians really don't live up to the libertarian label. Hell, I'm living up to that libertarian label, even though I'm now a constitutionalist. Hey, you might want to become a monarchist here, Rexus. Dusty says, we'll say that anyone who hates on Pantera like Razorfist and refuses to elaborate why is kind of fruit, but hey. Is that why you don't like him? It's because he doesn't like Pantera. Hey, that's a little petty, but there are things that you could actually dislike Razorfist for. I mean, I have a little bit of personal beef with him myself because I was about to stand up for him too, but because I'm a monarchist, he blocked me.
ET was created as an outlet for my video game passion. In addition, he said,
for the sake of conveying the truth to people, I am on his side. Absolutely. Razorfist is absolutely correct in this situation, and even though it's a little petty for me to complain that I'm blocked by him, it's like I'm still going to say that he is innocent.
says that the aim of this channel from day one has always been to educate and entertain, with a strong focus on entertaining. So I guess that includes tabloid journalism then, right, Jeff? Are you educating your viewers by having them listen to wholesale narratives provided by the Kino Casino based on very little investigation and just taking things at face value?
And I could have never imagined it going down the road that it did, as dark as it got.
You monetize this video, Jeff. Nothing about this story was dark or demented. This was a domestic dispute that happens regularly among couples, and there's a possibility it was
No doubt there's probably been some yelling between Smash and his wife. I mean, I don't think that they haven't recorded any of the conversations or whatnot. But still, like, I'd still be somewhat... I wouldn't just jump to conclusions, because, you're, like, Jeff, your wife recorded a video of an argument that happened. If anything, even though I don't exactly like you these days, I'd still give you the benefit of the fucking doubt that it's like, yeah, maybe this is just an argument, and let's just say the same thing happened. I'd say that, I'd probably say that, maybe you two should really seek Christ, if anything.
Recorded without consent. The only dark thing about this story is the length to which you and PPP are going to assassinate Razorfist's character.
Okay, so this is Razorfist jerk-off tape.
Nah, that's my own beef with the anti-monarchy stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking of kind of being one, especially if you know the history of religion I believe in.
That he uploaded
You're
to the
a Christian,
internet
right,
in 2011.
Rexus?
So just remember, folks, this is the moral arbiter telling you what you can jerk off to, what you can look at, what you can't look at.
Which is actually an entirely fake video, which Razorfist addressed in his rebuttal. Like, you think once again, the people who think Razorfist uploaded this video, and you know, to Slutload, right? Man, I was like, if that was the case, it happened so long ago, and Razorfist is a vastly different person now. It's been like a decade, and he hasn't replicated the behavior since. This is before I learned that the video was not him. I was gonna say it's like, he stopped doing the behavior. I don't think it's fair to criticize him for this. But now that we know that it's fake, I will say that it's like, let's see, it's like the Kino Casino are basically just promoting lies, outright libel, and Smash JT is going along with it. He's like, oh wow, I can't believe it, that this must be true, because the Kino Casino said it's true. Okairo says, just remember, Scurvy, even Duke Nukem is pro-monarchy. Based?
Saying it's going to cause lustful thoughts.
Totally normal thing.
This is Razorfist.
Totally normal thing for someone to do, of course. That would tell people that Melanie Mac is correct about gooning.
I don't approve of paganism, but yeah, monarchy is a power structure that arises no matter what faith, time, and again.
Video games would, of course, be someone that would do something like this.
Remember, Jeff said that he created Smash JT as a way to inform viewers of who and what they should be watching. In his Goonergate article, he says, while I morally typically tend to lead to the moral values of religion far more than that of wokeism, I'm by no stretch a very religious person. There is value in it. The problem? Going too far with any ideology historically always seems to end up in the same exact place. So Jeff is admitting he wants to ride the fence and that he's okay with wokeism, to an extent. To what extent is too far?
Yes. And we've seen that in terms of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. He wants to have the fence so shoved up his ass that he'll gladly accept a homosexual relationship between an adult character and a minor.
Far? He doesn't say. But this attitude is something I talked about in my video, Why Christians Lose Arguments. Jeff's moral compass is guided by his own personal preferences. He projects that by insisting that this is about gamers and whatever. But given the variance of personal preferences among individuals, invoking gamers as his personal army is just unrealistic. The point I'm getting at is that his exposing
You really should X, because Jesus said to be compassionate and peaceful in the Bible somewhere. No, I'm not a Christian, and I have nothing but contempt for your backwards religious beliefs. So yeah, this argument wouldn't work on me, but maybe if I use it on you, you'll do what I want. I used this, a very similar image with Madam Savvy one time. It was fucking hilarious seeing the crash out, but I was also actually pretty pissed off about that as well. It's like, she has no idea what the beliefs of the average Orthodox Christian is, or any Christian who is very much consistent in his or her faith. Let's see. Just gonna take a look at the comment. I hate that meme. I love that meme. As a Christian Okaira, I love that meme because you could use it for so many leftists and it pisses them off to no end. It's a reason why I used it on Madam Savvy, because she is indeed a leftist. I forget the name of the king that united Norway. I knew it at one time because I was interested in the history of Northern Europe. I see.
Razorfist for his hypocrisy only works if one recognizes said behavior as immoral behavior in the first place. So Jeff, by his own admission, just picks and chooses what morals he wants to follow based on his personal preferences. Yet for the sake of character assassination, he will utilize the moral failings of someone else against them, despite his not personally adhering to them in his own life.
Maybe the community is going to speak up and say, yeah, this is not the type of person that I want leading anybody or telling people how they should be living their lives.
So this is just self-reporting now. This is why Jeff has a vendetta against Razorfist. Because, as stated on his own website, Jeff wants to be the one calling the shots. Not Razorfist, whose YouTube channel has a subscriber count almost 4 times as massive as Smash JT. So in the end, this is all about grift wars. Now, what's also brought up here is whether Razorfist was dating his ex-girlfriend as early as when she was 15 years old.
Latina.
And the problem with that is the only evidence...
That's the Latina who was falsely accusing Razorfist of being a pedophile. I should let you know that.
have is everything that she said online. So again, is the logic here just to believe all women? And what's funny about her posting all this is that she's more concerned about the fact that she was dating someone of a particular political persuasion, rather than the fact that she was supposedly a teenager at the time. Note also that Razorfist is never named in any one of her posts. But all of these details, or the lack thereof, are never brought up by Kino Casino or Smash JT.
This is some pretty serious stuff, some serious allegations.
Wow.
Like what you said, EGAT, it's all based on grift wars and vendetta bullshit.
Serious allegations. Did any of this get taken to court? Has anyone pinned Razorfist to the wall on any of this? Because if not, that's an indication to me that this is all just a game. This is all just grift wars. This is all, hey, let me make a tabloid piece on a popular YouTuber for clicks and get my video monetized for the drama being generated by sketchy details.
And with all this coming to light,
let's go back a little. Let's see. We can actually look. Let me actually look up the subscriber count of Smash JT real quick. So, also I probably will unsubscribe from him if I am. No, I'm not subscribed to him. Smash has 113,000 subscribers. This Razorfist video from back in around May, or January, I should say, it was from 6 days ago, so it's like late January, 53K views. I wonder what got so many views in that amount of time. I wonder.
Monetized for the drama being generated by sketchy details.
And with all this coming to light, it looks like cooler heads are going to prevail and do the right thing moving forward.
What does that even mean? Who has the cooler head here? What exactly is the right thing being done moving forward? What are you talking about?
Let's see.
What does that even mean? Who has the cooler head here? What exactly?
What's Craig from Side Scroll is going to do now? Having Razor as a regular guest on could seriously tank his channel. I'd imagine
Is
they'd
the
be
right thing being
ways.
done moving forward? What are you talking about?
But holy crap, again, bringing it back to the beginning of this video, I don't think anybody in their wildest imaginations could have ever dreamed or had nightmares about how dark Goonergate would actually go.
No, a domestic dispute and some Twitter account patting themselves on the back for getting out of a situationship is...
Hold on, before we continue, I'm just going to write a short little post. Just a short, tiny little post. I'm just going to write it to... Let's see. Actually, no. I'll wait until tomorrow or something. No, I don't want to throw off the stream too much. Besides, we still have only a few more minutes left, and then we got some more positive Slop to get back
It's
to,
not
all
dark.
right?
If anything, it's
We're
amazing
almost
the
done
amount
with
of hatred and disgust that Jeff has for people who have differing personal preferences from his
I will
own.
say that baklava I had was amazing.
yeah,
I know
I hope it was
exactly who
worth
I'm
it.
going to be
So what exactly is the
contacting
moral of the
in
story
terms
here?
of that.
Razorfist dared voice his personal preferences on X and defended other people with similar opinions.
Whoa,
so now we'll
let's
dig
see,
up his history.
I didn't see chat. Luke 10:19. What? Let's see. I will ask what translation I should say. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. Yes, I love that verse. I fucking love that. I will look it up for the. Let's see. Let me just pull that up real quick. John. Oh wait, no, not Luke. John. I mean Luke 10:19. Yes. The let's see from the let's see. I should also see. Oh yeah, and KJV is acceptable for orthodoxy. So yes, it's pretty similar. The meaning is all the same. So, yep, I like that verse a lot too.
history
I
and
love
create a narrative
Cairo.
surrounding
That
it and
is
call him a hypocrite.
beautiful.
Hope it was worth it, chum?
For
That
standing on this hill,
easily best comment of the stream. Like, easily.
and trying to speak down on people on how they enjoy their video games, because the first thing people do when you come for their video games is start wondering, why do you...
Yeah, neither do I. I want the SAR back too. In terms of Scurvy's personal interest, I also want the Shah of Iran to come back. Let's see, did I get anything on Cashapp so far? Probably not. I don't think I got anything. Yeah, no, I didn't get anything on Cashapp. I don't know why I thought I got anything on Cashapp. If anything, thank Dusty who asked about the verse. Ooh, Dusty, thank you, man. Honestly, thank you. I'm still on Mark right now. By the time the semester is done, I'll be reading the Bible a lot more. I just need to get things done first. Then I can actually read the book of Mark, and then the book of John, and then the book of Luke.
You feel like you're the one in a position to tell anybody what they can do with their games.
Wait, so you thought Razorfist and Melanie Mac were coming for your video games? What the hell,
you,
really?
Dusty.
Because
Thank
they
you.
voiced their personal...
Both Cairo and you are the MVPs of the stream. Thank you so much.
preferences on X about video games? That means they're coming for your video games? Is this real? Are you really this perturbed by people spouting hot air on Elon's Twitter that you felt the need to assassinate their characters online?
Don't you want to read the 10 volumes of the Talmud? Well, there might be a Talmud reading stream sometime if I can pick up an edition that's actually fucking honest.
Bunch of fragile f***ery. But you want to know what's really amazing about all this? The fact is, if you go to the Kiwi farms, there's plenty of material to work with when it comes to criticizing Razorfist. And that has been done time and again.
Yes. Let's see.
But for Kino Casino and Smash JT, the way they're going about it is this cancel culture bullshit that we've seen in the past with SJWs and wokesters alike. And what this has resulted in is Razorfist has decided to take a hiatus.
And JJ says, will Razorfist still be featured on Side Scrollers? Well, so Razor's going to step away from the show. It's a decision that he made. And he says he's ramping up stuff to work on Volume 2 of Ghost of the Badlands and Volume 3 of his book series, of his comic and everything, and Volume 3 of his book series. So he's going to step away. And he's been meaning to step away from shows like this, like us, and I guess he's going to step away from F&T and things like that as well. So to focus on his own personal stuff. So Razor made that decision, and we're going to honor it. So, like I said, nobody works on a contract here. Everybody can come and go as they please. So that's what Razor's going to do.
Craig, I wish I would be invited onto Side Scrollers. My drunk ass at fucking 12 in the afternoon, just on a Friday, like right around the time I get back from the gym. Probably I'd be like, oh hey Craig, I'm all sweaty, just got back from a big chest, shoulders, triceps day, and I was like, oh, we're talking about the bullshit of Alyssa Mercante. Oh yay, I love that, and I get my VTuber model ready, and then finally, Kirsha would notice me. Yes, she would. She would recognize the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Scurvy. I'm joking, of course.
He seems to have realized that this stuff looks bad regardless of the veracity of any of it. The truth doesn't matter here. What matters here is that someone popular online has personal preferences that they said were also aligned with Christian values. And that is...
Wait, who's reading through all that? And undeniably, yes, I probably know which chat. Oh, Lamented, gotcha. He's actually wow. I Godspeed, Lamented, Godspeed.
Is apparently not to be abided by. And what's funny is I'm not aware of any party looking into this any deeper. Nobody has reached out to Eve about her allegedly being in a relationship with Razorfist as early as when she was 15 years old. Nobody is taking anything to court. And so what all this comes...
I don't know if I want Kirsha to notice me. I'd be afraid she'd show up at my doorstep No,
It's
she's
down
not
to
that
is a
kind of
clear
bitch.
and obvious smear. Now, there's some odd theories being peddled out about Goonergate and what it all means. Almighty Lolly, for instance, thinks that there's some kind of corporate thing going on here, and some users on the Kiwi farms feel like Razorfist and Melanie Mack are intentionally making Christians look bad. Ultimately, what I believe is going on is no different than Zoe Quinn
Melanie
having
Mack,
her
yes,
Depression
Razorfist,
Quest game
no.
boosted by dudes who wanted in on that gamer girl juice. But you don't have to look too deeply into Melanie's Twitter history to find that she was one of many leftoids pushing for parasexual representation in relationships in video games. And despite his own anti-Gooner sentiments expressed on X, John Delarose was also an avid Gooner himself, whose proclivities were wrapped up in My Little Pony and Pokemon. End of the day, I don't believe for a second there's any grand conspiracy going on here. What these people are chameleons. And so they're Christians today, but only because it is...
Yes, and here's what I've noticed about John Delarose. He's not actually an anti-Semite. He's not a hardcore noticer. He's only just saying a lot of this shit just to gain an audience with groypers. But if they, I don't think he knows how those people actually operate. They will do research on the people they follow, especially if they think there's something up with them, and especially if they see that there's evidence that shows that he's not worth listening to. Oddly enough, they don't do that with their leader, Nick Fuentes. But I mean, hey, everybody has those kinds of gaps, don't they? Moral consistency gaps. I'm joking, of course. Moral consistency is a hard thing to have on the internet these days.
It's financially expedient for them to call themselves Christian and grift off other Christians.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone
hilarious,
involved in the story
Akira.
should die.
But that's all just my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter. Now there's one last part to Jeff's video, which he tagged onto the very end. And he plays this part after he has given a farewell address to his viewers. And this last part features a clip where Razorfist and his then-girlfriend Eve were streaming together. This is the clip.
Felix Wolf, I say Razorfist for president. I say that would be a massive mistake. Beer is the trick says, here's some...
And me as the first lady?
Right?
Oh my god, ban the fucking Jews!
What?
Based?
ban the triple parentheses? No,
and now,
and Smash JT, it's like, oh, he totally cares about that. But then he also likes the posts from me that are also, anti-Jew. Oh, well, that's ironic. So which is it, Jeff? Which is it?
Cell noticers, why do you think Jeff included this at the tail end of his video here? In a video he also entitled The Fall of Razorfist. I don't know, man. I just can't quite figure this one out. But I sure did notice it.
Man, that was quite the video, guys. Now let's unwind. Let's unwind with okay, hold on. Let's just get this out of the way. Now, let's unwind with let's unwind with some more lighthearted slop, so to speak. Let me just we have some more. We do have some more news here that isn't related to Razorfist, but we do have some stuff. More stuff from VTuber land. So we have let's see. Yes, there we go. That should be good. We have something from FaZe Connect in regards to their next VTubers that they are going to be bringing on to their agency. One that I'm a little too edgy for. So we have the FaZe Invaders debut, interviewing Invaders Quest, and this is happening tomorrow. So CeeLo Ite of FaZe Connect, she is going to be debuting tomorrow at 6 p.m. My time, or wait, let me see, PDT. That should be PDT to PDT to EST. EST. There we go. 8 p.m. So it's going to be 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and 10 p.m. for 8 p.m. for Cleo, 9 p.m. for the fish lady, Mari En. I'll give Cleo a follow because she's a historian. Then Eepy Sleepy, and give her a follow too because why not? Waiting rooms coming soon, and then we have Phase Invaders. So, nope. More Mari Idol. Let's go, says Smugalana. That's as far as we're gonna scroll down here. But I'm so happy for Mari in particular. I mean, you guys know I hope you guys know my antics surrounding the fish lady. I hope you guys know. No, I like to antagonize the fish girl, especially with one image in particular. Let me pull that up right now. I will get that ready. Where is it? So, let's see. So, so Mari had this post like 5 hours ago before I streamed. So Rexus, Mari, she is a goldfish princess. Yes, she is a goldfish princess. Her model is rather petite and cute. So she says, "Please come," stares at you like this, and I reply, "That's nice, but this is better, more cursed, and lives in my head rent free." Oh, Cairo should know what this image is. It's your favorite. It's your favorite. I pulled it up just for you. It lives rent-free in my head. And people told me I could see why you posted that in the server now. Yeah, I love sending it to her. It's hilarious. Also, I'm going the juicer, Scurvy. No, you're not gonna juice me. You're not gonna put me in the blender like for no reason because I made you witness hot hands dork voice, even though it's actually the opposite for me, at least. But you know, I love this image lives rent-free in my head, guys. I love to post it whenever I can. Oh man. No, Dusty, do not put me in the blender. As your 45th and 47th President of the United States, you will not put me in the blender. No, you won't. But say, which one's more cursed? This or this? You guys decide. You guys decide. Is it this or is it this? Is it Mari JD Vance, or is it Mari Nails? Which is it? That's not my edit, guys. This isn't my edit. Here, we can actually look at Mari's account. We'll look at I don't want to unfollow her. So let's look at the media. This is on Mari's page. This is where I first found it. She said, she wrote, "Me if you care." She was the one who made this image. Not me. I just like to send it. Wait. Oh. Cleo Ite responded, "Oh. Yeah, Mari made it. You're making us suffer, so it's yours." No, it isn't. No, this is Mari. I'm not that close to the fish. It's not mine. I mean, and she also made this right here. And I replied with, "What are you planning?" She was the only one who liked that post. So she posted this, and I just got a fountain soda to mix the Coke Zero and Diet Coke and the regular Coke together. Just a small peek into my fucked up evil mind. And I replied with, "What are you planning?" And it was Forthy who replied, but Mari liked it. Mari liked it, probably bookmarked the artwork. I hope she's not gonna steal it now. It's my artwork. That is my beautiful artwork. She has plans she can't disclose, for the haters will sabotage her. Yes, yes they will. Oh man, I should have noticed the dork hands right there too. Oh man. What else is there that's cursed? Right here. I gotta see the ones that I actually commented on. Let's see. No, not that one. Yes. I posted. I posted this one too. Yes. And she hasn't liked this one yet. Mari has not liked this post yet. But I replied with the new Nike character. I know. I mean, you fucking weebs call it Nike, but Nike is a Greek goddess, so I call her by the Greek name. Hey, this is the new Nike character. Yes, it is. It's the new Nike character. Oh man, I like to I just like to post this to her whenever I can. It's it's too perfect. It's too fucking perfect, guys. Quit simping for the goldfish. It's sad, even if she's funny. No, it's not simping. It's not simping, guys. I'm not the only one. I mean, she's not the only VTuber I talk to on a frequent basis, you know. Let's see, we'll go here, because I got a notification, but... well, the thing is with this new group of Phase Connect people, literally, Mari is Pippa's nepotism hire. That's the joke. Oh, hey, my good friend actually liked my post from earlier, so that's pretty cool. I can't wait for him to debut sometime soon. Oh man, I swear I'm gonna find oh there's a post from my friend. There's a post from my friend. I see something. But no, believe it or not, I like, when it comes to my interaction with many VTubers, I like to be a bit more of a bit more trolly, if anything. Like that's the thing with Mari. I like to troll her a little bit. I find it funny. Any more Slop to endlessly and mindlessly consume? Well, we are talking about Slop right now, Rexus. It's VTuber Slop. It's VTuber Slop. I don't know why I didn't like my friend's post. I didn't see it. Same with the rat girl too, Rigaki. I don't know why I didn't see that. Do I have any more Slop for you guys? Do I have any more Slop? I think I might. And it's not from my friend. If anything, let's actually scroll through. Let's actually scroll through. We might be able to find something. No, I don't. No, not from Chronicle. Not from Chronicle. Give me a moment. I might be able to find something for you guys. Cause I still want to go. I still want to. You still want to go? Yes, King. That I still want to go. I'm in the mood. I guess we could look back at... No, I guess we could actually find something. I know EGAD covers a lot of Slop. So, let's see. Yes. Perfect timing. I mentioned the whole Smash JT McDizzle situation earlier. Let's actually let's actually cover that. Considering we're still, I still am very much in the mood. I wasn't thinking of shit talking. I wasn't thinking of Madam Savvy right now because I mean I could always find something that she posted and just rip it to shreds, but I don't. I mean I got more important people to cover, and Smash JT just seems to be more relevant at the moment. So, let's get started.
About a week ago, I had planned on doing a piecemeal coverage of Smash JT's Got video to follow up my reaction video. However, recent developments have shown me I don't have to. Jeff seems determined to make an absolute fool of himself online. And of course I don't know where the nonsense will end, but from what I can tell, Jeff has all but turned his channel into a platform for fighting petty conflicts with other people he doesn't like.
Smash and I have a situation and he can't get me off of his mind. Smash has been obsessed with me since this, making 5 videos with the situation, talking about me for a good portion of it. Don't forget the numerous articles on smashjt.com because he is a journalist. Oh, and all the live streams versus, well, my one video. In fact, he's so mad he's watching like all these videos about it on YouTube.
This is an insane take, bro. I've been spot on with every other source up to this, and you're like, doesn't matter. I'm down with you now. You made a mistake one time. Okay, man. Okay, Smash. I don't think you understand the whole the whole thing about this. This was a test. This was a test to see if you're actually able to be a journalist, and clearly you failed it. And no, McDizzle did not commit a crime. I went over this before in the past. McDizzle did not commit any crime according to Canadian law. No, he did not. He would not be able to be charged for impersonation or anything like that. If anything, Smash actually gained money from the whole thing.
Commenting about it, getting mad if it's not preferable to him, getting upset at people that are actually reporting objectively on it, like Sid Alpha, or even Fratanga talking about it. He's obsessed, so upset that some people find this real.
That's on. I know we were making fun of Fratanga before, but he was 100% correct on this whole thing. Like Fratanga, once again, Fratanga, his whole thing is to be calling out both sides. So.
Really interesting. People noticed numerous trends of Smash's reporting on various topics and had a lot of questions.
Oh yeah, also Smash JT watched a video from Latina Parfait and was just so fucking confused.
What has been particularly hilarious to see is how all this animosity from Smash JT is also animosity from a guy who tried to promote himself as a voice of reason between woke ideology and so-called Christianity, which was really just a bunch of hot air being blown on X by several individuals. And if you scour X or YouTube, there's a lot of people who have various opinions about video games. So why target these specific people when they start talking about their opinions? I don't understand what is driving this other than maybe Jeff just wants to go full-blown lolcow and reap the benefits from the ongoing circus that his platform has become at this point in time.
Seems like it. There are the very few lolcows who are just like, you know, I'm just gonna be a lolcow because it will help me make money, and they just embrace it, and then they actually become the very person that they decided to, you know, just mock. It's an act of mockery. Then it turns into something sincere.
His beef started, understandably enough, with Alyssa Mercante, but then it transitioned to several people on X, like Melanie Mack and Razorfist. And now his vendetta has since metastasized, and he's placing other personalities like McDizzle Gaming, Sid Alpha, and Fratanga on his list. So where exactly does this all end? Now, I've addressed this video specifically to
Oh yeah, Sid Alpha's video is one of the best videos on that whole situation. And I know I'm covering a month-old drama, but still, we're talking about Slop today.
McDizzle Gaming because there was a point I wanted to make concerning Jeff's MO, and there is something about his content I believe must be understood. Back in February, Jeff produced a video talking about Daniel Vavra of Warhorse Studio and Vavra's feud with John Delarose.
Warhorse Studios co-founder Daniel Vavra has gone all in against writer and self-proclaimed defender of Christian values, John Delarose, and the headbutting here all started over Delarose's outrage footage of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, featuring an optional side quest with the heavily gay romance scene involved.
Well, the very next day, Jeff produced yet another video showing he had lost over 150 subscribers, meanwhile apologizing for talking about his opinion in the previous video.
When I get something wrong, boy, do you guys let me know I got it wrong. And yes, I'm sure welcome to my own opinions, and you guys have always welcomed those. I'm not trying to say that I'm not allowed to think what I want to think and talk about that. I want to be clear here, and I understand exactly why the community on the whole was like, yeah, it's cool, it's fine, whatever, but a lot of people were very frustrated with my stance because I wasn't listening to you guys. I was just talking to you about the situation and why I feel a certain way, instead of taking in all the information.
And what Jeff did not disclose was why the loss of 150 subscribers made anything he had said wrong. Even more bizarre was this was Jeff reporting himself. Nobody exposed this. He was basically admitting that he failed to repeat back to his subscribers what they wanted him to say, and that somehow made his previous opinion incorrect? So am I right in assessing that Smash JT's viewers go to him to hear his takes, but only if they are the same takes that they already agree with? Then why go to him at all? Well, it's because this is all psychopolitical. This is a psychological cushion against reality. And the reality is, Smash JT's audience do not go to his channel to get the latest scoop from an inside source. At least not in a way that would...
Like, when I was watching Smash's stuff on stream, right, it was... I picked out those videos largely because it would help me prove my own narrative that I was trying to make about the given subject. And I thought his videos were a strong enough source at the time, but now it's just like if I were to be looking at one of his videos, it's probably to criticize him, if anything. Let's see, we have some messages in chat. That lines up. Smash will cave into what his audience demands. Smash JT starts to look like, looks more and more like JOO the longer I look at him. Hey, so do I, Rexus. I mean, I've started calling him Smash JQ. That's actually because of EGAT and Co.
Gratify the desire for more information. McDizzle is 100% on the yellow journalism comparison in that what Smash JT is doing is entirely sensational. The truth does not matter so much as the sentiment surrounding whatever the current story is. Adjacent to this, how many people fell out of engagement with Grums on X, even after that whole debacle of him posting that fake NDA from EA
Grums.
BioWare that was supposed to have been sent to Mr. Matty Plays? The central issue, as I see it, is that the truth doesn't matter to these people. And that's the biggest problem that I have with this whole Gamergate 2.0 block of online entertainment.
Honestly, Gamergate 2.0 started out so strong. Reflecting on it now, it actually did start out very strong. But then, as the months led on, and towards the end of the year, that's when it really started to fall apart. And it largely had to do with the fact that we were no longer a united front. And also so many people actually, mainly Synthetic Man, if I'm being honest. He was kind of the one who like gave us a warning in regards to a lot of these people that we make fun of now. And it's like, on one hand, I understand the whole point of solidarity, but at the same time, it's like, I wholly agree that I should have been looking into these people a lot more. And I should have been looking at the Kiwi Farms way more than I already was at that time.
It's built on a lot of sensational bullshit and very little truth. Now, I talked about this moment on stream, but just to nail it down in scripted format, I want to isolate a portion of Jeff's Got video where he talks about publishing his Assassin's Creed Shadows video based on false information that was provided to him by McDizzle.
So getting this email lined up exactly with everything else that I'd been seeing and hearing. It just made sense. But he was claiming that I don't check my sources. I didn't even bother asking if it was him or anything like that. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter if I asked him for more information, because clearly if he was trolling, he would have come up with something else to push it around or say, oh, I'm skittish, I can't say anything here.
I mean, I used to believe that too, right? I was like, I think what McDizzle did, I do think that what he did was actually pretty clever. All things considered, it's like, I think McDizzle, I mean, I haven't asked the man himself in regards to this, But if I were to have a theory, I would say that McDizzle was basically testing Smash to see if he actually had the capabilities to be a real journalist. And clearly, Smash failed that. He's like every other tabloid that he complains about. Let's see. Let's take a look at the chat. Solidarity is one thing, but if it comes at the price of authenticity, it isn't worth it. You want people to believe in your cause, after all. True. Not to mention accountability. I won't circle the wagons with people who would stab me in the back if it meant personal gain. He is in the Arcarian server. You could ask him. I mean, I would. I just don't. I don't want to bother him or anything. So I don't know how. I know different servers have rules when it comes to like DMs. I don't know your server's rules, man. And so I don't want to like at him. I don't want to at him to like bother him or whatnot. So I know with Vex when it comes to that, it's like I like if I want to send an update on my snails or just replied or something. But I know not everybody is also like that too. So. I guess it just depends. We have no rules. Really? I guess just other than be respectful. Sure. I guess I'll ping him sometime in the future when when I'm not drunk. I'm actually still sobering up as we speak. He otherwise doesn't pay attention to the server. All right, gotcha. Yeah, I probably will ask him that sometime. I just don't think I'll disclose what I've learned unless he says I can. So, I think that's fair.
Here, and at the end of the day, it's just his word, and I gotta either trust it or not, and I trusted it, and it was not the right thing to believe.
So what Jeff is saying here now is that he essentially flipped a coin and chose to proceed. He even says the words, "It doesn't matter." This is a huge self-report.
Yeah, I have been drinking water. I don't drink tea, though.
He is basically admitting that the objective truth was not as important as the narrative. And for someone who wants to distance himself from corrupt journalists, this is exactly the kind of behavior that exemplifies why people even had a problem with journalists. Namely that a lot of these corrupt journalists favor a narrative.
Yeah, Damaged Sector. I remember. I'm actually still blocked by that guy. He's a bit of a prick, but... you know, sometimes it can't be helped. Even though he's right, even though I will say he has been right more often than not.
Over the cold, hard facts. And the cold, hard fact was that Smash JT's source was not legitimate, and Jeff went with it anyway, because the narrative he was trying to construct...
You're 100% on the mark, Rexus. 100% on the mark.
Was more important to him. Getting a video out as quickly as possible was more important to him. Securing his place in YouTube's algorithm was more important to him. Reaping views, likes, and comments was more important to him. The cherry on top is this admission right here.
And also, oh, by the way, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but I was very busy today, and this is something that was a timed event. And that's kind of how it got me, because it was like, oh, Ubisoft is going to announce this next week. And I'm like, oh, I need to get this out right now because I have stuff going on with the family this weekend. I don't have time to do it.
So this whole thing basically just tells me that it's like, oh, if you have to get this out now, and you know, McDizzle understood that it's like, you know, Smash's priority is to get stories out as soon as possible. Damn fact checking or whatnot. Yeah. I could see why, he did what he did. And I'd say it was totally justified.
A video this weekend, and I don't want it to be announced by Ubisoft on Monday. So I'm just going to run with it right now because everything makes sense with it. It all lines up. And sure, if it ends up being a troll job, at the end of the day, I can still fall back on saying, well, okay, you got me with a troll job, but also this is something that is highly likely that is happening with Ubisoft. You literally proved nothing except that, yeah, you tried to confirm a rumor by claiming that you're an insider, when at the end of the day...
But Smash, your job is to determine and to actually... When it comes to the fact-checking process, your whole job is to be... Your job is to say, how can I trust you? You gave me the source, but how can I trust you? That's your whole fucking job. You're not doing your job, man. All this could have been prevented if you didn't just instantly run with it. You could have asked him, like, and even if McDizzle kept on giving you pretty reasonable answers of what was actually going on, stuff that was leaked that's actually true, still, like, if it's, once again, if it's too good to be true, if it's not straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak, you might want to take it with a heavy grain of salt, put it on the back burner for a while, and then report to it. Get back with the source, spend time with your family, then get back with the source, and then publish the video. Or maybe none. Maybe just scrap it if that's the fucking case, dude. If it is a troll job like this was. That's how an actual journalist would go about this.
Now we just have you trying to troll somebody on a rumor that is still, in my opinion, very likely to occur.
I do not see how Smash JT orbiters and fans can justify this in any way, shape, or form other than to admit that yes, this is all sensational material made to gratify an audience who simply enjoys watching an ongoing dumpster fire. Truth be damned. Jeff admits he knew he was on a short timetable and says that rather than verify his source, verify the truth, he ran with the story anyway, even going so far as to talk about his thought process at the time. That if the story proved to be bogus after all, well, who cares? He would just explain it in hindsight. Again, I don't understand how anyone can justify this. What Jeff has essentially done here is admit that he will post something he has not verified because he knows he can just explain it later. And one supposes his viewers will just play along because look at that YouTube plaque he has in the background. And that dumpster fire, oh, that's just so compelling. Truth be damned. Now, the reason I started covering Jeff in the first place and where that...
And yes, that dumpster fire is damn convincing, but at the same time, even though Scurvy likes fire, I want to see what's being burned, so to speak.
path is led, and where we are now is the supposed nothing burger that is Gamergate 2.0. And whether it was people talking about feminist frequency in the past or Sweet Baby Inc. right now, the result was content creators receiving a lot of attention online. And those channels would grow, but that would lead them to inevitably clashing with other channels over petty disagreements until, eventually, the message upon which they had initiated their fame and fortune was completely lost to the sands of time. The only other thing I wanted to cover in short detail was this video.
Just because you don't like what history was, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That was history. That's how things used to be.
Yes, the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 stuff. I know, in terms of that whole thing, I would not trust Daniel Favre. Once again, he is Jewish after all, and you know what we say about Jews here on the channel. Don't trust them. They will lie through their fucking teeth. So naturally, that would lead me to not trust Daniel Favre. Let's continue.
So you can cry about it and say that you're a PDF defender all you want, but if that's what happened back in the olden days when people didn't live to be 28 years old, then that's what happened.
Hell, dude?
Like,
what the hell is this?
You want to try to bring it up to modern day standards and say, oh no, it didn't happen because video games in this pretend world, in this pretend fantasy that you can't.
But that world it's supposed to be historically accurate. It's based on, no, not even based on, it's supposed to directly be about real events that happen in history involving real people. The only person that isn't real in that whole thing is Henry.
Have that stuff? No, you're a PDF defender by saying that.
For context, Jeff is talking about sexual relations in the medieval period, let alone the fact that this is a homosexual relationship being referenced in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, let alone the fact that this treads all over the history of a real man who lived during the period during which the game takes place. Jeff's argument here is a straw man. The complaints being issued surrounding the sexual relationship between Henry and Hans have everything to do with the law. U.S. law strictly prohibits the production of any visual depiction of sexual conduct among minors, and minor specifically means anyone under the age of 18 years old. So the historical precedence has nothing to do with the fact that the base game shows two children engaging in sexual activity on screen. So yes, even if there is historical precedence, even if 15-year-olds had sexual relations in the medieval period, that does not mean that the current U.S. law just makes an exception for depicting the act itself in a video game. And note I say base game, because the hotfix addressing this in hindsight doesn't make that any less a hotfix.
If anything, rumor has it the family of Hans Capon. I forget the actual Slovak name that he went by, right? But for the sake of this, we'll call him Hans Capon. The very late descendants of Hans Capon were going to be suing Warhorse Studios because of how they depicted their ancestor in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It was, in a completely, in their point of view, their ancestor, who was a great man, was humiliated in that game because he got fucked in the ass. He was not a homosexual. He never had those kinds of feelings. And the fact that Daniel Vavra and Warhorse Studios decided to basically write their own, thing of history right there that didn't happen. Of course they have a fucking problem with that. But once again, that's just a rumor. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, considering, when it comes to just historical things in general, movies, games. It's like, the whole point of something being historically accurate is that it's historically accurate. They're not going to be suing for the gameplay or anything, but they are going to be, they could be suing for what actually happened in the game story, if it is based on real historical events that actually happened, and they're trying to replicate that. Let's see. Never mind the fact that people threw it in Vavra's face that was a Christian series about Christian history, and Vavra threw it in people's faces, and fuck off, tourists, and it never was a Christian game. Well, the thing is, Daniel Vavra is indeed Jewish. Also, I did read your comments, Okairo. Don't worry. Egad's point is specifically, it's like, we don't need to see... And even then, Egad is technically wrong. Henry is actually older in that sense. And I think Henry's actually like in his 20s. And Hans is the minor. I mean, even Synthetic Man pointed this out in his review as well. The dialogue in the first game very much said... implied and said that Hans is coming of age. So he is not the age of 18 or above. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 takes place not long after the events of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1.
Addressing this in hindsight. The very fact that Warhorse had to do this is evidence that they realized this was a problem and it required a band-aid.
In the original Kingdom Come Deliverance, the codex entry for Hans Capone indicated that he was born, what's this key word, John F. Trent? Around. That's an operative word in a sentence. He just said he could have been younger, and I'm like, well, he also could have been older. Why'd you leave that side out?
Your Honor, the female who I slept with last night, she told me that she was born around this year. So obviously that makes it legal. Yeah, good argument, Jeff. Good argument. There isn't a sane individual who would ever go to bat for you on this subject. And it is incredibly revealing that you would rather twist yourself in pretzels trying to find historical precedents for sex between children, rather than just acknowledge that any normal person would acknowledge in this case, I don't want to see this in my video game. It is incredibly stupid for Jeff to allow his petty hatred for Christians.
And even though you mentioned this earlier, like that people got married younger, before the age of 18, it's like people what Smash doesn't understand is like people don't want to see this. We don't want, normal people don't want to see minors having sex. If you do want to see minors having sex, I think you got a serious problem in your brain. And I think the only way that it could be solved is, being thrown in a wood chipper. But it's like, once again, Vavra's job is, well, at least in this context, was to basically defend the indefensible, and so he basically just chickened out and put that patch in there. And even though we all know damn fucking well that it's like it still happened. You still put that shit in the game. You only just hotfixed it, so you'll save yourselves a fucking legal case.
And for John F. Trent in particular, for being a Christian with his own opinions, to have led Jeff to obstinately defend this subject matter. At the very least, one would think maybe one should err.
Well, yeah, that too. It's like, oh yeah, and it's like what EGAD said too. It's like, in terms of, she that girl that I slept with, she was around the age. It's like, yeah, I don't think Smash understands how the English language works, and he's supposed to be a fucking journalist.
On the side of caution, right? No, Jeff is so ideologically driven, and he hates Christians to such a degree that his knee-jerk reaction here was to strawman.
I would take the standpoint of, even if he didn't update it, the game takes place in an era where this was fairly commonplace, as far as I understand.
Great, Jeff. So,
but the thing is, people didn't actively want to watch people below the age of 18 want to have sex. In the Orthodox Christian tradition, they would leave the newlyweds alone to do their business. There wouldn't be people who were fucking watching, because that's an invasion on their privacy.
So that justifies watching them.
And keep in mind, if you pay attention to the way that the characters in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 do the sign of the cross, you know that they're Orthodox. That's the kind of Christianity they practice, is Orthodox Christianity. You think that it's totally okay for these two characters who are Orthodox Christians to be having gay butt sex with each other. No, that's not okay. That's not fucking okay.
Drew in front of you in your video game? Oh, and just in case you didn't notice.
Sorry to profane, and the woman's lot. There's a reason why I despise the amorous misadventures of Sir Hans Capone DLC in the first game, and the woman's lot DLC. Oh my God! Sorry to profane and take his name in vain, but that DLC had one thing: dog as companion. You could despise it, Dusty, but men, especially boys coming of age during medieval times, are somewhat encouraged to have such misadventures, discreetly of course, so they'd experience when they get married. Hans is a minor anyways, in our modern day, even in, in that time, right, they'd actually still be considered, minors, believe it or not. I know, mortality or whatnot, it was a little different, but generally people still knew not to get involved in the sexual affairs of minors. I know that much. Whether it's Ptolemaic Egypt, my field in history, or 1400 Bohemia, that's kind of a consistent principle. They know to leave, especially in terms of sexual acts, they know to leave them kids alone, so to speak. Especially if they just got married.
Jeff is also utilizing Lomi, the law of merited impossibility. His initial argument was, this is fine, guys, it happened during the medieval period. Nothing to see here. Well, Jeff, Warhorse Studios themselves seem to disagree with you, because they hotfixed it in hindsight. Oh, but now that's fine, because Jeff will just adopt that position next.
It removed the descriptor that he was underage. Great. So they changed who he was to make sure that it wouldn't be PDF stuff.
You gotta think, though. If you're being forced to defend pedophilia just because you have a petty vendetta against other people on social media, then maybe you're in the wrong here. But that's just my opinion. And my opinion doesn't matter.
Oh, man. Another great video from What the EGAD. You guys, seriously, you guys should give him a sub. He makes some damn good videos. Fellow synth cell, all that stuff. But let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find one more segment of Slop, where we're gonna try to approach 6 hours here. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, I could talk about the the Shiloh, whatever her last name is, Hendricks. Yes, the Shiloh Hendricks situation. I don't think that'd be nice. I'm trying to find something here on X. I guess we could talk about the fallout of the Ethan Klein and Hassan situation. So we have a post here from Saturn Senshi, a friend of the channel. Best part of the Ethan Klein versus Hassan debate aftermath is how after 4 hours of content, all the Hassan fans on Twitter can only post one clip of Hassan that doesn't look like shit for him. That's how bad Hassan failed. Imagine if Hassan were to be debating someone like Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer. I'm just using those two names for the sake of, those two are very good at debating. Hassan would fucking lose in a matter of the first question. That's what would happen. Seriously, that's what would fucking happen. Also, let me just give this post a like. But it's honestly so crazy that whole fallout, and the fact that it was me, Sheffo, and Postnut that we were just watching an iDubbbz video. I mean, we were just watching through most of it. So, and keep in mind, it was Hassan that was doing most of the talking through Ian, and it really was just so. He wasn't making any sense. He really wasn't. Cairo says, if you want something entertaining, you could always pull up the people trying to drag Shy Lily into drama after her video. I don't know. I don't know anybody who's trying to do that, man. I mean, I know I insulted her quite frequently on tonight's stream, but not out of, Cinder being a whore or anything. It's just, I'm not exactly her biggest fan, so. But still, in terms of the whole Cinder drama, I said my piece on it. Cinder's a piece of shit whore who deserves all that's coming to her, and I hope Shy Lily, Bao the Whale, they actually gain more popularity and more, just they're able to get more for dealing with the drama in the way that they did. So I may not like her, but she dealt with this drama pretty well, and I'm glad that she's gonna be rewarded for it. Same with Bao the Whale, same with everybody else who dealt with Cinder's bullshit. I'm very happy about Cinder's downfall, I'll tell you that much. But anyways, I'm actually getting a little tired here, but let's see, I don't really have anything else for you guys, but oh wait, I can't make it to the 6 hour mark, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. The usual, if Mama Akko and Mizu, let's see, I guess I could find something about Mama Akko. Cairo, did you know that he and Celeste actually had a discussion before? My friend Celestium. He had a discussion with her in terms of the faith or whatnot. Actually, it was actually pretty interesting. Yes, I'm with you, Dusty. I especially think Shy Lily should really try to clean up her act. I think for me, generally when it comes to, like former whores, you know, converting to Christianity. I have to be skeptical, and for the sole fact that it's like, I've seen this pattern before. I know exactly what happens. She's gonna get a bunch of suckers who don't know anything about how women work, and she's just gonna say, so many Christians are gonna be like, "Oh yay, well, welcome, sister," but then she just starts saying a bunch of heresies, and then this, that, and the other, and then she gets humiliated online. That's how that usually goes down. I've seen that pattern before when I was an atheist. I still see that pattern now as a Christian. So, there's that. Let's see. Let me just put on some. Let me actually put on some music for you guys. I don't mind putting. Let's see. I don't mind having a little bit of an after show for you guys. Bowza Slore. Cottontail Neanders, I think even. Wait, Bow the Whale's a whore too? I did not know that. But yeah, all of them, yeah, they need to get their life in order and fix themselves. I pray that's the case too, man. Honestly, I think a lot of the VTubing community needs to get their life together, myself included to an extent. I think I'm starting to. I've had some pretty bad moments in my life happen, even when I was like living on my own. So I'm trying my best to kind of fix things for my life, and I hope, I pray to God. I've been praying to God all week, actually for the past 2 weeks, that He fixes, that He helps heal my shoulder. Bow's okay though. I if anything, I feel bad for Cinder's ex and Bow the Whale. Those are the people who, and the artist too. Those are the three people who are truly the victims in that whole thing. But man, and something else too, right? Something else too. It's on the topic of VTubers. I know I mentioned this earlier when I was going over Podcast Son's post about Gargura. Tell you the truth, like I said earlier, I became a lot more familiar with the Shark's content around the tail end of her career. I knew that she was a very popular like VTuber, but I never really paid much attention to her, so to speak. So I mean, I'm still gonna miss her though, like because I always thought that Gura would be like a forever pillar in the, like, Gura as she was during when she was in Hololive. I thought that she'd always just be there, you know? Oh no, I'm not besmirching the Shark at all. I'm saying that I really do miss her. I wholeheartedly do. I would never besmirch Gargura. Never. But even from the stuff that you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna show you guys I want to actually reflect on some happy moments with Gargura. Gargura Devil May Cry 5. So we're gonna show you. Actually, let me move myself over so that way we can see Gargura. Okay, we could also put it back at normal speed. We're gonna be.
Holy shit.
We're gonna watch some of my favorite moments.
Baby! Wahoo!
Wahoo!
It's me, Dante! Oh, stop it! Stop it! Oh my god!
Over the years, I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things.
But who would have
Oh,
ever
this is my favorite part. This is my favorite part.
I just leveled you up. Don't kill yourself now. Oh. Oh.
But based on his research, I managed to cobble this.
Oh, you bitch! You cut out the best part of Gura just screaming cheeks.
Consider it a gift in honor of us finally meeting. Meeting.
Wait. Yes.
Ooh.
You got the you know. You cut out again. We'll find more, but we'll find more bits.
Nunchucks? Yeah! Please tell me this is a new weapon. Is this an entire
Yes,
new weapon
it is.
we get to
It's a
use?
new weapon, Gura. It's a new weapon.
Holy crap, this guy's incredible!
The shark played DMC4. Holy shit! I was just playing through that. I gotta find more. I gotta find more. Gura. It's the I specifically. Oh, let's see, huh? Oh, god damn it, where's that Gura clips of DMC? DMC 5.
Beep boop, beep boop.
Oh, there it is. Gura.
Oh, Chad's behind.
Yeah, there we are. There we are.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. The one time.
Hey, Virgil. Your portal opening days are over. Give me the Amato.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that.
She is too
I had a
precious.
feeling you'd say that.
How many times have we fought?
Hard to say. It's the only memory I have of us since we were kids. Time to finish this, Virgil. Once and for all.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Cairo. Being an idol is hard work. I mean, I can tell you, as a VTuber myself, being being overactive can be quite the job, and I do it all for free.
I won't lose to the likes of you.
What the hell? Why does she have Kalina Ann equipped for Dante with trickster style? I care more about the cutscene. She probably sucks ass. I don't want to disrespect her like that by watching.
Cheese.
It's my son. Yeah, dumbass. You can't remember through that thick skull of yours?
All that hair.
Well, well. That was a long time ago.
I guess you were young once too. And as much as I'd love to hear that story, I think it's about time we
ended this.
All right,
I'm not that over it. Oh man, you should have seen me Cairo, you should have seen me earlier when I was talking about the Kirsha X Synthetic Man stuff. I was over the fucking moon, dude.
Oh, Virgil's demon design is cooler. I mean, it's just the color.
I wonder why, Gura. I wonder why you like Virgil's design more than Dante.
Don't tell me. Don't say it, chat. Not a word.
Oh, they're gonna say it's Nero. Let's see. We have the the next one. So let's see a cutscene. She's clapping.
Yay, Nero!
I loved that scene too when I was playing through Devil May Cry 5 for the first time. I was like, oh shit, Nero's actually got a devil trigger.
This is curious.
Nero.
What form of power is this?
What the hell? What the hell is this? This ends.
Gura.
here.
She's having a grand old time with this game. I love that. I love that for her.
Listen to me. I told you already. This is not your...
Boom! Bitch slap.
You listen. Dead weight. I won't let you kill each other.
Yeah.
Differences.
Yay!
I'm putting a stop to this sibling rivalry.
You came all this way just for that.
Virgil. Whatever you call yourself. Dante's not gonna die here.
Gura just makes the scene so much better.
Do you have a problem with that? Not gonna die my ass. Oh, that bitch slap nearly killed me.
This is damn.
That's what I was doing that's what I was doing. I mean, I don't know if Gura's actually autistic. Maybe there's a good chance she is. But I know for me, I was going crazy. I was going crazy when I was watching this scene. Nero has a devil trigger. What? And then playing DMC4, it's like, oh, he did have a devil trigger. Just it didn't look like that.
Dante.
If I beat Nero, then by default,
yeah, same here, Dusty. It makes me
I
stim
beat
too.
you. Agreed, Dante?
Huh?
Whatever. I don't really care. I'm just gonna sit this one out. When this is over, I'll make you submit. Father.
Oh.
She's so happy.
That's our boy. That's our boy. Oh wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with me.
When DT engages at level 3, press.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
I don't know how to use him.
Damn, Gura, you don't know how to play Nero? I'm happy for your Gura. I really am.
Press RT near a staggered enemy to perform a buster. Powerful throwing move. RT. Alright.
Sora, you have to hold it down.
Punch up, punch up, punch up, punch up.
Oh, he's gonna get annihilated.
Oh, this is anime move. This is
I can tell Gura's not all that great at DMC, but she's having the time of her life, you know. I'm really happy for her, you know. But I want to find the scene, like the clip of her saying cheeks. I have to find that for you guys. I just have to. DMC 5. Sin Devil Trigger.
Beep boop beep.
Ah, there it is. There it is. I found it, guys. I found it. I found it, guys. I'm so happy.
was a big spoilers.
I found it, guys. I found it.
There you are.
Griffin!
Hey, what's wrong with you? Hey! Hey, Dante!
Hey, Dante.
The demonic power was activated in me once. When Virgil lovingly jammed this through my chest.
Ouch.
I always wondered.
Also, I did make the 6-hour marker, Cairo. It's all thanks to the shark. I have Gargura to thank.
Why did my father give me the rebellion?
Okay, what are you muttering?
Oi.
Over the years, I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things. But who would have ever guessed?
Hey, I pray for your great uncle, man. Wait, hold on. Before we continue, I'll go back because Gura's reaction is priceless. But I pray for your great uncle's health, and I hope that he's able to recover a-okay, and that he's able to continue living for us. Amen.
For years, I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things. But who would have ever guessed?
Gura.
There's a demon to destroy! Kill yourself later! I'll help!
Oh, help! Oh, help!
Yamato can separate man from devil. What about the rebellion?
I just leveled you up. Don't kill yourself now.
I just leveled you up.
Oh.
She's so happy about this.
Yeah. Dante's Inferno, baby. Let's go.
Cheeks. Yeah, she said. I told you I could find the line where she said cheeks. Let's go back.
Dante's Inferno, baby. Let's go.
Cheeks. So cute. So funny.
Hey, it's our boy.
Dante, son of a bitch.
Oh God.
We killed that easily. Hey, he's all yours. But don't let it become a habit.
Oh, dramatic.
Win, Dante! Win!
I love the dead weight. Was that a joke on the dead weight though? Because he's heavy, or was it just I don't know. All right, time to beat Spaghetti Man, Spaghetti Demon, Devil Sword Dante. Oh my God! Wait, do I not get to use the bike now? Is this the final battle?
Dante.
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 I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Oh my god.
No, you're not, Gura.
Wait, that's not right.
All this time, and you still don't get it.
It is you who does not understand.
He was... well, it's not the final battle, so...
It has begun.
What's begun? I just sat you down so fast. Calm down. Calm down. Have a seat back in your big old throne. Big devil boy. Devil king. What is he? Nico!
What's happening?
But that's not Nico. Oh.
Bad news! Gotta go now. That houseplant is...
Yeah, bye!
Gura's reaction to that whole thing is priceless.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Think of the poetry!
Think of the poetry. Oh, man. I am getting tired. I'm not even really
like
saying
Lion King,
anything
isn't
to Gura's reaction. I'm just kind of letting her do the talking here. And the orange, well, I'm still here.
The cloud fog is revealed in its entirety.
Wait, katana?
The Yamato.
Inconvenience matters not.
I'm going to take a big devil nap now. Man, oh man, I'm so gonna miss Gura. I really am, guys. I really am. But it's almost 1 in the morning for me. I think this is like the second longest stream that I've done for the channel. I think next week I'm probably gonna try and tell you about the... I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna be streaming next week. I should at least tell you guys my schedule for the near future. So next week I'm just gonna take the week off. Pack 43, he's a Protestant. You'd like, yeah, there's some Protestants I get along with. But anyways, going back to my schedule here. So next week I'm gonna take the week off. Week after that, I'm probably... I mean, then again, by week off, I'm just not going to have anything for Friday, basically. That's not a video. It's not going to be a stream. I'm just taking the week off so I could actually wrap up on my finals, because that's starting to rapidly approach. Then, after that, I probably will be doing stuff for the channel these next 2 weeks. And then Friday the 30th, that's going to be my birthday stream. Even though my birthday is a few days after the 30th of May. I'm looking forward to it. I'm just, I'm giving everybody some time to kind of prepare to see if they actually want to, to join. So far, I only have one person who filled out the form. Next, I'm just gonna make sure I'm gonna ask some other people if they want to join too. I'm gonna link the form there, and all that. Rexus, if you want to join, I'll be sure to send the form in the server that you're on. Then again, I also don't mind doing call-ins. Not like you'd be streaming it on your channel anyways. But still, I don't think you filling out the form would hurt either. Anyways, I will catch you guys later. I'm getting tired here. I hope the after show of just me watching Gura talk about, go through Devil May Cry 5. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I enjoyed reacting to it. I had a very fun time with that. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. I'm getting really tired now. But hey, this is great. This is gonna be great practice for the 30th. I'll tell you that much. Anyways, enough said. I'll catch you guys later.